Chapter 181, Zhang Peishi, the feisty Sichuan girl, huh? The other person's operation was excellent, and they directly flashed Zhang Peishi and Li Yang's backs. In the eyes of the couple, this person, as the mole, would definitely try every means to get them to delete the Douyin work. Unexpectedly, Zhang Peishi just teased a little, and this mole actually took it seriously and really reposted it? This is too good. Honey, this person is so unprofessional. Zhang Peishi was so flustered that she didn't know what to say for a while. What's more, that person didn't leave, but kept sending private messages asking for money, asking for the 30 yuan. Zhang Peishi had never experienced anything like this before, and the silly girl actually meant to transfer the money? Li Yang quickly interrupted. Silly, you really plan to transfer the money? We can't protect or indulge this kind of traitor, we should report it. With that, Li Yang opened the relevant website and uploaded the evidence after collecting it. If nothing unexpected happened, the person's account would be blocked that night. It would be better to feed the money to Rhubarb than transfer it to him. Zhang Peishi felt that this made a lot of sense, nodded, and her face flushed. She couldn't help but think, I'm so stupid, I actually wanted to transfer money to that person. It's not unique. With the explosion of several videos, many people came knocking, with the same goal in mind, they wanted Zhang Peishi to delete these videos. Some begged softly, even in writing, pleading with her to delete the work, but Zhang Peishi ignored them. Others just came and cursed, threatening to make Zhang Peishi look bad if she didn't delete the work, and she, having already learned how to report, simply sent in the report package. Of course, there were also more advanced people. These people seemed to have a high level of education, and they talked about the international situation and how it would affect diplomatic relations between the two countries. Although they were beating around the bush, their goal was no different from the two groups above, which was to ask Zhang Peishi to delete the video. Seeing that these people were knowledgeable and educated, but didn't know how to do their job properly, but instead acted as a mole, Zhang Peishi was furious. Then she didn't bother typing anymore, and clicked directly on voice to send a voice message to scold. 60 seconds was the maximum length for a voice message, but not for Zhang Peishi. Soon a phalanx of 60-second voice messages was sent. She didn't know if the person had listened, but later when Zhang Peishi wanted to send another voice message to scold, she found that she had been blocked and couldn't send anymore. Who? Humph. This person, I can't play with you. Zhang Peishi, sitting on the edge of the bed, crossed her arms and puffed up her cheeks in anger. Although there are all kinds of people in the world, these traitors with mustaches really make people angry. Feeling unsatisfied, Zhang Peishi gathered some more evidence and made a second report, which made her feel better. Li Yang, on the side, couldn't help but smile at Zhang Peishi's performance. The reason was very simple, he simply felt that Sichuan girls were really hot. Feeling Li Yang laughing, Zhang Peishi turned her head and asked in puzzlement. Honey, what's wrong? Nothing, it's just that I find the way you curse quite cute. Saying this, Li Yang couldn't hold back his affection and reached out, pinching Zhang Peishi's face. The feeling of the smooth skin was very pleasant. Zhang Peishi also realized that she had been caught and immediately blushed, abba abba abba. My dear, you know, I don't usually swear. Unless the other person has gone too far. Okay, there's nothing to explain. I hope you're awesome. After all, you're my wife from the Northeast, and there's no problem with you being straightforward. Li Yang laughed and interrupted Zhang Peishi's explanation. He was telling the truth. He loved his wife, no matter what, and couldn't be happier. He couldn't hold a grudge just because she had let her guard down. Zhang Peishi was moved to tears. She threw herself into Li Yang's arms, rubbing her face against his like a kitten. Then she pressed the voice button and confronted the newcomer, demanding that she delete the videos. Delete the videos? No way. Not only would they not be deleted, but the publicity would be ramped up instead. TikTok is really good. There is a function called Shake Plus. Li Yang waved his hand and directly bought 300,000 Shake Plus to help promote and distribute these videos. I just don't know if these videos will be able to go beyond Northeast China, or even if they will be able to spread anywhere. It's late at night, time to go to bed, and Zhang Peishi is exhausted. She has been fighting against the mole all day, or more accurately, swearing at people. There is nothing else to say to these guys except swear at them and report them. Even so, the number of people who came sniffing around was still very high, and it exhausted Zhang Peishi, Li Yang, and Enchi. A rough count showed that there were more than 200 informants? That's too many. And this is only a small number. God knows how many there really are. If only there was a fly swatter, they could all be smashed in one go. Very tired, very exhausted, dry mouth and tongue, Zheng Peishi drank the honey water handed to her by Li Yang and leaned against the bed, preparing to rest for a while before going to sleep. Yi and Ye were very obedient. The siblings seemed to know that their parents were busy and were very well behaved. After eating and drinking, they fell asleep quietly without causing any trouble or chaos for the two of them. What little guys they are, really repaying their parents' kindness. Honey, you've worked hard, good night. Good night. After rewarding Li Yang with a kiss, Zheng Peishi nestled into his arms, feeling content and relaxed. But even in her sleep, she was still fighting the mole, which was really exhausting. Perhaps she was too tired, because as soon as her eyes closed, it was already morning. Zheng Peishi subconsciously looked at Yi and Ye to see how her son and daughter had slept last night and how they were still like that now. Could it be that they hadn't woken up all night? Li Yang quickly gave a positive reply, yes. Yi and Ye had slept the whole night through without even asking for a mouthful of milk. Zheng Peishi was anxious and quickly got up to bring the breast pump over to express some breast milk first. She had successfully expressed milk, and had not let Yi and Ye breastfeed all night, and now she felt very full. Li Yang's hand was taken over and squeezed at Zheng Peishi's signal. It really is full, and it can even be said to be very hard, all from the milk. As the sound of the breast pump buzzed, Zheng Peishi also freed a hand to pick up her phone. In the past 2 days, her energy had been focused on 731, so she subconsciously opened TikTok. Although she knew there would be a lot of private messages in the background, she never expected that there would be so many that when caching, it almost caused her phone to freeze. You have to understand, this is a new phone. If it were an old phone, I'm afraid it would be frozen. That's good, I'll use this frozen phone to knock the mole's head off. Chapter 182, when I saw this red flag, I knew that the seed had sprouted. The sound of private messages in the background kept ringing. It was also thanks to the fact that this was a new phone that, despite the screen being delayed by the card, it could be clicked on. Zheng Peishi also quickly turned off the sound so as not to wake her sleeping son and daughter. After a while, she had probably sucked about 30 milliliters of breast milk, and the phone finally recovered. It was actually quite warm. After checking to make sure that the phone was working properly, Zheng Peishi quickly opened the background. Sure enough, there were a lot of private messages, and 999 plus was an understatement. The number of views, comments, and likes on those few videos had also become terrifying. At the very least, Zheng Peishi had been using TikTok for several years, and she had never seen a work with so many likes. Now, her own work has become so popular, she can't help but feel gratified. After all, these videos carry that bloody history, and the more people who see them, the better. Just as Zheng Peishi had hoped, the reach of these videos has become very broad. It is no exaggeration to say that they have been distributed throughout the entire country, wherever there is internet access in TikTok. Otherwise, this phenomenon of a mega hit within a mega hit would not have occurred. In the comments section, the IP addresses show that people from all over the world are shouting in unison, "Never forget the national humiliation." Zheng Peishi, who is naturally emotional, could not help but feel a lump in her throat when she saw this. Comments section. Do you know why the horse oil and frostbite ointment from the island country are so effective? Their biotechnology is world-leading because every piece of data is calculated using the lives of many Chinese compatriots. The experiment on the Chinese people showed that a person can survive for 60 days without food or water. The human body is 78% water. The Japanese experimented on the Chinese people by putting them in a furnace and roasting them alive. The experiment on how to quickly remove bone from a body after being frozen at -20 degrees and pouring hot water over it was tested on a little girl. And the experiment on motherly love didn't work. I can't write anymore, it's too tragic. Thanks to Bloggerette for publicizing this dark history. Memoirs of the survivors, they didn't use anesthesia, and the experimenters watched as they were dismembered limb by limb. Listening to the cries of the Chinese people, these animals laughed heartily. I've been there, and despite preparing myself mentally, I cried from beginning to end. I've also been there, and it was a very heavy experience. I wanted to go back into the museum to reshoot some footage, but I was stopped by the staff member, who said to me, "Comrade, move forward, don't go back. The ticket here is called tears, so please remember these animals. We should be self-reliant. What we want is not hatred, but not to forget history." Some people say that history is like an old man. She stands in the dark, shouting at the contemporary Chinese people, "Children, move forward, don't look back. There is light at the exit, there is the smoke and fire of the world, and there is peace and prosperity for the people." I sincerely suggest that every Chinese person go and see it, remember history, and never forget the national humiliation. Of course, except for defective products. The comments section is just a look, and it makes people's hearts move, not to mention those who have experienced it. That afternoon, Zhang Peishi received a phone call, and it was actually a call from the Shangjing City Culture and Tourism Bureau. After confirming that the person answering the phone was Zhang Peishi herself, the old director said a very solemn thank you. Zhang Peishi hurriedly stood up. Even though the two were talking on the phone, she could still feel the trembling heart of the director on the other side. Even in her voice, there was an extra tremor. Thank you, Miss Shang. The director of the Cultural Tourism Bureau kept saying thank you, but Zhang Peishi didn't know why. It wasn't until later that she realized that he was thanking her for her efforts to publicize the bloody history of Unit 731. This afternoon, the number of visitors to the museum has increased a lot. Really, when I saw so many people in line, and there were even children, I was very gratified. I was so happy. Restoring history should not be forgotten. The suffering of that generation of compatriots is heartbreaking. I have always believed that our children, our future generations, should remember this history, to warn them that the current happy life has not come easily. Don't forget, the road we came from, there was national suffering, there was national hatred. These were the last words the director said before hanging up the phone. Zhang Peishi could feel that the director should have wanted to say something else, but the reason he hung up the phone was because he had tears in his eyes and couldn't continue. Even through the phone, Zhang Peishi could feel the strong emotions, and people can't help but be moved. On this day, too, there were many records on Douyin of netizens visiting the 731st Unit Site Museum in Shangjing City. One of them is quite popular. In the video, a young boy in front of the War Criminals Museum of Unit 731 waves the national flag. Although the boy is very small, he waves the red flag with such strength. There are many passers-by nearby, and no one is laughing. Some are just paying attention and expressing their appreciation, because in the boy they see is burning love. When I saw this red flag, I knew that the seed had sprouted. One generation fought the battles of three, and one generation suffered the hardships of three. I have never met them, but I have received their kindness. I will never forget, I dare not forget, never forget the national humiliation, remember history, and salute the heroes. A strong youth makes a strong country. The pure love is called China, never forget the national humiliation. The above is just a small part of the many recorded videos. More and more related videos are sweeping across the entire country like the wind. For a time, countless people in the country wanted to go and check it out. The national mood was high, and the internal demons were also becoming more and more anxious. At the behest of some people, they racked their brains to try to suppress the heat of 731. But the cohesiveness of our great China, how can it be swayed by just a few demons? The more they suppress it, the higher the rebound will be. More and more Chinese people are beginning to know and understand this bloody history. Thank you for stopping by this station on your exciting journey. At this moment, you are my comrade. This is a post on the official account of the Shangjing City Culture and Tourism Bureau. Below, more and more people have left comments in reply. What cannot be influenced is that more and more compatriots are coming to this land. And the locals in Shangjing City are also doing what they can on their own initiative. For example, distributing small red flags. For example, they voluntarily give tourists plum juice to prevent heatstroke. Shangjing City, as the eldest son of the Republic, has really opened its arms to embrace compatriots from all corners of the country. Chapter 183 with Xiangya, Double Row. The heat of 731 has been completely ignited, and compatriots from all over the country are scrambling to get here. The queue in front of the 731st Army Crime Evidence Exhibition Hall, which was originally located in a relatively remote area, began to form. Both ordinary people in the area and those in charge of related work could not help but tear up when they saw this. The Chinese people have not forgotten this place. At the same time, the local tourism industry was also boosted by this event. In just 3 days, it brought in more than 6 billion yuan in revenue. I wonder if the person in charge had the urge to thank Zhang Peishi in person. Life goes on as normal. Soon came the big day of Li Yang and Zhang Peishi's wedding. The day before the wedding, Li Yang disappeared for half a day, and his phone was unreachable and voice calls were not answered. If Jia Ximin had not been busy, she would have gone to her husband's workplace to report him missing. Zhang Peishi and Li Yang also ushered in the most grand and at the same time the most exhausting day. Jia Ximin and Li Ligua only found out later that their son would disappear for a whole day the day before, and it turned out that he had run back to the village to be the chef. This was something that Li Yang and Zhang Peishi had discussed beforehand. Since they couldn't hire a chef, they would just have to cook themselves. They were both good cooks, so it would just be a bit more work. Yes, it was a bit more work. Li Yang never expected that there would be so many ingredients to cook. The time went back to the day before. Li Yang had settled his wife, child, and parents, and then returned to the village alone. When he arrived in the kitchen, he looked at the floor full of ingredients and felt a great sense of pressure. Whether it was pig's trotters, pig's hearts, or pig's livers, they were all piled up in the corner, whole. There were also 2 pigs, already slaughtered and cut in half, lying on the ground, as well as piles of various vegetables. He didn't need to ask to know that he would need to deal with all of them. It was a big headache, but there was nothing he could do about it, so he just grit his teeth and got to work. Before starting, Li Yang briefly paused to plan. There was a lot of work to do, and if he didn't plan it all out before starting, he would probably get flustered and become more and more busy and disorganized as he worked. So, after confirming that he would first cook the meat, pig's trotters, hearts, livers, and other meat, he got started. He started the wok and boiled the water. For a while, the empty kitchen was filled with steam, and Li Yang, after filling half a bottle of water, started to roast the pig's hair. Time quickly passed, and an hour had gone by with no change in sight. There was just too much to do, and an hour was simply not enough time to get anything done. Just as Li Yang was about to take a minute's break before getting back to work, the door was knocked on. Who was it? Li Yang couldn't think of anyone who would come by today, so with curiosity he opened the door, and there in front of him was a familiar and kind face. Xian? Yes, it was Xian who had come. At that moment, Sima Xian was smiling broadly, as if he was very happy to see Li Yang. Yan Yang, I'll help you. Hearing this, Li Yang's heart warmed instantly. Looking at his childhood playmate, Sima Xian, Li Yang's feelings were somewhat mixed. Both as a child and now, Li Yang had always thought, Brother Xian, I wish you were healthy. Yang Yang? Yang Yang, you rest, I'll help you with the work. With that, Sima Xian sat down in front of the stove and picked up a handful of firewood, which he stuffed into the stove. Obviously, he thought Li Yang was tired and that's why he didn't answer him. Li Yang also snapped back to his senses and hurriedly came to Sima Xian's side, handing him a bottle of water. Xian go. No, it's fine, I'm here. Sima Xian was like he knew what Li Yang was going to say, and interrupted him directly. The meaning of this was that I'm free, I have nothing to do, and I can help you. Thank you, Brother Xian. Li Yang sighed and thanked him. Sima Xian shook his head and returned to his usual taciturn self. Although he didn't say much, he did plenty of work. His arrival also relieved Li Yang of a lot of pressure, at least he didn't have to worry about the ingredients lying around the floor. Later, Li Yang learned that the reason Sima Xian came over was because he saw Li Yang's car while scavenging in the village, so he searched all over the village and finally found him here. Li Yang stewed the meat and Sima Xian lit the fire. The two worked well together. Naturally, when the food was ready, Sima Xian was the first to eat, even though he had helped prepare it. At first, Sima Xian refused, shaking his head and refusing to eat. He thought it was simple, the food was for tomorrow's banquet with Li Yang's clan, and it would be inappropriate for him to eat it. In fact, there was another reason. Sima Xian was afraid that if he ate more than his share, there wouldn't be enough for tomorrow. It was only after Li Yang's insistence that Sima Xian ate a little, or rather tasted a little. No matter how Li Yang persuaded him, he refused to take another bite. Li Yang could only resolve to bring him more to take back tomorrow after Xian came to eat. It seemed unlikely that Sima Xian would eat any more today. Sima Xian was so simple and unadorned that it made people feel sad for him. After stewing the meat, it was time to prepare the ingredients such as fish and shrimp. To Li Yang's surprise, Sima Xian was very skilled at handling these ingredients. Brother Xian, how did you do that? You did such a good job. Sima Xian didn't understand, and Li Yang gestured for a long time and explained for a while before he understood. But the answer that followed was incredibly simple, just a few words. Do it often. This was the answer, and the summary was just practice makes perfect? It's not hard to imagine. Sima Xian always showed up uninvited when the villagers had a wedding or funeral, and he would help out enthusiastically. The more he did it, the more skilled he became. But Li Yang thought even more. This is considered a skill, isn't it? Couldn't I help Shanga find a way out? But soon, Li Yang dismissed the idea. In the village, everyone knew about Sima Xian's situation, and they could all help out in one way or another. But if he went outside, it was not certain. Despite dismissing the idea, Li Yang couldn't help but wonder how he could help Shang more. For the time being, he couldn't think of a better way, so he could only keep it in mind. There were a lot of ingredients, really a lot, and even if they were only processed into semi-finished or 80% finished products, it made Li Yang almost make the spatula smoke. The temperature in the kitchen was very high, really high, like a steamer. The tiny exhaust fan and the electric fan above his head were useless. Even the wind hitting his face was hot. Fortunately, with the help of Sima Xian, he finished in the end. However, when Li Yang packed some things to be taken back by Sima Xian, he realized his childhood playmate and best friend had left. Without saying a word, he had gone back. Chapter 184, Yi and Yaya were actually able to attend their parents' wedding banquet. Don't go, Xian Gu. Li Yang felt a sense of emptiness in his heart, which made him feel uncomfortable and guilty. Without exaggeration, if Xian Gu hadn't been there today, he would have been busy until the sun went down trying to take care of everything. It was only afternoon, so he had really been a big help. Not to mention getting something for Sima Xian to take back home. If he gives less than enough, Li Yang feels bad about it and has to slip some money in as well. But now, after finishing the work, the person has quietly left. Thinking that this is not good, Li Yang quickly tidied up, locked the door after finishing, and hurriedly chased after him. When he arrived at Sima Xian's house, Li Yang pushed open the door and walked in. Even before he entered the courtyard, he saw Sima Xian already lying on the kong and asleep. It had to be said, Sima Xian was exhausted today. Moved, Li Yang put the things on the pot in the room, and then put down all the cash he had on him, before leaving gently. When he got home, Jia Xining came straight up and questioned him. With her keen sense of smell, she could directly smell the mixed smell of cooking oil and spices on her son, and couldn't help but be puzzled. Son, where have you been? Why do you smell so bad? Li Yang had no choice but to tell the truth. After hearing his explanation, Jia Ximin and Li Ligua both widened their eyes. The old couple never expected that their son had prepared the food for the banquet tomorrow all by himself. Although it was only a half-finished product, the old couple had personally seen the various ingredients that filled the entire floor. So much, and all by one person? For a moment, Jia Ximin felt heartbroken. Rascal, don't you have parents or what? Jia Ximin was so angry and worried that she went straight up on her toes and grabbed Li Yang by the ear. Squat down a bit, I can't reach you. I don't know if your mom is short? Okay, mum. There was no choice, Li Yang had to squat down a little so that his mother could more easily grab his ear. I've told you many times, your parents are still here, why don't you discuss things with them? I don't want these ears, I'll give them to your father to use in the bar. If you don't eat it, it's bad luck. Li Ligua said dryly. Meanwhile, the two little ones next to him, Yi and Yaya, looked as if they had seen this scene and found it funny, and they actually grinned. Li Yang glared at the two little ones angrily. Unexpectedly, Yaya laughed even more happily. After being scolded by his parents, Li Yang was finally let go and returned to the house to rest. Although he was scolded, he didn't care, after all, his parents were just worried about him. But once he returned to the house, a sense of fatigue immediately overwhelmed him. He had wanted to take a bath, but now he just wanted to lie down and rest for a while. However, Li Yang still planned to take a bath. The smell of cooking oil on his body was so strong that even his son and daughter were afraid to hug him. Idiot, I'm going to take a bath? Go ahead, honey. What Li Yang did not notice was that Zhang Peixi's beautiful eyes were full of concern. Later, when Li Yang was halfway through his shower, Zhang Peixi knocked on the bathroom door. Honey, do you want me to wash your back? Zhang Peixi suddenly asked. Li Yang perked up at the sound of her voice. It's the middle of the day, is that a good idea? But before he could refuse, Zhang Peixi had already pushed the door open. Oh no, I forgot to lock the door. Well, dear, you take care of Yi and Yaya, I'll be fine on my own. It's okay, honey. Yi and Yaya have gone back to their room with their parents, I guess they're asleep. I'm free, so I'll scrub your back. While she was talking, Zhang Peixi had already taken off her shoes and walked in with bare feet. In this way, it was no longer possible for Li Yang to refuse anything. Okay, just accept it. Feeling his daughter-in-law's soft hands scrubbing his back, as a man, his vanity was greatly satisfied. Halfway through the scrubbing, Zhang Peixi suddenly embraced Li Yang from behind. Honey, you've worked hard. She said with a pout, her tone full of concern. It's nothing. Li Yang smiled reassuringly, knowing exactly what his wife was talking about. If I'd known you were working so hard, I wouldn't have gone to try on clothes or makeup. I would have gone back to the village with you. Zhang Peishi felt a little guilty, thinking she should have helped Li Yang. You did help me stall my parents, didn't you? Okay, don't think about it anymore, got it? Li Yang turned around, pinched Zhang Peishi's nose, and then spent a while coaxing and comforting her before the latter became happy again. Only. Husband, why did you turn around? You're still not dressed. I. After coming out of the bathroom, Li Yang lay on the bed, feeling only a burst of comfort all over his body. Zhang Peishi was also busy, sitting on Li Yang's body, or rather, next to him, and her small hands began to knead his body, serving someone up. Soon, Li Yang fell asleep. He was too tired, and after the shower, he couldn't hold on any longer. Zhang Peishi pulled the quilt over Li Yang and sat quietly by his side. She wasn't just sitting there, though, she was thinking about the next 2 days. Tomorrow is their wedding day, and the day after tomorrow as well. Except that tomorrow, Li Yang will take Zhang Peishi back to the village, to the ancestral hall, to face the clan and perform the clan rituals, such as the recognition of the door. After tomorrow, Zhang Peishi will be a member of the Li family. The late patriarch of the Li family already knows this. The day after tomorrow, the wedding will be held at a hotel, with family and friends invited. Unlike tomorrow, when only Li family members. But whether it's tomorrow or the day after, Zhang Peishi feels a little nervous. Especially tomorrow, when she will meet many of the Li family elders. Despite her experience with the engagement, she is inevitably a little nervous. As for the day after tomorrow. Yes. Zhang Peishi will go home immediately after tomorrow to pack, because she will move to the hotel that night. After all, Zhang Peishi has no maternal family, so she can only go to the hotel and wait for Li Yang to pick her up at the hotel the day after tomorrow. Originally, according to Jia Ximin's idea, this step was to be omitted, but Zhang Peishi refused. It's not that she wants to take this step, but she heard a saying when she was at the orphanage, meet before marriage, don't see after marriage. To explain, if the bride and groom meet the night before the wedding, it will affect their relationship after marriage. Although it is inexplicable and groundless, Zhang Peishi still wants to avoid it. Jia Ximin also understands her daughter-in-law, so she simply booked a bridal suite at a big hotel. Later, with the help of Angie and the younger members of the Li family, they decorated the bridal suite, which was very festive. There was one more thing, it would be hard on the in-laws, because Yi and Yaya would have to stay at home and be taken care of by them. It was a bit embarrassing to say. Getting married with children is really a novel experience. Yi and Yaya were actually able to eat at the wedding banquet of their parents. Chapter 185 Husband, are you calling me a pig? I was so tired that I didn't even bother to eat dinner, and Li Yang fell asleep directly. When I opened my eyes, I realized it was already 5 o'clock in the morning, and the sky was slightly bright. Next to me were Yi and Yaya. My brother was breathing evenly, and so was my sister, except that she would occasionally reveal a faint smile. Over there is Zhang Peishi, lying with her face towards the other side. Even though she is covered by a blanket, her graceful figure is still visible. She is lying on the outside for a very simple reason, she is afraid that Yi and Yaya might fall to the ground. Although it is impossible for the two little ones to fall to the ground at their current age, Zhang Peishi still feels that she must be careful and cautious. Li Yang lay for a while before getting up gently. But even if he made as little noise as possible, Zhang Peishi still sensed that he had woken up. Honey, you're awake. Zhang Peishi blinked her eyes, her long eyelashes looking very pretty. Yes, I'm awake. It's still early, so go back to sleep. Zhang Peishi refused. Seeing that Li Yang had got up, she rolled over and got out of bed too. No, I'm not going back to sleep. Honey, I can't sleep. Today is our big day. To be honest, because of this matter, Zhang Peishi didn't really sleep well last night. Even when her eyes were closed, all kinds of images flashed before her eyes and in her mind. Getting married. A major event in life. Just thinking about it made her smile, even if the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, it was also pulled by happiness. It was precisely because of this that she woke up after hearing the slightest noise. That's good, let's get up and clean up. Yes. So it was that, as the sky began to lighten and the two little cuties, Yi and Yaya, were still sleeping, the couple began tidying up. It was time to change clothes again, no, it was time to change clothes. It was time to put on makeup again, and to be honest, it was a bit hectic. Originally, Li Yang had planned to take Zhang Peishi to a makeup artist to touch up her makeup, but this was rejected. Zhang Peishi thought that today was the day she would meet the older members of Li Yang's family, so a simple look would be fine, and there was no need for heavy makeup, just a natural look would be fine. Li Yang thought about it and agreed that it made sense. In front of the dressing table, Zhang Peishi started to apply her makeup. Everything went well, except for her eyebrows, which just wouldn't draw smoothly. Although she already looked very good, she still felt that there was a slight flaw. Li Yang saw her sitting there with her face puffed up, and walked over to ask. Silly, what's wrong? Honey, do you think my eyebrows look bad? Zhang Peishi turned her head to let Li Yang see, and the latter looked at them several times before noticing that they were a bit asymmetrical and uneven, but the problem was not serious, and they basically did not detract from her beauty. However, Zhang Peishi was quite concerned about it. It's okay, I can just redo them. Well, I have already redone them, but I just can't get them right. I wanted to clench my fists, but I was afraid of crushing the eyebrow pencil in my palm, so I had to give up. It's not good to take things out on things, so I'll just let it go. Well, I'll help you paint. Li Yang spoke after a moment's thought, in order to prevent his wife from getting a bad mood in the morning. Zhang Peishi was delighted to hear this. My dear, you can draw eyebrows? No, I haven't eaten pork, but I've seen pigs run. You've seen me draw it so many times, you should have learned how to do it. Li Yang said honestly. Oh, is that so? My dear, are you calling me a pig? Zhang Peishi pretended to be angry, her almond-shaped eyes wide open and her nose wrinkled. Cough cough, how could that be? Here, piggy, let me draw your eyebrows for you. After taking the eyebrow pencil, Li Yang stood in front of Zhang Peishi, not at all intimidated, and started painting directly. Zhang Peishi couldn't help but feel that he really knew what he was doing, with such confidence. And indeed, the eyebrows Li Yang painted were really quite good, at least in Zhang Peishi's opinion, and she couldn't find anything wrong with them. Zhang Peishi was very happy to see the perfectly shaped eyebrows in the mirror. She pursed her lips and leaned slightly forward, giving Li Yang a kiss on the cheek. Hubby, you're awesome. Right? I feel the same way. It's just eyebrows, a piece of cake, Li Yang said proudly, then tilted his head to the side and added, come on, give me a kiss here too. Okay. Numa. Another kiss. Li Yang was almost unable to tell which way was up. Honey, if I do it again in the future, can I let you do it? No problem, but next time I do it, you have to kiss me here, okay? Li Yang pointed to his mouth. Zhang Peishi didn't hesitate, and directly held Li Yang's chin and kissed him many times. Okay, I've already paid in advance, honey, please. Li Yang laughed, okay, I actually owe so much. As the couple finished packing, Yi and Yaya slowly woke up. Yi, who had slept well, had wide, round, watery eyes. She tilted her head and saw her mom and dad. The little one seemed to be in a good mood and even grinned. Ya, on the other hand, had no time to pay attention to her parents and brother, because the second she woke up, she stuck her clean, plump little hand in her mouth and was eating it with relish. But it was not hard to guess from Yaya's expression that the taste of her hand was not very good, because when she took the first bite of her hand, Yaya would grin and frown, exactly the same as adults do when they eat something that doesn't taste good. But no matter how it tastes, you have to eat it. It's a good thing that can't reach the Giorgio, or else you would want to nibble on it too, right? Kiki is such a little foodie, the first thing she does when she opens her eyes is eat her hands. Here, let mommy have a bite too. Zhang Peishi came over with a smile, leaned down, and looked at her daughter and laughed. But ignored her and kept eating, looking at her mother. Li Yang also came forward and tried to say, Yaya, where's daddy? Let daddy have a bite too, it's so delicious. A funny scene unfolded. What Zhang Peishi couldn't get, Li Yang did. No, Yaya actually took her hand straight out of her mouth and then raised her arm, pretending to feed her father. Zhang Peishi was angry, and she poked her daughter's arm with one finger, not very hard, but it attracted the little one's attention. When she saw her father's tender finger, Yaya became anxious and reached forward with both hands, actually trying to grab her mother's hand. Zhang Peishi did not hurry to avoid it, but let her daughter grab it. Then the couple saw that after Yaya grabbed her mother's hand, she actually tugged hard, trying to stuff it in her mouth. The foodie is undoubtedly right. Chapter 186 Yaya, screw you, stinky socks. It's not a bad thing for a girl to like to eat, at least that's what Li Yang and Zhang Peishi think. But the couple still decided to richly raise their daughter in the future, so that she won't be afraid of being cheated by a yellow-haired boy. Today is the happy day of their marriage. Yi and Yaya also wore nice new clothes. Although it sounds strange to say it, that's just the way it is. To celebrate the happy occasion, Yi and Yaya have both dressed in festive red clothes, which of course have open crotches and require nappies. I wonder if the two little ones can sense that today is a good day. They seem particularly happy and cheerful after waking up. They don't cry, they don't make a fuss, and they don't throw a tantrum. Instead, they let their parents do whatever they want. Of course, Yaya has a little opinion about wearing little socks. Because they were going out, and probably for a long time, Yi and A also had to be fully armed and dressed, and they couldn't go barefoot. So Zhang Peishi took out the socks she had bought long ago when she was pregnant and prepared to put them on her brother and sister. Yi was fine with it, although she also didn't like wearing them, but after struggling a few times and finding that it was useless, she gave up resisting. But was not the same. Little Yaya kept flailing her little feet, and even gave her father a kick. It didn't hurt, but it hit him right in the nose. In the end, the couple had to work together to get Yaya's socks on, but even when they were on, Yaya kept kicking, she just couldn't stop kicking. Wearing socks is just uncomfortable in every way. Yaya was almost tossing and turning the whole way. From home to the village, she seemed to be trying every means possible to get the socks off. Liligua drove the family back to the village and headed straight for the ancestral hall. As the car appeared, the sound of crackling firecrackers began to echo from all directions. Zhang Peishi was startled. Jia Ximin, sitting next to her, hurriedly explained. "This is to welcome you, the daughter-in-law of the Li family. It was the same when I married your father, except the firecrackers weren't as loud back then." "Oh, I see." Zhang Peishi understood, and then held out her hand to help her son and daughter cover their ears. Angel did the same. Because it was overloaded, Liligua borrowed a van from a friend so that the whole family could fit in. Angel didn't want to come, but wanted to wait until tomorrow when Li Yang and Zhang Peishi went to the hotel to set up the banquet. However, Liligua and Jia Ximin refused, and they dragged her into the car. The old couple both liked this girl very much, and naturally they didn't want to leave her alone at home, or wandering the streets all day. It's funny to say, but when Jia Ximin dragged Anchi into the van, it attracted passers-by. There was nothing they could do about it: van, middle-aged woman, kidnapping. No matter how you looked at it, it looked like a daylight robbery of a young woman. Soon the minivan came to a stop in front of a building that looked like it was up to no good. Zhang Peishi and Anchi were both stunned through the car window. Neither of them expected the ancestral hall, which was so close to home, to be so extraordinary. Although they hadn't gone in to look yet, they could already tell a lot from the outside. Just take the two doors at the entrance, for example, so tall and so big, and even the two door gods, Yuqigong and Qin Shubao, painted on the doors, were extraordinary in every way. When she first heard from Zhang Peishi that the Li family was no ordinary family, and she didn't think much of it, just thinking that it was a slightly larger family with a lot of people. But now it seems that she has been short-sighted. After all, if a family can build an ancestral hall and still maintain it, how could it be small? At this moment, there are already quite a few people standing outside the ancestral hall. There are people of all ages, both men and women, old and young, waiting for today's protagonists, Li Yang and Zhang Peishi. Of course, there were not only Li's family members, but also other people from the village. They came here to watch the fun on the one hand, and to ask for lucky candy on the other. This is not a new thing in the village. After all, it is a happy event, and everyone likes to get lucky. And Li Yang did not need to worry about this, as the clan brothers and elders would naturally help. Before getting off the car, Jia Ximin and Liligua once again reminded Li Yang and Zhang Peishi of a few things. The main thing was to ask Li Yang to take care of Zhang Peishi. The second thing is to tell Zhang Peishi not to be nervous, and that she will be guided by the elders, so she just needs to follow along. She wasn't nervous at first, but after seeing so many people outside the car and hearing the words of advice from the elderly couple, she started to feel a little nervous. Not to mention being the protagonist today, even Anchi felt nervous for Zhang Peishi. But when she thought that Zhang Peishi didn't even have anyone from her family with her, Anchi forced her nervousness down. After all, she could be considered Zhang Peishi's only family member. Thinking this, Anchi gently patted Zhang Peishi on the shoulder, telling her not to panic. Li Yang opened the door and got out of the car, coming over to Zhang Peishi's side. The car door opened, and before she could react, the whole person was picked up by Li Yang. This is a local custom: the bride's feet cannot touch the ground, and she has to come to the brazier in front of the ancestral hall and step over it before she can walk on her own. Just as Jia Ximin said, there will be someone from the family to guide them, so Zhang Peishi and Li Yang just have to follow what they do. In contrast, after Jia Ximin and Liligua had carried Yi and Yaya out of the car, the neighbors all greeted them warmly. For a while, the three of them were surrounded by sounds of congratulations. Either they were congratulating the newlyweds, or they were congratulating the elderly couple on their new grandchildren. As Li Yang and Zheng Peishi walked deeper and deeper into the ancestral hall, Li Liguo was called away. He had to go and record the names of his grandchildren on the ancestral hall's Yongpang, a list of names of descendants. After all, Yi and Yaya are Li Yang's own children, the next generation of the Li family, and their names need to be inscribed on the list to inform the ancestors in the underworld that the Li family has a new generation. Li Liguo was very happy. According to superstition, after he has grandchildren, when he dies, he can go up to the viewing platform to take a look before crossing the bridge of Naraka. Although it is all nonsense and although one should believe in science, it still made him extremely happy, so he quickly scribbled the names of his grandchildren on the list. On the other side, Jia Ximin also entered the ancestral hall with the help of Anji, pushing Yi and Yaya. Jia Ximin was fine, after all, she was a Li family member, so she was not surprised, but Anji was different. When she walked into the ancestral hall and saw the things inside, she was shocked. The exquisite reliefs, they can't be cheap, right? The simple and unadorned architecture, it can't be simple, right? But the plaques hanging high or suspended from the ceiling are the most shocking of all. What are the doctor, master, and imperial censor titles? They must be names of official positions, right? This is truly a prestigious family. Chapter 187, I'll call you grandpa, and you'll call me brother? And she opened her mouth, Abba, Abba, Abba. You have to understand that, before this, the so-called noble families and large families, she had only seen in period dramas. And now, she had actually seen them with her own eyes, and the impact was simply too great. However, a child not far away had a worried face, or to be precise, an unhappy face. Angel pricked up her ears and listened to the gossip. This child was a young member of the Li family, and today his parents dragged him along to help out. It was precisely for this reason that he was acting so unwillingly, as if helping out his family members was far less enjoyable than playing King of Glory at home. Angel just shook her head and laughed. It was no exaggeration to say that if this were to happen in her own family, she would be overjoyed. The child is still young and doesn't know what it means to have family. I think when he grows up, he will understand how irreplaceable the sense of security that family brings is. On the other side, Li Yang and Zheng Peishi met the family elders under the guidance of the elders. What surprised Zheng Peishi was that after calling out to someone, Li Yang had to bow, and the elders even bowed back in return. For a moment, the richness of the cultural heritage came flooding back. Just this once, Zheng Peishi fell in love with this family culture. For no other reason than it really feels very safe. She thought there would be a lot to do and it would be very tedious, but in the end Zheng Peishi found that she had been worrying for nothing. There was not much of a process, except that the ancestral hall was large and it took more than 10 minutes to walk to the back to pay respects to the ancestors. After that, there was nothing else to do, and the Li family members and neighbors waiting outside could come in. All that remained for Li Yang and Zheng Peishi to do was to sit at the head table and wait for the meal to begin. Slowly, the members of the Li family took their seats, waiting only for the elders of the clan to arrive before the meal could begin. However, they had to wait for an hour. Zheng Peishi was wondering which elder had not yet arrived when their second eldest son led a child of 7 or 8 years old through the ancestral hall doors. Just as she thought this was the younger generation of the second master's family, from the entrance, the Li family members began to stand up in groups. Then, they bowed and paid their respects to the child. Zheng Peishi's forehead was filled with black question marks. What was going on? Hubby, who is that child? Why are everyone bowing to him? Her voice was not loud, only Li Yang could hear her, and after hearing her question, Li Yang hesitated for a moment before whispering in explanation. That person is not a child, but an elder. An elder? Zheng Peishi was even more confused. However, before she could ask anything else, the second young master already led the child in, and from the doorway to the main table, all the Li family members, without exception, got up and bowed. This side is no exception. Li Yang and the other elders at the table also stood up and respectfully bowed to the child. Fifth uncle. This is how the elders addressed the child. Zheng Peishi instantly felt a thunderbolt strike her crown, and this child, does he have such a high status? Li Yang followed suit and also shouted, Fifth master. Zheng Peishi could only follow suit. After all, it was clear that everyone present really respected this child. And she also understood why the banquet had not started after waiting for so long. It turned out that this elder was still in kindergarten, and could not come until the kindergarten was over. Okay, everyone sit down. Li Yang's second elder waved his hand and said, before sitting down on the main seat. Next to him, an elder of the uncle generation stood up to give up his seat to the fifth uncle. Unexpectedly, Uncle Wu refused and walked straight towards Li Yang. "Brother Yang, I want to sit next to you." This seems like a no-brainer. But if you think about it, it's a big problem. What kind of relationship does this kid have with Li Yang? Li Yang's elders have to call him uncle, and Li Yang has to call him grandpa. But now, he's calling Li Yang brother. Isn't this a huge violation of hierarchy? Li Yang coughed dryly at the sound, and glanced out of the corner of his eye at the second master and uncles at the same table. He was also speechless. Who could have told him that this master liked to play with him so much that he would abandon all hierarchy and just call Li Yang brother? If looks could kill, then Li Yang's arrows would have filled 2 baskets by now. Super plus generation, plus to 98% of the people in the Li family, can't you not want to stab him? Cough cough, let's start serving the food. Li Yang's second master Li Gung also had a black face, but there was nothing he could do, so he could only hurry up and start the banquet and change the subject. In the end, Li Yang's fifth young master Li Bing still sat next to him. This is true, there is a young master sitting next to him. After the banquet started, Li Yang not only had to look after his daughter-in-law and serve Zheng Peishi, but also serve this fifth master, pour drinks, and pick and choose what to drink. Sprite was not good enough, so it was Pepsi or Coca-Cola. Zheng Peishi could see clearly that her husband spent a lot of time under the table during the meal, smacking the palm of his fifth master's hand. If the other elders saw this, I'm afraid Li Yang, even as a newcomer, would have to eat his words. After the meal began, everyone inside and outside the house let loose, chatting or toasting each other, and it was a huge buzz for a while. Li Yang and Zhang Peishi, as newcomers, definitely couldn't just focus on eating. Halfway through the meal, they needed to toast the whole table. After the trip, Zhang Peishi gained a lot of aunts, uncles, brothers, sisters, and of course, a lot of praise. There was no way around it, she was naturally beautiful, and Zhang Peishi would get people to look at her more than once wherever she went. Even though she only wore light makeup today, she was still beautiful. In addition to the new couple being a good match, the most talked about topic at the scene was the food on the table. Many people were curious if a new chef had been hired, because the food was especially delicious today. Even the simple braised pork belly with seaweed turned out to be a hit, and even the big bowl of oily soup turned out to be a good thing for soaking rice and steamed buns. Someone asked Li Gung, the second young master, but he also had no idea. He didn't know who the chef was, and he only knew that Li Ligua had told him that the matter had been resolved. From beginning to end, he never saw the chef's figure. On the contrary, Li Ligua and Jia Ximin, who knew the truth, kept on grumbling while cooking. Neither of the couple expected that their son's cooking was so good that everyone praised it. If they didn't know that their son was successful and had his own company, Jia Ximin would have wanted him to open a restaurant. This is definitely going to be a hit. Jia Ximin bit into a steamed bun, thinking happily. Chapter 188, An old friend strokes the brow of a younger man. Li Yang never expected that after hiding his incompetence for so long, he would completely reveal himself on the day of his life's biggest event. The meal was over quickly. It is worth mentioning that after everyone had finished eating, none of the Li family members left, but instead, after seeing off all the neighbors, they took the initiative to stay behind and clean up. Whether it was washing the dishes or cleaning up, everyone happily did the work without any objections. Sima Xian was among them. He could have left after the meal, but instead, he volunteered to stay and do the dirty work. Perhaps it was because of this that everyone in the village loved and cared for him. Li Yang and Zhang Peishi, the main characters of today, had other things to do, namely to go to the ancestral grave to pay their respects to their grandparents. Li Yang's grandparents had passed away many years ago, but today was their wedding anniversary, and it was only right to go and let them know. This was the Li family's custom, and something Li Yang felt he should do. After all, when he was young, his grandparents doted on him. Even when he went to school away from home and could only go home during the summer and winter vacations, he could still eat the delicious food that his grandparents had left for him. Yi and Ya were left in the care of their parents and Anqi. Li Yang, on the other hand, took the offerings and Zheng Peishi on foot to the ancestral grave. On the way, he told her many stories about how much his grandparents loved him. Grandpa and Grandma had gone in quick succession. Grandma passed away in her sleep the day after Grandpa did. I think she didn't want Grandpa to be lonely on the road. When Zheng Peishi heard the passionate love story of Grandpa and Grandma when they were young, she couldn't help but feel deeply moved. People back then were really simple and devoted. After walking along the winding dirt road and passing through fields, the two finally arrived at the Li family ancestral grave. Zhang Peishi had originally thought that the Li family ancestral grave would be like the cemetery she imagined, with high walls and green mountains and clear water. But unexpectedly, the Li family ancestral grave was just like an ordinary cemetery, with nothing special about it. Looking around, all you can see are the graves and the dense trees, and that's about it. Honey, the ancestral hall is so extraordinary, and I thought the ancestral grave would also be very special. Why does it look so ordinary? Zhang Peishi nodded, she did think that. Li Yang's explanation was, Dad said that this was the wish of the ancestors, who didn't want to occupy land. And since no one is there anymore, wouldn't it be a waste to build the graves so nicely, just to make people remember them? After hearing this, Zhang Peishi suddenly understood why the Li family has been able to produce so many talented people. The ancestors' open-mindedness and outlook on life is worthy of respect. Walking into the Li family ancestral grave, Li Yang skillfully made his way to the graves of his grandparents. Looking at the grave, which was already covered in weeds, Li Yang frowned slightly. After placing the offerings, he walked over to the grave alone and started pulling the weeds. Soon, all the weeds were removed, and then he added some new soil on top. Grandpa, Grandma, Yang has come to see you. While saying this, Li Yang broke up the offerings he had brought and threw them on the grave. He scattered offerings on the graves of the other family members as well. Grandma, Yang got married and had a child. You must be happy for me, right? Although Li Yang spoke with a smile, his heart was heavy. He couldn't help but think about the time he spent with his grandparents when he was a child. Zhang Peishi helped to break up the offerings and sprinkle them gently on the graves. She didn't disturb Li Yang, but quietly helped and kept him company. Soon all the offerings were scattered. Li Yang then brought some yellow paper and joss paper, and knelt in front of his grandparents' graves. Zhang Peishi followed suit, and looked up, wanting to show her grandparents their granddaughter. Foolish girl, move back a bit. I'll light the fire in a moment. It'll be very hot, don't burn yourself. What? It's fine, honey, I'll be with you. Zhang Peishi shook her head and refused, not being so sentimental. Seeing this, Li Yang could only smile and nod, then brought the yellow paper and lit it. The fire was very good and strong. I just don't know if it's because the weather is clear and windless or for some reason, the flames did not have any intention of rushing towards the two of them, but were just burning quietly. After a moment, all the paper had burned up. Li Yang and Zhang Peishi bowed 3 times, then got up. Unexpectedly, as the two got up, a cool breeze blew, stirring the ashes of the burnt paper. With a whoosh, some of the ashes flew up and directly onto Li Yang's head. Zhang Peishi became anxious at this sight and exclaimed in alarm. While shouting, she did not forget to reach out and pinch the ashes off Li Yang's body. You have to know that some of the ashes still had a few sparks on them and would be very hot. As such, inevitably, both were burned. Li Yang had a hole in his shirt that was not visible unless you looked closely, and Zhang Peishi had burnt her finger. Despite the pain, Zhang Peishi was concerned about Li Yang first. Honey, are you okay? I'm fine, let me see your hand. I'm fine too. Zhang Peishi didn't want to worry Li Yang, but he still held up her hand. When he saw the burn mark on her finger, Li Yang was heartbroken. Silly, this is a hot ember, and you grabbed it with your hand. How could you be so stupid? Hey, I was afraid it would burn you. Zhang Peishi laughed, silly and heartbreaking. Here, let me blow on it for you. Li Yang took Zhang Peishi's finger and blew gently on it, and the pain eased a lot. Strange, it was a nice day, and I didn't feel any wind along the way, but just now there was a gust. Li Yan looked suspiciously around, but didn't notice anything unusual. The weather was still very nice. It was probably just a gust of wind, it's nothing, Zhang Peishi said reassuringly. Okay, let's go home then. Okay. Before gathering up the ashes, Li Yang added some more soil to his grandparents' graves. They walked back to the village along the way they had come. Back at home, Li Ligua and Jia Simin were each holding a little one in their arms, trying to get them to sleep. Both Yi and Yaya were about to fall asleep, but when they heard their parents' voices, they opened their eyes one after the other and looked over in the same direction. Jia Simin glared at Li Yang angrily. You little brat, you really came back at the wrong time. It was hard enough to get Yi and Yaya to fall asleep, and just look, because of what you said, your father and I have wasted all our efforts. Oh? Really? Yaya, come here, Daddy will hug you. Li Yang smiled as he took his daughter from his father's arms and then rubbed the little one's face. Zhang Peishi also took her son so that both parents could rest. But no matter how they looked at it, Yi and Yaya didn't look sleepy and ready for bed. Instead, their eyes were wide open, just like curious babies. Chapter 189. Anchi, Li Yang is really inconsiderate, tossing his new wife around in broad daylight? Li Yang told his parents about what happened at the grave. Unexpectedly, the two old people became serious. Li Ligua sighed without saying a word, but Li Yang knew that his father seemed to be missing his grandparents. Jia Simin also spoke after thinking about it. The deceased stroked the brow of the living, dispersing half a lifetime of disasters for you. Didn't your grandparents like you very much? Today is your wedding day, I think they want to stroke you too. As expected of a teacher, she immediately came up with a romantic explanation. Li Yang was also moved after hearing his mother's explanation and fell silent. Yes, grandparents love me the most, they also want to stroke their grown-up grandson, right? Li Yang couldn't help but think that in the future, on the day of the memorial service or Qingming festival, he must go visit his grandparents, talk to them, and that would be nice too. The couple took the two children back to their room, prepared to rest for a while, and then got up to pack their things and head to the hotel. Seeing Zhang Peixi's tired face, Li Yang wanted to tell her not to care so much, which meant not to go to the hotel. But Zhang Peixi shook her head and refused. Although she was very tired, she was not afraid of being tired in order to avoid bad omens. No matter how you look at it, she is a little fool, but this little fool is foolish enough to make Li Yang feel distressed and loved. Time flew and it was afternoon. Zhang Peixi hurriedly got up to pack her things, vowing to leave the house before nightfall and go to the hotel. Because there was so much to do tomorrow, Jia Simin needed to accompany her husband Li Ligua, so the task of accompanying Zhang Peixi to the hotel fell to Anqi. Before leaving, Zhang Peixi first fed Yi and Yaya, and then she left 2 meals of breast milk in a breast milk storage bag and sent it to the refrigerator to freeze before she felt at ease. Li Yang looked at his busy daughter-in-law with some helplessness, and couldn't help but wonder who had said nonsense, insisting on leaving behind the words meet before marriage, never see after marriage. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Zhang Peixi, he rolled his eyes and muttered angrily. When I get old, I'll also talk nonsense. It's all for no reason and no basis. Upon hearing this, Zhang Peixi laughed. Kiki, it's okay, honey, don't be angry, it's just for one night, I'll get up early in the morning and wait for you to pick me up. Numa. Zhang Peixi said, rewarding Li Yang with a kiss, and took the opportunity to bite his tongue. Okay, if you're scared at night, just call me, and don't hang up on the video call. And lock the door, don't go running around outside. If you need anything, just let me know and I'll bring it to you. I'm not stopping you from seeing each other, so I'll just leave the stuff outside and go. And also. Li Yang turned into a mother hen, nagging for a long time and giving a lot of advice. Zhang Peixi didn't feel nagged, but rather sweet at heart. She took to heart every piece of advice. I know, honey. I'll remember. I'll do as you say. Honey, let's go. As he watched Zhang Peixi leave, Li Yang felt a hollow in his heart. In short, he was worried. Seeing this, Jia Simin teased him. Son, Peixi is already far away. If you keep staring, you'll become the waiting for wife stone. Li Yang's face flushed, and he coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. On the other side, Zhang Peixi and her sister Anqi went to the supermarket with their shopping. It's been a long night, and it's easy to say it's been easy, but it's also not easy. We have to buy something delicious to pass the time. Before going to the supermarket, Anqi suddenly saw a lottery shop next to the supermarket, so she rolled her eyes and dragged Zhang Peixi inside. Without saying a word, she asked for 100 double six lottery tickets. It was purely random selection, purely gambling on luck. Looking at the thick stack of lottery tickets, Zhang Peixi felt a little helpless. Angel, why buy so many lottery tickets? You really think you can win? Everyone says online that buying lottery tickets is like playing rock paper scissors with the lottery official. If you win, you get 5 million. If you lose 2 yuan. It sounds very tempting, but the problem is that you have to go first, and the other person goes second, which is like showing your cards. How can you possibly win? Angel understood very thoroughly, and Angel understood as soon as she heard it. But understanding is one thing, whether or not you listen is another. Angel just laughed and stuffed the stack of lottery tickets into her pocket, explaining. The lottery draw is tomorrow night, and tomorrow is your wedding day, so the god of luck will be watching over you. You might even win the first prize. Even if you don't win the first prize, you'll do very well with the second prize. Zhang Peixi was a little helpless when she heard this. You said it yourself, it's the god of luck, not the god of wealth. They're in different departments, so how could it possibly work? What if? Okay, if I win, I'll buy you a big gold chain, the kind that weighs 10 caddies, and hang it around your neck. Hey! A 10 caddy gold chain? Are you sure it's not a dog chain? It's the same, it's all the same. It's the same, your sister. Don't run! The sight of the two women chasing after each other really formed a beautiful landscape. An hour later, Zhang Peishi and Enchi arrived at the hotel, used their ID cards to get the room card key, and then took the elevator upstairs. The receptionist naturally knew that the two were going to the bridal suite, and was envious for a moment. Although 26 is still young, her family is pushing her to get married, especially during the Chinese New Year, and they are urging her to hurry up and find a boyfriend to go home and fulfill her duty. Now that she sees the young, beautiful and elegant Zhang Peishi about to become a bride, she can't help but envy her. But then again, if being alone is not frowned upon, who would want to get married? On the other side, Zhang Peishi and Anchi arrived at the bridal suite. With a ding sound, the door opened, and you could see the festive decorations inside. It was very festive. Looking around, everything was red, even the bed sheets and covers were red, just like when Zhang Peishi and Li Yang first met. Hey! Peishi, why are you blushing? Ah, no. No way. Come on in and take a break, I'm so tired. Zhang Peishi hurriedly defended herself, sat down on the sofa with a big sigh, and looked very tired. Anchi, on the other hand, was puzzled. She had obviously carried more luggage, so why was she tired? Could it be that she had been tormented by Li Yang? So Anchi couldn't help but think to herself, Li Yang doesn't know how to show his affection, tormenting his new wife in broad daylight. CC, why are you downloading the game King of Glory? You don't like playing games, do you? Anchi asked, puzzled. She had once asked Zhang Peishi to play the game of chicken together, but was rejected, saying that she didn't like playing games. But now, she had taken the initiative to download it. Could it be that women change after marriage? Chapter 190, It feels so good to be staying at a hotel alone. Ah, no, it feels fickle. Anchi muttered softly, changing her mind quickly. In the past 2 days, she had played with the app a lot. Yes, I didn't download it to play. Then why did you download it? It takes up a lot of space. Anchi asked, puzzled, before Zhang Peishi gave her a mysterious smile. You don't know, do you? There's another function in the app, which is to check if there are any cameras in the room. Oh? You can play like that? Well, you don't seem to use TikTok very often. I just haven't been using it. After downloading it, Zhang Peishi followed the tutorial she had seen before and tried to search for other network devices in the room. However, what she didn't expect was that there were as many as 1,800 network devices. That's outrageous. Of course, this doesn't mean that there are 1,800 cameras in the room, but because the network here is integrated, that is, there are so many people in the entire hotel connected to the internet. If there are so many cameras, where should they be installed? It's going to be a big problem. Well, it's a failure. Zhang Peishi said in a discouraged tone. She had thought she could show off in front of her best friend, but it seems she had been thinking too much. Angel didn't offer any consolation either, just bursting out laughing. Ha, it seems I didn't do a thorough enough job of explaining it. There's nothing I can do about it, so forget it, I'll sleep in my clothes tonight. Don't scare me, is it really that scary? What else? You don't want to show up on a certain website, do you? Zhang Peishi said with a serious expression. And she nodded seriously upon hearing this, and then replied thoughtfully. It's not that it's not possible, I hope the headline will make it sound more impressive. Zhang Peishi? Ha, I'm just joking, I'm not crazy enough to want to be secretly photographed. And she waved her hand, not wanting to be secretly photographed. Before resting, the two women first prepared everything they had brought. While Zhang Peishi was putting on new bed sheets, Anchi was busy hiding her shoes. Although she was alone, she was having a lot of fun. Kiki, just hide them anywhere. Zhang Peishi hurriedly said, worried that Li Yang wouldn't be able to find them tomorrow. That won't do. They must be hidden well. This symbolizes that even if there are difficulties, you two must stay together. I have to hide them well. With that, Anchi began looking for a new place again. However, the room was so small that she could see all the places where she could hide things at a glance, and there were simply no tricky places to hide. Forget it, I'm just teasing you, smile, and I'll hide in an easy place. Angie was just trying to tease Zhang Peishi, so she couldn't really hide it hard, or she would be messing with her. In the end, Angie chose a place to hide her shoes behind the TV, where she could see them by tilting her head slightly. Seeing her best friend's smug look, Zhang Peishi suddenly burst out laughing. Soon night fell. Zhang Peishi drew the curtains early and locked the door. Angel had originally said that she would sleep on the sofa in the living room, but as it got darker and darker, she also wavered on that idea. In the end, she went straight to bed, and there was no way to get her to go. Angel, are you scared? Zhang Peishi teased with a smile. No, I'm not afraid. I'm afraid you'll be afraid. Don't worry, I'll sleep with you. Angel turned the tables on her, not expecting Zhang Peishi to indulge her. She immediately rolled over and got out of bed. Peishi, where are you going? I'll sleep on the sofa, you can have the bed. No, no, no. Just sleep here. There was no way around it, Angel had to admit that she was really scared. Seeing her look, Zhang Peishi laughed happily and giggled. Unexpectedly, the door was suddenly knocked on. The sudden knock on the door startled the two women, and they looked at each other, a little overwhelmed. I'll get the door. Zhang Peishi volunteered to go. And she followed suit. Suddenly, the phone rang. Zhang Peishi saw it was Li Yang calling, and couldn't help but feel happy. Then the two heard. Idiot, open the door, I've brought you something. Ha? Husband, you're outside the door? Yes, open the door, or should I just leave the things here? Li Yang asked back, after all, his wife had been looking forward to this meeting. No, no need. Honey, it's not dark yet, you don't need to go, I'll open the door. Zhang Peishi hurriedly went to open the door barefoot, and when she saw Li Yang standing in the doorway, she couldn't help but throw herself into him. Honey. I haven't seen you for a while, but you've made Zhang Peishi miss you so much. It turns out that the feeling of staying in a hotel alone is not wonderful at all. You mean Angie? Why do I feel that it's the same with or without her? What's wrong? Li Yang asked with a smile, stroking Zhang Peishi's head while gently comforting her. No, it's nothing. What Zhang Peishi didn't say was that she really wanted to book a room next door for Li Yang to keep her company. However, what she didn't expect was that Li Yang's next words would make her very happy. My roommates, Lu Jiawan, Li Wei, and Zhao Yuchen are here. I arranged for them to stay at this hotel, so I will also be here with them at night. If you need anything, just call me. The rooms I booked for them are also on this floor. Upon hearing this, Zhang Peishi's heart was filled with joy. This is so nice. Honey, you're so good. Li Yang was puzzled. He hadn't done anything, so why was he so good? Zhang Peishi didn't explain either, but Anchi next to her nodded as if she agreed. After a short pause, Li Yang was about to leave, and Zhang Peishi suddenly felt a little nervous. But then she thought, Li Yang and the others are staying on the same floor, so her heart immediately felt a lot lighter. I'll take them out to dinner. What about you? Is there anything you want to eat? It's downstairs. We'll have barbecue. Barbecue? I want meat skewers. Zhang Peishi answered without hesitation. You have to know that a second ago she was still a little scared, but now, upon hearing that they were going to eat, she was no longer scared? When she heard that Zhang Peishi was still thinking about food, she couldn't help but slip on the floor and almost stumble and fall. Indeed, for foodies, everything can become less scary. Li Yang asked Anchi what she wanted to eat again before leaving. Looking at the empty, suddenly quiet floor, Anchi shivered. After seeing the voice-activated light in the hallway suddenly go out, she slammed the door shut. Seriously, this hotel, it's better not to stay. In contrast, Zhang Peishi was actually not afraid anymore, but instead started to eagerly anticipate the delicious food that Li Yang would bring back. Well, especially the meat skewers. Chapter 191 Slow Car, specialized in treating stubbornness. It's outrageous to talk about it. The more scared she was, the more horror stories Angie told while brushing TikTok. People just felt helpless. Is it really the case that you have abs in the daytime and ghosts at night? Later, she threw her phone away, stopped watching, and went to play poker with Zhang Peishi. They really played poker. Although there were only two people, it was just right. They couldn't play landlord, but they could play pull the train or draw the king. In this way, I not only passed the time, but also grew more confident. It was a bit embarrassing, but the two of us had a lot of fun. Whoever lost had to put a note on their face. We used toilet paper dampened with water, and when it dried, it was impossible to get rid of it, no matter how hard you shook your head. After a little more than half an hour, both women had become white-haired witches. We looked at each other and couldn't help but burst out laughing, and our fear also diminished at that moment. On the other side, Li Yang returned to the room, and Lu Jiawan, Li Wei, and Zhao Yuchen were chatting. They had just happened to talk about the 731st Army. All three wanted to go to the ruins to take a look. It can only be said that the patriotism of young people nowadays is really strong and fervent. Let's go, guys, I'll take you to try some northeastern barbecue? Li Yang said with a smile, and all three of them stood up at once. They had been traveling all day and were already tired and hungry. Plus, they had to get up early the next morning, so they were eager to get something to eat. Walking out of the hotel and turning left, they could see a food stall. Even though it was already dark, it didn't affect the busy business here. After all, it was summer, and the hotter the weather, the darker the night, and the more popular the barbecue stalls. They found a barbecue stall to sit at, and soon a girl came running over with a menu. The girl looked relatively pretty, and was of the type that you could look at for a long time, but as soon as she spoke, she left Lu Jiawan stunned. It's got a strong northeastern accent, doesn't it? Oh my god. Who threw that bottle of wine around? It almost made me trip. Excuse me, what would you like to eat? Our pig kidneys are delicious, or rather, they have a unique flavor. Although the girl quickly corrected herself, Lu Jiawan, Li Wei and Zhao Yuchen still caught an important point: the pig kidneys here are very flavorful. But the girls kept recommending them, so there was no choice. The three of them decided to order 10 skewers. Can't finish them? That's easy, we'll give them to Yang. Li Yang was confused. What? I don't eat that stuff, it's too strong. He refused outright. Forget it, Yang, it doesn't matter if we eat them or not, you need to nourish your body, don't you? Eating more will be good for your health. Lu Jiawan smiled like a cheap slut, Li Wei agreed with a cheap laugh, and Zhao Yuchen thoughtfully tore off the cling film from the cutlery and pushed it towards Li Yang. Li Yang glared at the three of them in annoyance, then bowed his head and continued ordering. First, 100 pork skewers, 100 lamb skewers, and 50 pork ribs. Yang! What's the matter, that's all you're having? It's not enough to eat, I feel like I could eat a cow right now. Lu Jiawan interrupted Li Yang, who was ordering food. There was no choice. They had been on the road for a long time, and had been sitting on the train for a day and a night. It wasn't that the three of them couldn't afford plane tickets, it was just that they couldn't get any. If you want to know why, you have to talk about how Zhang Peishi had boosted tourism in the Northeast. The patriotic feelings of the Chinese people had been completely aroused, and many people wanted to come and see the remains of Unit 731. As a result, plane tickets and the like were simply impossible to get. The three of them had originally thought that buying tickets 2 or 3 days in advance would be enough time, but as fate would have it, they were still unable to get tickets. In order not to delay their trip, Lu Jiawan and the others had no choice but to take the train. At first, they felt that it would only take them 20 hours or so, and being young and full of energy, they could handle it with ease. That was true for the first 3 hours, but after that, they became listless. Despite eating some food to replenish their energy, they still couldn't muster any strength. When the 20 hours were up and they reached their destination, the three of them got off the train and sat down directly on the curb to rest. No wonder Lu Jiawan dared to say that he could eat an ox now. Eat first, and after you're done, I'll order for you. Don't worry, it's all you can eat, on me. Li Yang handed back the menu and said with a smile. Lu Jiawan was naturally joking, too. It was impossible to really order a big table. The brothers were together, and having fun was more interesting than eating and drinking. While waiting for the food to be served, Li Wei felt that he was idle, so he reported to Li Yang about the company's affairs during this time. Li Wei's company, Shiyang Investment, had identified several new projects, and the preliminary investment plan had been approved. It was developing steadily and was considered average. It is worth mentioning that Shiyang Investment and the opposite Juncheng Capital were in the midst of a fierce battle. However, the latter often suffered losses, and every day, employees could be seen leaving because they could not stand the harsh treatment of their boss, Fan Juncheng. However, what is really annoying is that most of those employees who quit are hired by Jia Jiqi. Isn't that infuriating? Anyway, every time Fan Juncheng sees his former subordinates become employees of the rival company across the street, he will blow his nose, glare, say something harsh, turn around and leave. With the addition of fresh blood, the development momentum of Shiyang Investment is unstoppable. Li Yang was very satisfied after hearing Li Wei's account, but as astute as he was, he realized one thing. Li Wei, when you go back, be sure to tell Lao Jia to pay more attention and be more cautious. It's not impossible that there will be a mole who takes the opportunity to infiltrate our company. If there is, the consequences are unimaginable. Upon hearing this, Li Wei suddenly felt his back tense. Li Yang's words made a lot of sense, and investment projects are confidential for a company. If a mole really gets in and steals the secrets, the damage to the company could be really huge. Brother Yang, I'll remember that. I'll go back and, oh no, I'll talk to Brother Jia in a moment. We must pay attention to this matter. Okay, I'm just mentioning it in passing. Just be careful, after all. Li Yang said with a smile. Today is the day the brothers reunite, and he doesn't want to talk too much about work. However, Lu Jiawang and Zhao Yuchen looked very excited, and Li Yang knew that if he didn't let them report, they would probably suffer internal injuries from holding back. Wang Wang, tell me, has something good happened at the factory? Otherwise, you wouldn't be so happy. Haha, that's right, Lu Jiawang actually became directly complacent. If he weren't outside, he would have wanted to step on a bench and then tell the story with great relish. Brother Yang, you're really my brother, you're awesome. You know what? It feels so good to have the officials speak to us politely. Chapter 192, Zhao's corner was dug in a way that caught people off guard. Lu Jiawang talked enthusiastically. Li Wei, who was sitting opposite him, quickly covered his glass with a napkin. Don't ask, just don't ask, because he would have been sputtering with excitement. Especially at the beginning, when it came to where the production line would be located, everyone would ask, "Brother, is this okay?" Wow, it's so great. The best part is that the leaders would take the initiative to shake your hand, while saying, "Comrade, thank you for your hard work," and asking after your well-being. I never dared to dream of such treatment in the past. Lu Jiawang spoke a lot in one breath, and his mouth was dry. He reached out to take Zhao Yuchen's cup and tried to pour himself a beer, but his hand was turned away. Go away, go get your own cup, I've been avoiding you for a long time, and it's a good thing it's not dirty. Dirty? Lu Jiawang asked in puzzlement. After a while, he realized that it was his saliva that was flying everywhere. Ahem, I'm just a little excited. Lu Jiawang scratched his head awkwardly, and before the waiter brought him a cup, he had to take a sip of lukewarm mineral water. After Lu Jiawang and Li Wei had finished talking, it was Zhao Yuchen's turn. To be honest, Li Yang didn't really expect Zhao Yuchen to make much progress. After all, the task was too difficult and the workload was too heavy, and it would be really hard to let him handle it alone. If it weren't for the fact that he was in a hurry to go home to get married, Li Yang would definitely have helped. Now that he has pushed the heavy responsibility onto Zhao Yuchen's shoulders, there is really no other way. However, Zhao Yuchen has not gained nothing. On the contrary, his gains are not even a little bit less than Lu Jiawang and Li Wei's. Brother Yang, guess how many employees we have at Hongmeng Real Estate? 13. Counting me, 14. They are all talented people, professionals that I have gathered from all over the place. When it came to the sourcing from all over part, Zhao Yuchen's face obviously looked a little embarrassed, and Li Yang saw it and asked further. Yuchen, tell me, where did you source all these talents from? After Li Yang asked, Zhao Yuchen also spoke and reported his work, but he didn't mention his question. I don't know if he didn't hear it clearly. Sales is gold sales, famous in the industry. The publicity department is also a senior veteran. Well, that's good, Yuchen, Yang didn't ask you, where did you find the talent? Lu Jiawang grinned wickedly, obviously knowing something. Cough, Yang, I told you, don't hit me. Zhao Yuchen looked at Li Yang uneasily. After getting a positive reply, he spoke hesitantly. Well, there were 2 or 3 wrong ones, 4 or 5 right ones, and actually 7 or 8, all poached from Shi Jinmu, Mr. Shi. Poof. Li Yang, who had just wanted to drink some water, coughed it up directly after hearing this. Well, it coughed all over Lu Jiawang's face. Poor guy was smirking like a cheap slut, waiting to see his best friend Zhao Yuchen's joke, but never expected that he himself would become the joke, with water all over his face. Brother Yang, you can't play like that. Lu Jiawang angrily wiped his face with a napkin, his eyes as resentful as they could be. Zhao Yuchen also quickly organized his words and then gave a truthful account. Well, Yang Good, didn't I go to learn from Mr. Shi? Then I met some friends in his company. It gradually became clear that these people were all talented, real talent. Mr. Shi called them here to actually teach me things. And then? You just poached everyone? Li Yang blinked, not knowing what to say for a moment. Until he saw Zhao Yuchen nod, he took a deep breath. It's not that he didn't know how to face Shi Jianmu, but he was thinking about how to repay this great kindness. It is said that competitors are enemies, and this applies to any field. But Shi Jianmu knew that Li Yang wanted to get into real estate, but he still offered to help, which shows that he has a very big heart. And Li Yang also knew that with Shi Jianmu's sphere of influence in the Devil City, it would be very easy to squeeze out his competitors. Not to mention the control that such an established company has over its employees, which is absolutely meticulous and solid. And Zhao Yuchen was actually able to poach these talents. If there was no tacit approval from Shi Jianmu, Li Yang would never believe it. Recovering his thoughts, Li Yang had figured out the whole story. Next, he was thinking about how to repay his senior Shi Jianmu for his support after returning to the demon capital. Brother Yang, what's wrong? I know if I've done something wrong. Poaching people from Mr. Shi is tantamount to offending him, but we really have nothing here, nothing at all, and we desperately need talent. Zhao Yuchen knew that his actions were unethical and that he might offend Shi Jianmu, an old real estate businessman who had been based in the demon capital for many years. After poaching someone, he had pondered more than once what to do. Now, seeing Li Yang with a thoughtful expression on his face, Zhao Yuchen panicked. However, Li Yang gave a faint smile, shook his head, and signaled Zhao Yuchen to calm down. Then he told him about the problem he had just been thinking about. When Zhao Yuchen learned that he could recruit people because of the tacit approval of Shi Jianshu, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. It turned out that his little scheme had been seen through. I understand, Brother Yang. After this matter is settled, I will go to Mr. Shi to apologize, with a sincere attitude and standing at attention, when I return to the demon capital. Upon hearing this, Li Yang could not help but reveal a look of approval. It was definitely a happy thing that a good friend could make progress and see the advantages and disadvantages. After all, although the group is led by a few people, if they have to make decisions on everything, they will get tired sooner or later. The famous Prime Minister of Wulong collapsed because he exhausted himself thinking about everything and doing everything himself. I will pick out some gifts for you to take and go to Mr. Shi to set them up. I will go there after I get back. Li Yang's arrangements and plans make a lot of sense. He asked Zhao Yuchen to take the valuable gifts and place them to show his gratitude, to let the other party know that the gift was received. After Li Yang returns to the Magic City, he will go again, bringing some specialty products from the northeast, to strengthen the relationship. You have to know that there is a saying that has been circulating on the internet: one stone dropped can bring down several real estate developers. Although the waves have washed away many, and many have gone out of business, those that have survived have become big players. It's fine if there are no intersections, but since Li Yang has set foot in this field and achieved results, those big players will definitely not let it go. By then, without a good helper, it will be difficult to succeed. And Shi Jianmu happens to be a good partner. Although there is the psychology of taking advantage. Li Yang is truly grateful. Chapter 193, The King Covers the Earth, the Tiger, the Chicken Stewed with Mushrooms? In theory, after not seeing each other for a while, and meeting again in Li Yang's hometown, the brothers would definitely drink a lot and not go home until they are drunk. But unfortunately, the train made the three of them uncomfortable, and they could only just fill their stomachs before they couldn't help but feel sleepy and wanted to go back and rest. And on the table, there was still quite a lot of leftover meat skewers and various kebabs, so no one could eat them. Lu Jiawang angrily pushed back the kebab that Li Yang had handed him, revealing a face of embarrassment. Brother Yang, I didn't expect you guys to be so generous. The meat on these kebabs is really big. I can't eat anymore, no matter what. I should have told you to order less. Upon hearing this, Li Yang rolled his eyes in annoyance. Hey, buddy, it's not that I'm stingy and mean, just that I don't want to waste it. Here, take it, it's delicious. Don't say that when you come to our northeast, we don't treat you well. Li Yang smiled and pushed the meat skewer back. There was no choice, Lu Jiawang had to ask the waitress to put it in a plastic bag to take away. I can't eat it today, how about we eat it on the way back to the Magic City by train? Upon hearing this, Li Wei and Zhao Yuchen next to him both changed their expressions. Don't ask, just don't ask. They were both put off by the idea of taking the train. Li Yang naturally wouldn't let them take the rest of the barbecue to eat on the train, but instead took it over and ordered some more from the waitress. Is this for your wife? Li Wei asked. Yes. Li Yang nodded. Ever since he got married and had a child, whenever Li Yang went out, he would think about his wife and child. It's only natural, after all, they are a beautiful wife and a cute child, how could he not miss them? Well, Yang didn't say anything, but I can still smell a strong, stinking smell of love. Seconded, I can smell it too, sweet and sickening, yuck. Li Wei and Lu Jiawang sneered, and Zhao Yuchen just wanted to speak up when he saw that Li Yang had already easily controlled the two. Brother, I dare not, brother. Godfather. All I can say is, just how high the conversation was, and now how low the men are. Soon, Li Yang finished grilling the barbecue that Zhang Peishi had ordered. He took it over, paid the bill, and the brothers got up and walked towards the hotel. Under the dark night sky, the orange street lamps dimly lit up. The four brothers walked down the street, chatting and laughing, which was quite a different experience. Time flies, and the once naive teenagers have become fathers and husbands. Whenever they talk about it, they can't help but feel that time really flies. Sad. Yang is getting married tomorrow, and I'm still single. Ow. Go away, what's the dog barking at this late hour for? You're not the only one who's single. Li Wei kicked Lu Jiawang in the shin, also revealing an expression of envy. They say marriage is the grave, but how is it that Yang has entered the whirlpool of love? Envy, damn it. Envy. Zhao Yuchen, who doesn't usually swear, swore, which shows how big the impact of Li Yang's rapid family and career establishment can be. After all, they are the same generation, but how can their life trajectories be so different? However, the few people were simply envious, and there were no negative emotions such as jealousy or hatred. After all, I am the godfather of the others. After strolling for a while and walking on the road for a while, I saw that it was almost time, so I went back to the hotel. Lu Jiawang was so sleepy that he kept falling asleep. While walking, he suddenly bumped his head on a street lamp post, and a bag appeared above his head at a speed visible to the naked eye. Li Wei and Zhao Yuchen were also similar. In case the three of them bumped into people or cars, Li Yang had to take them back. The main thing is that I have to be responsible to the drivers. What if I fall asleep and crash into the car? Whose responsibility would that be? Soon the group returned to the hotel, and the three of them went back to their rooms. Li Yang also went to find Zhang Peishi with the barbecue. Don't worry, the barbecue was packed in tin foil in an insulated bag, which can keep food warm for more than an hour. They were only delayed for a short while. Arriving at the bridal suite, Li Yang knocked on the door. Immediately afterwards, he heard the playful voice of Zhang Peishi inside. The king is on top, the tiger is on the ground. Chicken and mushrooms. Li Yang accurately responded to the password, but the door still didn't open. Honey, just leave your things and go back to rest. Huh? Li Yang was confused. They were already at the door, but she really didn't want to see him. Silly, this is modern society, let's not be superstitious, just open the door. No. No way. Honey, be good, listen to me, just leave your things and go. Zhang Peishi's attitude was very firm. She said that if she didn't want to see him, she wouldn't, and she wouldn't even open the cat eye cover, let alone open the door. After much persuasion, she still refused to open the door. There was nothing Li Yang could do but listen to his wife and put down his things before leaving. Li Yang walked to the other end of the corridor and kept looking back as he walked. The first time he looked back, the door still hadn't opened and his things were still there. The second time he looked back, it was as above. The third time he looked back, hey? A small, white hand poked out, and then the things were taken away. Seeing this, Li Yang laughed dumbly. This little fool is really rare. Then, he turned into a room. Originally, Li Yang wanted to book 4 rooms, but Lu Jiawang said that he couldn't sleep without Li Wei. Huh? Although Li Wei gave Lu Jiawang a good scolding, it did not stop the two from sleeping in the same room. Don't think too much about it, it's just a simple feeling of being in the same room, it's too luxurious, there are twin rooms in the hotel. As it happened, the king-size rooms were really booked out due to an increase in local tourists, leaving only twin rooms. In this way, Lu Jiawang and Li Wei snuggled into one room. Zhao Yuchen was in the next room, waiting for Li Yang. It seemed more and more ridiculous, didn't it? Knocking on the door, Zhao Yuchen opened it. As soon as he entered, Li Yang caught a familiar stench of smelly feet. Upon closer inspection, he saw that in the 17-18 square meter room, apart from the 2 beds, there were actually 2 more people. Wang, Li Wei, aren't you sleepy and can't open your eyes? Why did you come here? Li Yang asked with a smile, then opened the window a crack, otherwise, he would suffocate in a moment. Lying on the bed will make you not feel sleepy. Come on, Yang, come over and play. Lu Jiawang shook his phone, indicating that Li Yang should come over and play some games together. 1, 2, 3, 4, there's still one person missing, how can we play? It's not a big deal, I'll call Deng Xiaonan, counting her, there will be 5 of us. Deng Xiaonan? Ha? What's going on? Li Yang asked in puzzlement. He was familiar with this name, because she was the assistant to the instructor Meng Yingxue, a quiet little girl who was also very shy. Apart from work, she did nothing else during the week. Lu Jiawang's ability to get her to come and play games really exceeded Li Yang's expectations. Chapter 194, Tutor, the Wild King I Want a Home. Seeing Li Yang's puzzled expression, Li Wei directly kicked Lu Jiawang. Tell me, how did you hook up with Deng Xiaonan? No, to enhance the relationship. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiawang glared at him angrily, and then, to his surprise, he even blushed. Well, this. How should I put it? It was during the final exams. Xiaonan went home late at night, and it was dark, so someone snatched his bag on the street. Lu Jiawang hadn't even finished talking when Li Wei and Zhao Yuchen took over. Yes, Deng Xiaonan was robbed, and Wang happened to bump into him. Then, with great effort, he managed to get back what the thief had stolen. Brother Yang, guess what it was? Zhao Yuchen looked at Li Yang and asked. What was it? The final exam math paper. After saying that, Zhao Yuchen even gave Lu Jiawang a dirty look, as if he were very unhappy. This had happened before, and the last time, a teacher's bag was snatched after she finished proctoring an exam. Inside the bag were cash, a mobile phone, and a test paper from one of the exam rooms. Because the test paper was lost, the school decided that all the candidates from that exam room would be given a passing grade. Li Yang nodded after hearing this. He had heard about this incident before. But he never expected that Lu Jiawang would also encounter this kind of thing. However, upon thinking about it, Li Yang understood why Zhao Yuchen would roll her eyes at Lu Jiawang. Yuchen, you and Li Wei, were you in that exam room? Yes, Yang, you were right to guess. Yuchen and I were in that exam room. Damn it, why did you have to grab back the exam paper? Li Wei and Zhao Yuchen were not worried about failing the exam, but just in case, it would be safer to just throw the exam paper away. Now that it's been recovered by a good roommate, what a good roommate you are. Lu Jiawang was a little embarrassed at first, but suddenly he seemed to come to his senses and said immediately. Just look at you guys, you don't study properly. If you study hard like me, I know, like Yangda, you wouldn't need to worry about failing the exam. Bah! I skipped so many classes, and 99% of the time you dragged me away. You didn't even yell, you just came up to me and dragged me away. Li Wei spat out a mouthful and scolded. Lu Jiawang was also speechless. After all, it was the truth. Cough cough, Viagra, I think, you and Brother Zhao are so smart, you will definitely pass, you won't fail, really. Someone changed his words quickly, with a smiling face like a chrysanthemum in bloom. Li Yang was already laughing his head off as he sat there, wondering what such an interesting thing could have happened while he was gone. He was also curious, so he continued to press for more information. So what happened next? Then what? There was no then. Xiaonan added me as a friend that night, and after expressing her thanks, we started chatting. Later, I found out that she likes to play games, and so do I, so I asked her to join me, and we just started playing together. After Lu Jiawang finished, Li Wei couldn't stop smacking his lips. This is called love. Zhao Yuchen nodded in agreement. Lu Jiawang, however, was unhappy and argued. Okay, stop, it's impossible for the two of us. What? Is her husband not allowing the two of you to be together? Go away, Xiaonan is single. Hey, what a lovely little Xiaonan, so affectionate, full of the prelude to love, full of the stench of love. Lu Jiawang shut up. He was used to the teasing of his two good friends, and this was not the first time it had happened in the past while. The reason he didn't say anything more was that he himself wasn't sure how he felt about Deng Xiaonan. If he could figure it out, he thought, he could give an answer. Now. Let's play a game first. Come on, let's play games, let's play together, log in. Seeing this, Li Wei and Zhao Yuchen exchanged glances and cursed in unison, you deserve to be single. Li Yan also opened the game. Although he hadn't played for a long time, his friends all wanted to play, so he would accompany them. However, what he didn't expect was that the nickname of the assistant instructor, Deng Xiaonan, was the Wild King I Want a Home. There is a lot of information contained in this name. Everyone soon arrived. What Li Yan didn't expect was that their assistant actually had a lively side. Just as the few people entered the room, the assistant Deng Xiaonan turned on the microphone. When she learned from Lu Jiawang that the remaining people were Li Yang, Li Wei, and Zhao Yuchen, Deng Xiaonan was actually very happy. "Oh. They are all classmates in our class, that's great, then I'll take you guys on a flying tour, okay?" Li Yang looked up and looked at Li Wei and Zhao Yuchen. The two nodded at the same time and then said in a very low voice, "Brother Yang, the tutor is really good at her job." Although she had previously taken Wang Wang on a double date, her skills were really something else. After all, Brother Yang, just take a look at the tutor's in-game nickname and you'll know what I mean. Soon, the 5 rows of players had matched up with opponents and it was time to ban heroes. Without waiting for the 4 men to say anything, the tutor had already started making arrangements. She analyzed which heroes to ban in a very logical way. No wonder she was able to stay on as a tutor. It is said that she can even be promoted to a substitute teacher next year. Her logical ability is very strong. All we can say is that Deng Xiaonan, the tutor assistant, has refreshed everyone's perceptions over and over again. Soon Li Yang and the others forgot the image of the quiet, introverted, and unsociable tutor assistant. Instead, when they mentioned Deng Xiaonan, they felt that she was a big sister, an image of a lively, game-loving girl. As Li Wei and Zhao Yuchen said, Deng Xiaonan was a very good player. Her Li Bai was very elegant, whether she was playing counter-jungle, taking the dragon, or supporting the team on the third lane. With such a good-paced jungler, it was hard not to win. So much so that after one game, Li Yang wanted to give Deng Xiaonan the full set of Li Bai skins. After all, you can't play so well and still be naked without a skin. Lu Jiawang was thinking the same thing, so he asked, "Deng Xiaonan, you like playing as Li Bai so much, why don't you buy a skin? Doesn't it feel different with and without a skin?" Almost, Lu Jiawang was about to blurt out, "Why don't I buy you one?" In the end, he stopped himself, not saying it. He was sure that if he said that, he would definitely be teased by the guys next to him until the middle of the night. Deng Xiaonan's reply was also very simple. "Buy skin? Why buy skin? You can play with or without skin. With this money, I'd rather save it for Qianqiang." Qianqiang? Hearing this name, Lu Jiawang suddenly began to breathe heavily, and Li Wei and Zhao Yuchen also widened their eyes. Could it be that the assistant had a boyfriend? Chapter 195. What does a good girl have to do with a flea market? The 3 of them saw Lu Jiawang's hand on the screen suddenly shake a little, and then flash into the opponent's jungler's face, where he was harvested. Li Wei saw this and hurriedly asked the assistant across the microphone, "Deng Xiaonan, you have a boyfriend?" Deng Xiaonan was also trying to reassure Lu Jiawang, but he was interrupted by Li Wei's question. "Wang Wang, be careful. I'll go catch it for you." "Huh? Why are you suddenly asking that?" For a moment, Deng Xiaonan was at a loss for words. "Ah, nothing, I'm just curious who this Qianqiang is you were talking about just now." Li Wei laughed and continued to ask. Lu Jiawang, who was walking from the blood pool to the middle of the road, threw a grateful glance at Li Wei. Although at first he had vehemently denied that he and Deng Xiaonan were anything, he had sensed a different feeling in Deng Xiaonan that he had never felt before in a relationship. Although Li Wei usually joked that any girl who showed even the slightest interest in a guy who had never been in a relationship would make him feel giddy, Lu Jiawang admitted that he was in that state right now. But there was nothing he could do about it. He simply couldn't hold back. Now his best friend is asking Deng Xiaonan questions on his behalf, which happen to be the same questions he wants to know. After the event, he will have to call him Godfather, which is not impossible. On the other side, Deng Xiaonan was lying on the bed, and after hearing Li Wei's question from the class, she puffed up her cheeks. While returning to the city to replenish blood, she smoothed the pillow under her breasts, otherwise they would be uncomfortable, and then she answered. "You mean Qianqiang? He is a little boy. A little boy." Lu Jiawang felt his breathing quicken and his heart ache. Deng Xiaonan naturally couldn't see or hear, and continued talking. Qianqiang has no parents, and his elderly grandmother, who depends on him, is also getting old. I started supporting him when I went to university. He's very pitiful, and a very sensible child. Hearing this, Lu Jiawang, who was busy suffering from chest pain, suddenly came back to life. Even if his brain was down, he could make sense of Deng Xiaonan's words. The so-called Qianqiang is not a boyfriend, but a real little boy, a little friend. After understanding that he had misunderstood, Lu Jiawang suddenly felt the sun shining brightly. "Oh, I see. So that's how it is." Tutor, you are really amazing, and you were still supporting poor children when you were in college. Li Wei suddenly felt a sense of awe. After all, a quiet little girl like her was actually doing such a big charitable deed behind the scenes, and that was truly praiseworthy and admirable. Not just Li Wei, but Zhao Yuchen and Li Yang also had a very intuitive change in their opinions of the tutor. She is very kind. And in Lu Jiawang's mind, there was one more label: good girl. Xiaonan, how are you going to support Xiangxiang? Let me help you out a little. You just graduated and haven't been officially hired yet, so you don't make much, right? Lu Jiawang said this, genuinely wanting to help Deng Xiaonan. The thought of her eating only the unappetizing meals in the staff cafeteria at school made him feel bad for her. Deng Xiaonan fell silent upon hearing this, then sounded like she was laughing, a very happy laugh. No need, thank you, Wang Wang. I don't just have this source of income from my salary. I also do game power leveling on the side, and sometimes I can earn more than my salary in a month. It's like I'm earning 2 salaries and supporting a child on my own, without any pressure. But thank you very much, Wang Wang. Lu Jiawang smiled embarrassedly, bashfully scratching the back of his head, and then sent another headshot. Air. I'm fine, I can win this round. Deng Xiaonan said reassuringly, and then helped Lu Jiawang take revenge by slaying the opposing jungler. When the current game ended, the opposing jungler sent a line of text just before the crystal exploded. Opposing jungler, do you really need to chase me and kill me just because I asked if you like fried dough? There was no time to reply before the opposing crystal exploded into cinders. The 5 people on this side couldn't help but laugh together. Although they were playing games on their phones, they had become closer. They were much closer than they would have been if they had met at school. Take a break. Li Wei put down his phone and leaned back against the bed to rest a little. Deng Xiaonan didn't leave either, but instead, in the room, turned on the microphone and chatted with the others. As they chatted, they got onto the subject of why she was sponsoring poor children. Well, how should I put it? My family's situation is also quite ordinary. It was very difficult to pay for my university education. It was also a kind person who learned about my situation and then sponsored me to finish university. Oh, I see. Because you got caught in the rain, you want to hold an umbrella for others. Zhao Yuchen answered quickly. Deng Xiaonan smiled and admitted, yes, that's exactly how I feel. Right now I'm not yet able to, but in the future I want to do more charity work to give back to society. I have to say, at this moment, the radiant light from Deng Xiaonan's body can shine through the phone. Lu Jiawang is also extremely happy, and the mouth that is almost pulled to the back of his head is showing off to everyone, look, this is a good girl. But then again, what's wrong with a good girl, and what does it have to do with you? Li Wei and Zhao Yuchen directly typed in the group chat of the 4 people and asked in this way. Lu Jiawang froze for a moment when he saw this, then put away his smarmy smile. He had been awakened. Yes, so what if she's a good girl? What does that have to do with me? Li Yang then gave him a light pat on the shoulder and whispered in his ear, do you like her? Lu Jiawang nodded. He really liked Deng Xiaonan. At this moment, he stopped pretending and felt no embarrassment. Even a fool should know that if he continued pretending, he might miss out for the rest of his life. Li Yang asked this question because he naturally could see into Lu Jiawang's heart, so he was sort of guiding him. If you like her, just go after her, do you need instructions? Aren't you usually quite good at talking? Hearing this, Lu Jiawang's eyes lit up. Yes, just go after her if you like her. Lu Jiawang, who had suddenly understood, started to find topics on his own. In no time, Deng Xiaonan was giggling with laughter. Xiaonan, are you still playing? If you're tired, you can take a break, and we'll play again tomorrow. Okay, you're right, I am a bit tired. We'll play again some other time. Bye. After saying goodbye to Li Wei and the others, Deng Xiaonan logged out and left the room. Li Wei looked helpless. Idiot, you just got her to log off. How are you going to get closer to her? But she was tired. Lu Jiawang said. With his honest expression, I really don't know what to say to my brothers. Chapter 196, Angel, don't pressure me with your babbling. I can't breathe. Lu Jiawang is smart. After not playing games, he also knew to chat with Deng Xiaonan privately, leaving Li Yang and the others on the sidelines. Brother Yang, what should we 3 do? Wang Wang, forget it, let him live. Seeing that his brother has finally come to his senses, the guys are all happy, either offering advice or teasing. Anyway, between Lu Jiawang and Deng Xiaonan, it's still very possible. What's this called? A hero saving a beauty? Lu Jiawang just happened to pass by and help retrieve something, and he actually won the favor of Deng Xiaonan. Anyway, fate is really something wonderful sometimes. But then again, when some of his classmates fail a course and at the same time learn about the incident of their exam papers being stolen, I wonder how they will feel about Lu Jiawang's actions. Grit their teeth? I guess so. What are you doing? Go to bed early. Li Yang laughed and then took out his phone, which happened to be ringing with a call from Zhang Peishi. Li Wei and Zhao Yuchen were speechless. Yuchen, so it's just the two of us, you're a 100-watt bulb and I'm a 60-watt bulb. Wow, we're incandescent bulbs? Yes, incandescent bulbs get hot, they'll burn these two idiots to death. Li Wei muttered indignantly, and the next second his voice suddenly dropped. Don't ask, just ask. Li Yang answered the phone call from Zhang Peishi. It should be quiet or remain quiet, especially in front of his sister-in-law. Bored, Li Wei and Zhao Yuchen lay on the bed playing with their phones. After just a few minutes, they fell asleep. Lu Jiawang hid in the bathroom. Judging from his sneaky appearance, he must have gone to make a phone call. Li Yang sat on the bench by the window, looking at Zhang Peishi on the screen of his phone and chatting with her. Zhang Peishi had a lot to say. For example, the meat skewers were delicious? For example, what is that something that smells so good? And, honey, is everything okay at home with Yi and Yaya, who are staying with their parents? Not surprisingly, Zhang Peishi started to worry about her babies again. This was the first time that neither husband nor wife had been around Yi and Yaya, and it was inevitable that the mother would worry. It wasn't that she didn't trust her in-laws, but she would miss them when they weren't around, and any mother would feel the same way. Don't worry, when I left, I deliberately walked past Yi. The two of them were having so much fun with our parents that they didn't even look at me. Li Yang reassured her, trying to calm Zhang Peishi's worries. Really? What were their parents doing with Yi that they didn't even look at their father? Playing TikTok. After saying this, Li Yang became a little helpless. Because his son and daughter actually liked to watch TikTok. He also knew that the babies were still young and should not be exposed to electronic products too early, but just a brief glance would have no effect. The main thing was that sometimes Yi and Yaya did not eat their milk well and were easily distracted by things around them. At this time, taking out the mobile phone and playing a baby educational cartoon would be very useful. The cartoons are cute and Yi and Yaya like to watch them. They often stare at the screen, and then look away, and then eat their milk. This is a very effective method. When Li Yang was looking for a solution to the problem of Yi and Yaya not wanting to drink milk, many parents in the comments section shared their experiences. This method received the most positive feedback, so the couple tried it and found that it really worked. However, Li Yang discovered another problem. Yi really likes to use TikTok, and his eyes move along with the phone as he watches. He especially likes to watch videos of beautiful women. In particular, the videos of beautiful women dancing that Lu Jiawang, Li Wei, and Zhao Yuchen shared with him, Yi really likes to watch. Although the little guy is still young and can't really be described as liking to watch beautiful women, the fact that he stares at the dancing beauty Gigi and laughs is also true. For example, when Li Yang left the house, Yi was looking at the pretty girl, so she didn't have time to pay attention to her father. Yaya was fine, but she was also nestled in her grandmother's arms, yawning, so naturally she didn't greet her father. Well, it's good, but in the future, we should let Yi and Yaya watch the phone less. Okay, after we're done, let's ask the brother and sister to quit using the phone. Okay. Ha, I'm sleepy, honey, you should get some rest too. Don't you need me to keep you company on the phone? Li Yang asked with a smile. No, I have Kiki with me, she's so sleepy she doesn't even know her surname anymore. Hey, Kiki, what's your surname? Get lost. Angie snapped, rolling her eyes. Okay, get some rest early, and call me if you dare. Okay. Ding ding ding. The phone hung up, and Zhang Peishi put her phone down next to her pillow and lay down gently. However, Anchi, who she said was so sleepy she could hardly stand, pounced on her and used her upper body to press down on Zhang Peishi's long legs. Anchi, what are you doing? It's time to sleep. Humph. Peishi. Who told you to hit my butt? I have to return the favor. Damn it. I just asked you your surname, why are you still holding a grudge? I'm holding a grudge. You want a beating. Giggle. Inside the room, giggles continued. In the end, and she did not toss Zhang Peishi around. Someone was speechless. When did this girl's strength become so great? Don't ask, just ask. The strength she has developed from holding and ah. In the past, she had little strength and was powerless. Since having and ah, Zhang Peishi, the mother, has had to hold them all the time. Just putting them to sleep at night and feeding them are all physical activities. In contrast, the heaviest thing she has ever carried is her mobile phone. If this continues, how can she ever outlast Zhang Peishi? It was only a matter of time before she was overpowered and countered. Humph. I'm not playing with you anymore. Angel lay down, wrapped herself in the quilt, and rolled over, leaving only her back to Zhang Peishi. Zhang Peishi wasn't going to let her get away with it, and kicked her. Hey, Kiki, this is my quilt, okay? Did you wash your feet? Don't make my quilt smell. Of course I did, why don't you smell it? Then the two women started tossing and turning again. The result was that Angie was pinned down by Zhang Peishi and couldn't move. Peishi, let's negotiate. Don't insult me with your baby food rations, okay? Take it away and move over, you're squishing me and I can't breathe. Eh? Really? Come on, switch places. I'll try it if you keep squishing me like this and see if I really can't breathe. Zhang Peishi said, sat up, and then pulled Angie up. However, Angie, with a look of wanting to stab someone, could no longer hide it. I suspect you're deliberately humiliating me. Ah yes. Angie. Chapter 197. Don't want to sleep? Can't sleep. After the two had finished playing, it was already very late. Angie also fell asleep, and with a bang, almost scared Zhang Peishi to death. If she bumps her head and gets a bump, does that mean I have to help her put it back in place? I have to say that Angie's sleep quality is very good, her breathing is even, and she is fast asleep. But Zhang Peishi can't sleep anymore. She can't quite put her finger on it, whether it's because she's getting married tomorrow or something else. At this moment, the covers on the bed are all thrown off to the four corners, and she still can't sleep, so she simply sits up. Since she couldn't sleep anyway, Zhang Peishi got out of bed to see if she had prepared everything she needed for tomorrow. She checked her accessories, looked at her wedding dress, and thought about putting on some beautiful makeup tomorrow, so she simply took care of her skin. To put on makeup well, you need to moisturize well. So, she directly took out a white clay mask from a certain high-end brand and applied it on her face, then sat by the bedside and watched short videos. At that moment, she heard Angie's whispering voice behind her, "Man, come to my arms quickly. Hey, don't run, I'll dress you up in a uniform." Zhang Peishi turned her head to look at her best friend after hearing the voice, and then noticed that she was sleeping with her eyes closed and a lewd smile on her face. She suddenly became a little worried that the man in her best friend's dream would be in danger. Then, after a short while, Zhang Peishi heard an cheese chomping sound behind her. Without looking, she knew that her best friend was dreaming about eating something delicious. She couldn't help but say that the dream was really long span, chasing after a man 1 second and enjoying delicious food the next. What a big heart! The lights were on, so Zhang Peishi was afraid that the lights would affect Chee's rest, so she turned off the lights in the room, and she also turned the brightness of her phone to the lowest. At this time, Angel woke up dazedly. She looked at Zhang Peishi sitting by the bed and asked, "Peishi, why aren't you sleeping yet?" "Huh? Angel, you're awake?" Zhang Peishi heard a voice and turned her head to look at her. Then when the dim light from her phone shone on her face, and there was still a white clay mask on her face, Angel was scared and immediately curled up in a corner, then shouted, "Ah! A ghost! I am a kind person and have never done anything evil. Please don't come after me. Please go away." At this time, Zhang Peishi turned on the light in the bedroom and came to Angie's side to comfort her. "It's me, Angie. Did you have a nightmare?" "What a nightmare?" "Peishi, you're dressed like this, you scared me." Seeing that it was her best friend, Angie said with a sigh. Anyone who saw Zhang Peishi dressed like that would have thought she was a ghost. Then she continued, "You didn't turn on the lights at night, you sat on my bed, and you had such a white mask on. If you had a weak heart, you would have been scared to death just by seeing you." "Huh? No, I need to drink some water to calm down." Angie got off the bed and gulped down a glass of plain water. Zhang Peishi felt a little embarrassed when she saw how scared her best friend had become, but she still defended herself. "I saw you asleep and thought I'd turn off the light, but I didn't expect you to wake up so quickly. I don't know what happened, I couldn't sleep, so I put on a mask to pass the time. I don't know if it's because I'm so excited about getting married tomorrow, but I can't sleep at all now." Hearing her best friend say this, Angie's face softened. "If you can't sleep, wake me up. It's better to have someone to talk to than be alone. Now it's fine, I can't sleep even if I want to. I was startled just now, but Anchi is full of energy now. You're wearing this mask on your face, right? She saw a white box in front of the dressing table and asked for it. Yes, you can put it on. After saying that, Anchi smeared the clay mask on her face and sat down next to Zhang Peishi. Although she is not getting married tomorrow, Anchi is still a little nervous as a bridesmaid. The main reason is that she has never been a bridesmaid before and has no experience. In fact, before this, if she said she couldn't sleep because she was anxious about being a bridesmaid, Zhang Peishi could still believe her, but combined with the way she just fell asleep, it's unbelievable. How much pressure must she be under to be able to fall asleep? At this time, Anchi looked at Zhang Peishi and couldn't help but feel emotional. Tomorrow you will become a wife, and when you go to your husband's family, you must take good care of your husband and children. Zhang Peishi heard her best friend's words, which had a hint of the old costume dramas about them, and teased her, speak human words. Hey, okay. Anchi beamed, then took her hand and said, tell me if you're being wronged after you get married, I can't let my sister be bullied. Don't worry, I'll come back to give you justice no matter how far away I am. Okay, got it. Zhang Peishi was quite moved to hear Anchi's words. But good girlfriends can't be serious for long, and she grinned from ear to ear, saying, don't forget, there are single, high-quality men who want to be good to your sister. You know what I like. They are at least 1.8 meters tall, have 8-pack abs, are white and clean, and most importantly, like women. Okay, no problem, if there is such a guy, I will definitely think of you first. Zhang Peishi patted Angie's head and grinned. The two best friends chatted and laughed, and soon they were both sleepy. Taking advantage of the drowsiness, the two turned off the lights and went to sleep, ready to welcome a beautiful day. At first, Zhang Peishi was not the only one who couldn't sleep. Li Yan also couldn't sleep. Why couldn't they sleep? It can only be said that the room was very lively. Li Wei and Zhao Yuchen went to bed early because Li Yang and Lu Jiaowang were both calling girls, and the two were bored, so after lying around for a while, they also fell asleep. Lu Jiaowang also put down his phone after chatting with Deng Xiaonan and fell asleep. Youth is great. It was Li Yang's turn. He had just leaned against the bed, preparing to take a nap, when noise came from his ear. It was real noise. Lu Jiaowang was snoring, and the sound was really loud. Li Yang knew that it was definitely not because Lu Jiaowang was lying next to him, but because the snoring was really very loud. Not to mention sleeping, if you listen carefully, you can almost feel the bed shake. Although it is an exaggerated metaphor, it is enough to prove how terrible Lu Jiaowang's snoring is. Unable to sleep, simply unable to sleep, standing up and sitting down and standing up, Li Yang had no choice but to give Lu Jiaowang a push. He pushed hard, but alas, it did not wake him up. However, the snoring seemed to have become quieter, and then disappeared. Li Yang was overjoyed, and gently lay down, but then the snoring started again, as if on purpose. Chapter 198, Snoring, Teeth Grinding, Talking in Your Sleep, the whole package. But snoring is something that cannot be controlled at all, so how could it be on purpose? Li Yang had no choice but to roll over and try a different position to see if she could fall asleep. However, as soon as the quilt was covered on her body, Lu Jiaowang rolled over, and the quilt, which was already not much, was directly snatched away. Wang Wang. Li Yang whispered, but there was no response. All one can say is that if someone had been there, they would have seen that Li Yang's forehead was black. After a great deal of effort, Li Yang was able to wrest a corner of the quilt away from Lu Jiaowang, just enough to cover his stomach. Slowly, Li Yang got used to the snoring sound in his ears, and he seemed to be able to fall asleep in a daze. In this way, Li Yang closed his eyes, imagining the arrival of tomorrow. However, it is not that easy to sleep. As soon as he closed his eyes, there was a crunch sound in his ears. A mouse? No, this hotel's hygiene has passed the test, so what was that sound? Following the sound, Li Yang's gaze locked onto Li Wei. Good guy. This guy, he grinds his teeth. Li Yang closed his eyes in despair and tried to remember. When they were in the dormitory, Li Wei didn't seem to have this problem, did he? To be honest, compared to snoring, teeth grinding is a much more terrifying thing. Snoring is just noisy, but teeth grinding is scary, especially at night. The creaking sound really makes you worry. Worry about what? Worry about Li Wei gnawing his own teeth off. The intensity of it, it feels like he really can. Li Wei, wake up. Li Yang couldn't sleep, and couldn't sleep at all, so he sat up again and kicked Li Wei in the bed next to him. Perhaps because he had been on the train for a day and a night, he simply couldn't be woken up. In other words, if Li Yang wanted to sleep, there were only two ways: either punch Lu Jiawang to shut him up or kick Li Wei to make him quiet. The second was to go back to the next room and go to sleep. Feeling a bit tired these past 2 days, Li Yang thought for a moment and decided not to choose option 2, but to endure it a little longer. To be honest, the position he was lying in really tested one's willpower. There was snoring on the left and teeth grinding on the right. If one rested in this environment every day, sooner or later one would ascend to the heavens. Li Wei! Li Yang shouted again, kicking the edge of the bed in passing. It's funny to say, but kicking was useless. Instead, it activated Zhao Yuchen, who was next to Li Wei. The reason I say activated is that it didn't wake him up, but it triggered his little problem, talking in his sleep. Lu Jiawang snores, Li Wei grinds his teeth, and Zhao Yuchen talks in his sleep. It's great, it's all there. Li Yang was so amused that he laughed. Goodness, the three of them had deliberately traveled all the way from the Magic City to Fengtian to torture themselves, hadn't they? You can imagine how lively it was in this room. Lu Jiawang, snoring, snoring, snoring. Li Wei, creak, creak, crack. Zhao Yuchen, don't hit me, can't I just be spanked? Li Yang was left speechless and helpless. After thinking for a moment, Li Yang stood up and planned to go back to the next room to sleep. But the problem was, where was the room card? He looked for it on the table in the room for a long time, but couldn't find the room card for the next room. Then he looked at the time, it was already late at night, and it was not appropriate to ask the front desk to find someone to open the door. In this case, there was no other choice but to stay up. When I was young, I heard about boiling an eagle, but now I have actually seen you boil a few Yango brothers. Well. Zhao Yuchen, who was talking in his sleep, responded. Li Yang suddenly had the urge to go over and kick him, and then he did, except that Li Wei blocked him tightly, so half of his foot was on him. Also, since Li Yang didn't use much force, he never managed to wake Li Wei up. Speaking of responses, this is also very interesting. Zhao Yuchen was talking in his sleep, and he was actually able to respond with Li Wei? Zhao Yuchen's ramblings were a bit hard to hear, but it was very strange that Li Wei was actually able to ask questions and answer them. Li Yang simply moved away from them and sat in the chair next to the window. Looking at the three brothers in front of him, he tightened his clothes and planned to make do for the night in the chair. It was easier said than done. Although Li Yang could recover his full strength after just a little nap, in this environment, even if he did recover his full strength, he would probably be exhausted. Perhaps only the heavens knew what Li Yang had gone through that night. Finally, it was time to go to bed, and the alarm clock that the group had set went off. The sound was not loud, but Li Yang shouted directly. Wake up! Wake up! With a loud noise, Li Yang picked Lu Jiawang up and threw him onto the bed where Li Wei and Zhao Yuchen were. The three of them suddenly crowded onto one bed. It was a good thing the bed was of good quality, otherwise it would have collapsed. Lu Jiawang was also awakened. He opened his eyes dazedly and suddenly found himself lying on top of Li Wei. He was stunned. What's going on? Li Wei, what are you doing to me? Li Wei, who was also sleepily awakened, was mainly awakened by the pressure. Lu Jiawang was lying on top of him, making him feel like he couldn't breathe. Damn it! You're really heavy. You should lose weight. No, what are you doing on top of me? Is it time? Should it be time? Lu Jiawang wasn't sure, and turned his head to look at Li Yang. Brother Yang, is it time? Nonsense, if it wasn't time, why would I throw you over? Case solved, it wasn't me who was on top of you, it was Brother Yang who threw me over. Ha! Nonsense, Brother Yang, with my weight, you could never lift me. Lu Jiawang suddenly realized halfway through his sentence that he didn't believe that Li Yang could lift him. Li Yang was also decisive, and directly hooked his fingers. Come here, I'll show you again. Do you believe I'll throw you out the window? Lu Jiawang winced at the sound of this, shaking his head, refusing to go over. Yang, why are you in such a bad mood? Did you not sleep well last night? Upon hearing this, Li Yang closed his eyes. Did I not sleep well? I still haven't slept. Okay, wake up, we should set off too. After we're done, you can sleep well again. Well, I'm not going to sleep anymore. I've had a good sleep. Ouch, don't look. It wasn't a long sleep, but I feel so comfortable. As Lu Jiawang was bragging, Li Yang clenched his fists. Li Wei also spoke up, but he was arguing with Lu Jiawang. Forget it, Wang Wang, you snored last night, you know? Oh my, it was so loud. Upon hearing this, Li Yang could no longer hold back and moved over directly with a bench. How dare you say that? Wang Wang snored the whole night, from beginning to end. Li Wei, you grind your teeth in your sleep, you know? Yu Chen, you talk in your sleep and you can actually echo Li Wei, that's really something. I can endure it for a whole night, doesn't that count as good endurance? Ha! Chapter 199, A Good National Mother-in-Law. Li Yang counted the score with the three of them, counting on his fingers. The three of them, who had originally looked innocent, were now crammed with embarrassment. They couldn't help but be embarrassed, having actually brought their minor problems to Feng Tian. Okay, it's all in the past. Pack up and go wash up. Li Yang waved his hand, not caring. He knew that after today, if the guys wanted to rest in the same room, the chances were slim. After all, he has already started a family and established a career, and the other three will follow suit one after the other. By then, they will all be family men, having to take care of their wives and children. How can they still go crazy together without any regard? Thinking like this, the resentment that had built up from last night's ordeal seemed to have subsided. In no time, the brothers finished washing up and tidied up, each putting on a uniform outfit. Because Zhang Peishi only had Anqi on her side, there were not enough bridesmaids, so at first Li Yang also planned not to have a best man. However, Lu Jiawang, Li Wei and Zhao Yuchen found it novel and insisted on buying 3 identical outfits, which at a glance really looked quite like best man suits. Although the groom, Li Yang, and the bride, Zhang Peishi, were both staying on the same floor of the same hotel, the groom could not go directly from there to the wedding suite to pick up Zhang Peishi. This was no big deal. According to their customs, the groom had to walk 20 li to pick up the bride. That is, they had to start from Li Yang's house and then go to the hotel to pick up the bride. So, after the guys left the hotel, they got into the car and Li Yang drove them home. Before long, they arrived home. Li Ligua and Jia Ximin had already prepared everything. The former went up to Lu Jiawang and the others and slipped each one a cigarette, while the latter took a red belt and tied it around Li Yang's waist. He felt it and noticed that there was something inside the red belt. He felt it carefully and discovered that it was actually money. Without asking any questions, Li Yang knew that this was a good omen, as it was called a belt full of money. Later, Jia Ximin's relatives successively put small wooden swords, small wooden hammers, small bagua mirrors and other things into Li Yang's pockets. Bagua mirrors were also there from Zhang Peishi. When Li Yang was about to walk out of the hotel with her, he needed to wear it on his chest, meaning that he would bounce off any bad things. Overall, there were really a lot of things to pay attention to, which was very tedious and complicated. Once again, Li Yang realized how lucky he was to have parents at home. It wasn't fully light yet, but everyone present was not the least bit sleepy. After all, they were participating in a joyous event, and those who were called over were all close relatives who naturally and sincerely worried about Li Yang. The wedding convoy was ready. A white luxury car led the way, followed by 7 black cars, symbolizing the groom and bride living together until death do they part. But it is not yet time to use the convoy. At the moment, they are getting ready, decorating the car with balloons and pasting up the Chinese characters for happiness. The Li family elders are also smiling, holding a basket of cigarettes and sweets, and politely handing them to the chauffeurs. The convoy is waiting for Li Yang to pick up Zhang Peishi, and then they will leave the hotel and head to the Li family. But for now, the so-called reception of the bride is actually. Brother Yang, you have a pretty retro place here. Where did you get the tall horse? Lu Jiawang looked in the direction of the wedding procession parked not far away and asked in disbelief. The three of them had thought they were going to take the convoy to pick up the bride, but instead, they were going to pick up the bride with the procession? It's very stylish, whether you say it or not. It is, isn't it? The weather is a bit strange, it's misty. The fog is a bit thick for this weather. It'll be fine once the sun comes out. That being said, our red and resplendent bridal party is weaving through the fog, and the image of it is enough to make the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. Zhao Yuchen rubbed her arms and interrupted Li Wei. But then again, what will the passers-by think when they see it? Just thinking about it makes me a little excited. Soon the auspicious hour arrived, and Li Ligua and Jia Ximin, under the guidance of the photographer, gave Li Yang some words of advice. In fact, they did it in front of the camera. After all, they were going to pick up their bride, and it was necessary to make some videos to watch in the future. After that, Li Yang was about to set off. With the help of professionals, Li Yang got on the horse, and with everything ready, the wedding procession set off. Li Yang did not let the people who followed him play the flute and drums in order not to disturb the people. After all, at this time of day, most people are still sleeping. In this way, everyone marched in silence. However, no matter how you looked at it, the scene was a bit eerie. Lu Zhaowang, Li Wei, and Zhao Yuchen followed Li Yang around. Li Wei couldn't help but ask in puzzlement. "Brother Yang, what are those things on the backs of the horses behind us? I don't understand." Li Yang looked behind him on hearing this, looked in the direction Li Wei was pointing, and then laughed. "Have you heard of the expression 10 li of red clothing? 10-mile red attire? I know that one." Lu Zhaowang quickly raised his hand. He likes to read novels in his spare time, so naturally he knows what these things represent. It refers to the bride's dowry and the procession that accompanies her to the groom's house. It's very long and spectacular. Right. Li Yang nodded with a smile, and then added. The dowry actually includes many things, such as furniture, clothing, jewelry, bedding, gold and silver, and so on. My daughter-in-law's hometown is not here, it's very far away, and since she was young. Li Yang didn't finish because Lu Zhaowang and the others all knew about Zhang Peixi's situation, that she was an orphan, and since she was an orphan, naturally she had no relatives to give her away. But right now, there are quite a lot of things. What's going on? My mother felt sorry for her, so she made a decision to prepare the dowry as the family of the husband and send Zhang Peixi off to marry. Well, my mother prepared all that dowry. She didn't want her daughter-in-law to be lonely. After Li Yang finished explaining, Lu Zhaowang pretended to wipe his eyes, and then he became mean. Ah, Auntie's actions are so touching. Ah, if I met such a mother-in-law who was willing to prepare a dowry for me, I would do my best to take care of her for the rest of her life. Hey, what, say those words again, I want to record them so I can send them to Deng Xiaonan when the time comes. Li Wei held up his phone and said with a smile, and Lu Zhaowang immediately shut up at the sound, waving his hands as if to drive away flies. Go away. Besides, she and I haven't even started yet, so where would I be able to say these things? Li Wei then teased again. What, last night you were talking in your sleep and you called out Deng Xiaonan, did you know that? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhaowang suddenly became nervous and hurriedly looked at Li Yang. However, at this moment, Li Yang's face looked a little strange. Because it wasn't Lu Zhaowang who had talked in his sleep, and it wasn't him who had shouted Deng Xiaonan's name. Chapter 200, I'm at a loss for words, so I'll just use damn it. Yang, say something, right? Li Wei asked anxiously. Li Yang didn't answer, but just gave a slight smile. Although someone did call Deng Xiaonan last night, Lu Zhaowang was the one snoring. The one talking in their sleep was Zhao Yuchen, so naturally, the one calling Deng Xiaonan's name was also Zhao Yuchen. However, when he called Deng Xiaonan's name, he did so with clenched teeth, for reasons unknown. And the other three people naturally didn't know about it either. But the truth is, if Li Yang had said anything about it, Zhao Yuchen would definitely have refuted and explained. The reason why he shouted Deng Xiaonan's name was because in the dream she had Zhao Yuchen fail the course. Why did he fail the course? It was because Deng Xiaonan listened to Lu Zhaowang. Lu Zhaowang told her to fail Zhao Yuchen, so she did, and it's no wonder that Zhao Yuchen gnashed his teeth. It wasn't even dawn yet. With the faint light, it seemed foggy. A bridal procession was walking in the fog, and the scene was as eerie as it could be. While Lu Zhaowang and Li Wei were relieving their boredom by smoking, a few young people from out of town who had been singing all night in the karaoke bar came out. They were dazed and seemed to hear some noise from this side. So, several people looked over in the direction of the noise. Since Li Yang, Li Wei, and Lu Zhaowang were at the front of the bridal procession, the young people naturally saw them first. If it had been normal times or during the day, it would have been fine and they would have been able to see clearly. But at the moment, there was a lot of fog. So what entered their field of vision became a terrifying sight. When they saw Li Wei and Lu Zhaowang, who were leading the way, puffing out smoke as they walked, one of the young girls immediately wanted to cry. Oh my god! Ghosts! Could those two be the ox-headed and horse-faced devils? Wow! Another little girl immediately screamed, really scared to death. Although the boys among them were pretending to be brave, when they saw the figure sitting on the back of a horse, they inevitably thought of something terrifying. Plus, they could see clearly that there was a lot of red, which made these people even more scared and their legs weak. Run! I can't run. My legs are weak. I can't run. I told you I didn't want to hang out with you guys at night. Look, we've met a ghost. Everyone's reaction seemed genuine, as if they were genuinely scared. Some even started rambling incoherently, reflecting on the bad things they had done in their lives. For example, when they were kids, they peeked at the village girls bathing. Another example was when they peed in their uncle's bottle of baijiu. And another example was too many to mention. Well, those are all the bad things I've done, so please don't take me away. Soon, the procession came to a halt in front of them. Lu Jiawang, in particular, couldn't help but gasp when he saw the man who had revealed his dark secrets and was staggering unsteadily. Then he handed him a cigarette. Brother, you've had too much to drink, haven't you? It's not appropriate to reveal your secrets in front of your girlfriend, is it? Here, have a cigarette, take a break, and then hurry up and go. Without waiting for the man to say anything, Lu Jiawang stuck the cigarette in his mouth. If he hadn't been in a hurry, he would have helped him light it. As the whole group walked past them, the young people, who had been singing all night, finally caught their breath. No, it's not a ghost. It's the bride's family? A pancake. Who in their right mind would go out to meet the bride's family at the crack of dawn? They're scared to death. After recovering, the young people did not dare to linger for a moment and hurried back to the hotel where they were staying. Whether they teased the person who had revealed their life's blemish is unknown. Anyway, Lu Jiawan, Li Wei and Zhao Yuchen could not stop laughing. Wow, that was so funny. That's the feeling. Li Wei patted his thigh and couldn't stop laughing. Lu Jiawang nodded in agreement, because he had wondered if this was possible before they set off. Unexpectedly, they really encountered it. It's hard to say whether to say it or not, but this bridal procession is really very impressive. Lu Jiawang was happily laughing at the people he had just encountered, when he suddenly let out a cry. He felt someone tap him on the shoulder. When he turned his head, he saw an elderly face. You know, people can be scary, and at this moment, Lu Jiawang's heart was pounding. Auntie! What are you doing? You scared me to death. If he hadn't seen the auntie who had tapped him on the shoulder wearing the orange uniform of a sanitation worker, Lu Jiawang would have burst into tears. Oh, congratulations. The auntie bowed to Li Yang, who was sitting on the horse. Li Yang also smiled and thanked her, then took out a bag of sweets. After receiving the sweets, the auntie also left, without saying anything about blocking the road. Looking at Lu Jiawang's slightly pale face, Li Yang had to explain. We have a happy event here, and we all like to go up and ask for happiness. Don't be afraid. No, I'm not afraid, Lu Jiawang protested, but his heart was pounding. It would be nonsense to say that he wasn't scared just now. Naturally, this ushered in the teasing of Li Wei and Zhao Yuchen, and Lu Jiawang suddenly felt that he was inferior to them. After that, nothing else happened on the road. Instead, it dawned, and the streets filled with people. Some were early risers on their way to work, while others were out buying breakfast. Anyway, after seeing the bridal procession, they all chose to stop and have a look. Because it's interesting. At a glance, this is a wealthy family. And as more and more people gathered to watch the fun, the person in charge of playing the wind instrument in the procession also started to play, which made the scene even more lively. Firecrackers crackled, and wedding candy and cigarettes were also distributed to the onlookers. Along the way, some of the Li family members distributed wedding candy, cigarettes, and red envelopes to the sanitation workers they encountered along the way. The purpose was to hope that they could help clean up some of the garbage they left along the way. It must be said that the Li family elders were very considerate, which not only showed their style, but also added to the joy. As the sun rose, Li Yang and the bridal procession also arrived outside the hotel where Zhang Peishi was staying. Upstairs, Zhang Peishi was sitting in front of the dressing table, and the makeup artist was adding makeup to her. Some of the Li family girls also rushed over early, saying that they wanted to block the door and ask Yang Gu to give them red envelopes. And she was bored and sat by the window. When she saw the wedding procession below, she was stunned. Shishi, your family Li Yang really can't say anything to you. This wedding procession is grand and elegant enough. Forget it, I'm at a loss for words, I can't describe it, holy cow. Chapter 201, It's too heavy to carry, it's impossible to play, there's a traitor. However, there are so many of Li Yang's younger siblings in the house, you should want red envelopes too, right? Yes. With an cheese shout, the younger siblings of Li Yang in the house all let out a laugh. They had all come specially to join in the fun, and not only did they want candies, they naturally wanted red envelopes too. And she laughed evilly. Shishi, did you see that? Li Yang wants to take you away, but it's not that simple. Zheng Peishi, who was sitting in front of the dressing table, rolled her eyes in annoyance when she heard this. If it weren't for the crowd in the room and Li Yang's younger siblings, she would definitely tell her best friend to stop getting in her way. I'm getting married. At the same time, he received a message from Zheng Peishi to the effect that she would make things difficult for him with Li Yang's younger siblings. After reading it, Li Yang smiled. She is still his wife, and her heart is with him. Brother Yang, I know today is your big day, but you don't have to pull the corners of your mouth back to the back of your head, do you? Yes, it looks like it's even harder to suppress than an AK-47. Even at this late hour, Lu Jiaowang and Li Wei still couldn't resist teasing Li Yang, and Zhao Yuchen was also deep in thought, wondering what kind of teasing he was planning. But Li Yang didn't give him the chance to speak, and walked directly towards the elevator. Once inside, Li Yang directly pressed the button to close the door, and the three of them immediately panicked. This won't work. Running up the stairs will be exhausting. Fortunately, they made it in time, but none of the three had the heart to tease Li Yang, because they had come to pick up their relatives and were about to arrive at the wedding room, so they had to behave themselves. After getting out of the elevator and walking around the corner, the wedding room where Zheng Peishi was located appeared in front of them. Standing in front of the door, Li Yang knocked on it. At the same time, there were also giggles and laughter inside. Brother, if you want to pick up your sister-in-law, you have to give me a red envelope to open the door. Li Yang heard that it was one of his younger sisters, so he laughed, and then without saying anything, he took out a stack of red envelopes directly from his pocket. Red envelopes, yes, there are plenty. Saying this, he began to stuff them in through the crack in the door. The children inside also laughed happily when they saw the red envelopes. Even if the amount of money in the red envelopes was not large, they were still very happy. If you ask why, no one can say for sure, maybe because today is a good day. Angel also came to the door and shouted at Li Yang through the door. Li Yang, give some more red envelopes, your younger siblings haven't got any. Well, I haven't got any either. Then Li Yang started stuffing red envelopes in again. Meanwhile, Lu Jiaowang was still outside the door, advising. Brother Yang, I've looked, the lock on this door can't be broken, so why don't I charge it with a wild buffalo? The children inside hurriedly backed away after hearing this. No one wanted to be rammed by a wild buffalo, it would hurt too much. Hey! Stop it. Don't be so serious. Anchi was anxious, grabbed one of Li Yang's sisters and put her a little further away from the door. Don't worry, we won't ram the door, do you still want the red envelopes? Li Yang laughed and denied, ramming the door, it's not that bad, it's not some malicious wedding prank, they are all your brothers and sisters, there is nothing wrong with asking for red envelopes. Of course. Wait, let me ask your wife to say a few words, so you won't think we're bullying your daughter-in-law. After saying this, and she shouted at Zheng Peishi, who was already ready and sitting on the bed waiting for her husband to pick her up. Peishi, quickly, say a few words to your husband. Say what? Zheng Peishi blushed shyly and puffed up her cheeks embarrassedly. And she saw this and immediately felt an urge to scold her. For example, tell your husband to stuff in more red envelopes so that we can open the door early and reunite you with your husband. You don't want your husband to be kept out of the door forever, do you? Upon hearing this, Zheng Peishi nodded in agreement. She was anxious to get married and didn't want to see her husband kept out of the door. So she spoke to Li Yang outside the door. However, what she said was very different from what Anchi had taught her. Honey, can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. Li Yang answered. That's good, honey, those red envelopes are all for you. Don't give them to anyone else. Pick them up. And especially don't give them to Kiki. Zheng Peishi shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Anchi turned her head and ran towards the bed, making as if she wanted to cover Zheng Peishi's mouth. Peishi, shut up. You're so mean. Giggle, you told me to shout, Zheng Peishi giggled. She wasn't really mean, but she deliberately shouted like this. After all, it was her big day, so she had to have fun. However, Li Yang really listened to advice and listened to his wife. His wife told him not to stuff any more red envelopes inside, and he really didn't stuff any more red envelopes inside. And she was suddenly speechless when she saw this. This couple was so stingy. There was nothing she could do but open the door. After all, there was a time limit for the wedding ceremony, and it couldn't go beyond the time for the bride to get into the bridal sedan chair. As the door was opened, Li Yang and his three roommates rushed in. Li Yang took the lead and walked into the back room, where he saw the exceptionally beautiful and pretty new wife at a glance. Idiot, I'm here. Yes. My husband Zheng Peishi, who was holding a bouquet of flowers in her hand, actually took the initiative to open her arms and wanted a hug. The photographer was puzzled when he saw this. Eh? This is it? There's no other part? In his opinion, there must be other parts, otherwise it would be boring, as there were so many people in the room. There is, we still need to find the shoes. One of Li Yang's sisters said. It was only at this time that Li Yang noticed that there was one shoe missing. Lu Jiawang and the others also started looking around, helping Li Yang find the shoe, but after looking all around they couldn't find it. But fortunately, the room was only so big, so it wasn't a problem to search inch by inch. Then, Lu Jiawang and the other two really spread out and started looking for the shoe. Some looked under the carpet, some looked in the cabinets, and some looked under the bench, with a sense of searching thoroughly. Li Yang also looked around and started looking for it. Unexpectedly, one of his sisters suddenly nudged him with her elbow and then gestured at the TV. Li Yang instantly understood, and then walked directly towards the TV. Sure enough, the red shoe was found in the gap behind the TV. Angie saw all of this, so she helplessly put a hand on her forehead. She couldn't play, there was a traitor in this house. Chapter 202, Make way, must make way, and then make way into the gutter? Forget it, take it away. Ange waved her hands helplessly, not expecting it, that there is a mole among us. Ha? Among, out? Li Yang helped Zheng Peishi put on her shoes, and with one effort, he picked her up from the bed. No one in the room expected Li Yang to choose to carry her, after all, it was quite a distance from the hotel. Because once you carry someone, the bride can't put any weight on her feet, and you have to carry her all the way to the sedan chair. It's very tiring. So, if you can't carry her, you can just let the bride walk down the stairs from the bed herself, and then the groom can help her walk out of the hotel. The accompanying elders thought that Jia Ximin had asked Li Yang to let the bride and groom walk down the aisle, so they kept quiet. But they didn't expect that they weren't even informed. They just carried her up. What kind of thing is that? By the way, you are Yang Yang's classmates, right? An elder from the Li family came up to Lu Jiawan, Li Wei and Zhao Yuchen and asked. Yes, uncle, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? Well, please follow Yang Yang's lead. If he runs out of strength, please help him up. Having heard this, Lu Jiawan, Li Wei and Zhao Yuchen understood and nodded in succession. Don't worry, uncle, but I don't think Yang's strength is an issue. Oh? Li Yang's uncle let out an expression of disbelief. Lu Jiawang didn't know how to explain it. After all, he couldn't just say that Li Yang was so strong that he could pick him up and throw him around. The truth was just as Lu Jiawang said, Li Yang's strength was indeed very strong. He even carried Zheng Peishi all the way from the bridal room to downstairs in one breath. When they passed by the reception desk, the receptionist was shocked. Is the groom a bull? Or is the bride in great shape? He carried her all the way from the bridal room? Even if there was an elevator, it still doesn't seem that easy to carry someone down. Zheng Peishi was wearing a red bridal veil, but she could still see through the gauze and faintly see what was going on outside. She noticed that there were a lot of people. Honey, is there a lot of people outside? It's okay, not too many, don't worry, your husband is strong, I won't fall. Li Yang laughed to reassure her. Zheng Peishi shook her head. No, honey, I'm not worried about that, I know you're strong, I just feel a little embarrassed. It's okay, today is our big day, you're the most important, they're just there to support you. In the Namsm. Soon, Li Yang sat in the sedan chair with Zheng Peishi in his arms. As the curtains of the sedan chair fell, the hotel suddenly became lively, and festive music was played. Naturally, the commotion also attracted some passers-by. Before the crowd blocked the way, the bridal procession began to move forward. The newlyweds still had a lot to do. They needed to arrive at the designated location, then get into the convoy and head to Li Yang's hometown. After washing their faces and serving tea at the ancestral home, they would rush to the hotel for the wedding ceremony. It can be said that today's Li Yang and Zheng Peishi will be very tired, with a lot of things to do and a lot of trouble. After picking up the bride, the procession picked up the bride and the pace of the procession noticeably accelerated, and it only took 10 minutes to reach the destination. There, Li Yang's eldest uncle was standing in front of the convoy, smiling and waiting. This time, Li Yang was again responsible for carrying Zheng Peishi. After putting her in the wedding car, an aunt from the Li family brought a red silk cloth and stuck it in the car window to keep out the light. Even so, Zheng Peishi's red bridal veil could not be taken off until they arrived at the family home. Li Yang also sat next to Zhang Peishi and took her hand to comfort her. Hubby. Ha? What's wrong? Nothing, I just wanted to call out to you. Li Yang smiled and gently squeezed his daughter-in-law's hand. The driver of the car was a woman in her 30s, dressed very fashionably. She couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when she saw the scene in the rearview mirror, but after all, it was the dog food scattered by the newcomers, and it smelled of happiness, so she swallowed it silently. The car quickly drove out of the city and onto the small road to Bailey Village. Compared to the wide roads in the city, the country roads are a bit narrower. This also caused the oncoming tricycle to not know how to give way. When the two young men sitting on the tricycle saw that it was a wedding convoy, they said nothing and just gave way. These are true Northeasterners, never ambiguous in the face of business. So, without waiting for Li Yang's uncle to say anything, the two young men began to back up on their own. However, I don't know if it was because the car's handle was not easy to control? Or was it a problem with the coordination between the two? As the car was backing up, it actually veered. A little deviation is not a problem, but the problem is that it kept veering. Before Li Yang's uncle could even shout anything, the two young men and the tricycle slid down the road together and fell into the drainage ditch and mud pit next to the road. Hey, young man. Don't move. We'll help you. Li Yang's uncle hurriedly went up to them, but was waved away by the two young men. Uncle, business is important, go quickly, we are fine, it is not a big problem. The two men firmly refused Li Yang's uncle, and then just sat in the mud pit, covered in mud. Although they were covered in mud, the simplicity on their faces was very real, as were the 4 rows of white teeth that shone with kindness. Li Yang's uncle is a sensible man. Although he knows that his nephew Li Yang's marriage cannot be delayed, he still sends 2 carloads of people to help. They are all the younger generation of the Li family, and were originally going to help carry the dowry that Jasmine prepared for Zhang Peishi. But now it seems that helping the 2 kind young people up is the real task. Before leaving, Li Yang's uncle took out a few $100 bills from his wallet and handed them to the younger members of the family. Take the 2 little brothers to wash up, and then take them directly to the restaurant. The people let us through, this is kindness. I understand, uncle. The younger members of the Li family nodded in agreement, and in this way, the convoy was able to continue moving forward. Li Yang also saw this scene, and in particular, when passing by the 2 young people who were still sitting in the mud puddle, he couldn't help but feel moved. It had to be people from his hometown, and it was very easy to get along with them. At the very least, there were no complicated motives. Soon the convoy arrived at Li Yang's hometown. At this moment, quite a few people had gathered near the front door. Some were just watching the commotion, some were offering help, and some were cooing and babbling. The 2 little ones were quietly in the arms of their grandparents, their dark eyes wide as they looked around. When the convoy stopped in front of the house and Li Yang got out of the back row, Yaya in Jia Ximin's arms became anxious. Yeah. The little one actually shouted out in anxiety. Chapter 203, Yaya, Stinky Daddy, don't hug me, hug Mummy. Li Yang was overjoyed to hear his daughter's voice, and subconsciously turned his head to look, and immediately saw Yaya wriggling around, trying to be hugged by her father. But right now, the most important thing was to bring his daughter-in-law home. So, no matter how desperately Yaya was looking, he could only attend to Zhang Peishi first. In the car, Zhang Peishi also heard her daughter's voice. Although children's voices are similar, only parents know exactly what their children are doing, not to mention the sound of a baby crying. Zhang Peishi really wanted to see her daughter. Unfortunately, she was still wearing a red bridal veil, so she couldn't. She was a clever girl, so instead of lifting the veil, she tilted her head up to try to look from below. However, things did not go as she wished, and she could not see at all. As a result, when Li Yang opened the car door, he happened to bump his head with Zhang Peishi, who was holding her head up. There was a dull sound of bang. Zhang Peishi cooed sweetly, Li Yang also gasped, but the older sister who was driving the car laughed and then wished for blessings. Bump bump safe. Thank you, sister. The simple Zhang Peishi did not forget to thank her back, and in this way, the older sister could not help but laugh. Li Yang used one forceful movement to hug Zhang Peishi off the car seat, holding her upper body in one arm and shielding her skirt with the other to prevent any revealing glimpses. Then, under the guidance of the aunt at home, they walked into the courtyard. Everyone around them, watching the fun, had smiles on their faces, and Li Ligua and Jia Ximin were beaming from ear to ear. Only Yaya, the little one, frowned, looking unhappy no matter how you looked at it. You didn't need to ask to know that Yaya was complaining about why Li Yang wasn't paying any attention to her, and she was unhappy about it. Although Yi and Yaya are still young, according to their grandmother Jasmine, they understand everything except how to speak. Although this is a bit of an exaggeration, in many things, Yi and Yaya really do behave like this. For example, when she is hungry and waiting to be fed, she will dance with excitement when she sees the bottle. When the teat is put in her mouth, she will even use her two chubby little hands to hold onto the bottle, as if she is afraid it will run away. There are other things as well, otherwise Jasmine would not have said that. Later, Jasmine and Angie took Yi and Yaya into the back room while Liligua stayed outside to entertain the villagers. After Li Yang had placed Zheng Peishi on the bed, the ants passed him the red bridal veil. As he lifted it slightly, the veil fell, revealing a beautiful and charming face. Although it was not the first time the ants in the room had seen Zheng Peishi, they still could not help but exclaim in admiration. "What a pretty girl! Yang Yang, you are so lucky." The ants praised him with every word, but Zheng Peishi was too busy explaining. No, auntie, it is I who am lucky to have met Li Yang." Upon hearing this, the ants' smiles grew even wider, and when they looked at Li Yang, their gazes were full of meaning. After all, in today's society, it is not something that just anyone can do to be able to have such a pretty daughter-in-law competing to say that she is too good for him. In that case, either Li Yang has great charisma, or he is really capable. But no matter which of these 2 points it is very impressive. Good, you are both blessed." The auntie said with a smile, then took a red string, flipped it around, twisted it, and then put it on her finger. "Auntie, what is this?" Zheng Peishi asked in puzzlement. She really didn't know what it was for. Jia Simin hurriedly reminded with a smile. "Cece, turn your head away, let your aunt cut your face, it doesn't hurt." "Oh, okay mom." Zheng Peishi nodded and cooperatively stuck her head out. After that, she felt a tickling sensation, which was not unpleasant. After a couple of minutes, the so-called facial hair cutting was over. It's done, all the bad luck is cut off, and the days ahead will be prosperous and smooth. "Thank you, auntie." "You're welcome. Come, wash your face." As soon as she finished speaking, the door opened and a young boy, with the help of his mother, walked in carrying a red iron wash basin. Every step he took, the sound of metal clashing could be heard inside the wash basin. Zheng Peishi looked curiously and saw that there were actually many coins in the wash basin. She had heard Li Yang say that the younger generation of the Li family would bring the wash water, and that was enough of a token of appreciation. And the coins in the wash basin would belong to the young boy. According to Li Yang, when he was young, he also carried the wash water and received a lot of coins, but his mother Jasmine took them away by coaxing and cajoling. The next day, when playing mahjong, Li Yang looked at the few coins on the table and felt that they looked familiar. Recovering from her thoughts, Zheng Peishi suppressed her laughter and very gently patted the little boy's head. "Auntie, you wash your face." "Okay, thanks." Zheng Peishi smiled and thanked her, but couldn't help thinking to herself, "Auntie, you're already an aunt yourself." Just a quick wash is fine, so Zheng Peishi stuck her small hands into the basin. The water was just the right temperature, warm and comfortable. "Just washing my hands is enough?" "I don't think so." But the little boy seemed to be in a hurry to wash the coins in the basin, and he didn't even wait for Zheng Peishi to wash her hands before he turned his head and left. "Rascal! Where are you going?" The boy's mother immediately became anxious. "This brat, I'm afraid he's not here to be embarrassed." Later, Jasmine hurriedly shouted to stop, otherwise, the boy's mother would have to give her child a few slaps on the butt. After that, it was time to serve tea. Li and Jasmine sat on the sofa in the living room with Yi and Yaya in their arms. Zheng Peishi and Li Yang began serving tea with teacups in hand, but no matter how they looked at it, the two little ones, Yi and Yaya, seemed to be taking advantage of their parents. Because whenever the couple spoke, Yaya would nod. Although Yaya didn't do it on purpose, no matter how you looked at it, it seemed like he was responding. For a moment, everyone in the room laughed. After Liligua and Jasmine had drunk the tea, they promptly handed out 2 thick red envelopes. Zheng Peishi saw this and immediately subconsciously waved her hand to refuse. "No, you don't need to, Mom, I don't want it." "Good boy, take it, it's a change of mouth money." Jasmine said with a smile, and she used one hand to force the red envelope into Zheng Peishi's hands. Zheng Peishi couldn't help but wonder, change of mouth money? Change of mouth to call Mom and Dad? But it seems that I already changed my mouth to call Mom when I was in the Magic City. This change of mouth money is really not needed. Chapter 204, Dragon and Phoenix Wedding? Each one costs more than 20 yuan? It's 10,000. Time is running out. After serving tea, Jia Ximin asked Shi to help take Zhang Peishi back to her room to change into the exquisite version of the phoenix crown and rosy gown. Ever since she got this outfit, Zhang Peishi had wanted to wear it all the time, and now she finally got her wish. Moreover, she had asked Li Yang more than once how much it cost. But Li Yang always refused to say, and the more he refused, the more Zhang Peishi was curious, and she even flirted with him in front of him. It was also those 2 days that Li Yang realized that his stupid daughter-in-law could be a young lady and a young girl at the same time, and that the ponytail was really irresistible. Back to the topic. With the help of Anqi, Zhang Peishi put on the exquisite version of the phoenix crown and phoenix mantle. Looking at her good friend, who had a delicate and luxurious appearance, Angel felt a sense of shock. Yes, people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. Zhang Peishi, who was already extraordinarily beautiful, could not just be 1+1 when wearing this phoenix crown and rosy robe. Kiki, what are you looking at? At the beautiful woman, while I, as a woman, can't help but be moved, not to mention your boyfriend Li Yang. I'm so envious of your boyfriend Li Yang, so blessed. No, Kiki. Stop it. I know what you're trying to say, but you two are both blessed, okay? Angie is scared, so don't be so humble, okay? Who are you being humble for me? Before Zhang Peishi could say anything else, the door was knocked on, and Li Yang's voice came through. Idiot, are you ready? Yes, honey. As soon as she said that, Angie lost her concentration for a moment, and Zhang Peishi ran out of the house with the laundry. Hey, Shishi, behave yourself, will you? This is Li Yang's hometown, and there are neighbors all around. Ah, okay, I'm just anxious, I'm afraid I'll miss the wedding at the hotel. You're afraid you'll miss the 4 joy meatballs. And she pointed out helplessly. Hey, it's both. Zhang Peishi admitted with a smile, because she hadn't had time to eat breakfast that morning. Before the younger members of the Li family arrived, she saw the meat skewers left over from last night's dinner and, regardless of whether they were cold or not, she took a few mouthfuls. Otherwise, there really wouldn't be any food in her stomach at all. Walking out of the front door, Zhang Peishi walked gracefully to her car. In that instant, the people around her, who were watching the fun and soaking up the happiness, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Jia Xinin's daughter-in-law is really pretty, and in my opinion, she looks like a movie star. No. The neighbors were all talking about it, and they were all impressed by Zhang Peishi's appearance. When everyone was in the car, Li Ligui yelled, and the car started, and the convoy began to speed up towards the hotel. Lu Jiawang, Li Wei, and Zhao Yuchen did not go home with Li Yang, but went to the hotel where the wedding was being held. They didn't know before they came, and thought it would be similar to the weddings they had attended before, with a host and a venue. But after arriving, the 3 of them realized that they had been superficial. What do you mean by the standard configuration for the rich? This Chinese-style wedding would have drained the average person's wallet dry. Young man, what are you to the groom? Suddenly, someone came up and asked. We're good friends, so what? No, it's fine, I just want to ask, how much did the groom spend on this wedding? It must have cost millions. Lu Jiawang conservatively said a number. But the truth is, he doesn't know either. But after all, they said they were good brothers, so if he couldn't name a figure, he would be laughed to death. Sure enough, when he heard the words cost millions, the man let out a gasp, and after taking a closer look, he turned around and left. But before leaving, he vaguely said, the standard configuration for the rich, and the poor can't afford it even if they choose it. Lu Jiawang, Li Wei, and Zhao Yuchen heard this clearly and agreed with it. After all, Hua Xiaofeng is not something that just anyone can afford. But Brother Yang can afford it, and Brother Yang is about the same age as us. I'm 2 months younger than Brother Yang. Zhao Yuchen argued. Bullshit, that's not the same thing. The 3 of them were truly happy for their good friend, but that didn't stop them from feeling a myriad of emotions. Lu Jiawang thought that 1 million was pretty much it. But then an elderly man with knowledge of the trade revealed the truth. $1 million? Not nearly enough. Do you see the burning dragon and phoenix wedding candles over there? Each one costs more than 20 yuan. More than 20 yuan? Lu Jiawang blinked and asked. Bah! More than 200,000 yuan. The old man glared at him angrily. If each one costs more than 20 yuan, I'd need to order a truckload for wholesale. When I'm old, I'll just burn them. Sir, you are quite old now. Get out of here. I'm talking about death, do you understand? I understand, when? No, I didn't mean anything else. Lu Jiawang simply shut his mouth, pricked up his ears, and listened quietly, so as not to really make the old man angry. But it was precisely because of this that Lu Jiawang, Li Wei, and Zhao Yuchen truly understood just how luxurious this wedding was going to be. In the scene, just pick out any object, and you will see that it contains elements such as the dragon and phoenix, carp, crane, pavilions and halls, plum, orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum, folding fan calligraphy, etc., showing a sense of antiquity. I have to start working hard. I will work hard to improve myself and earn money when I go back to the Magic City, and I will also hold a grand Chinese-style wedding for my wife in the future. I don't ask to copy Yang's wedding, as long as it is half as good as Yang's, that will be fine. Lu Jiawang said with a gleam in his eye. Li Wei and Zhao Yuchen also began to banter and tease. Li Wei, wow, so motivated, after you finish today, are you going to have a talk with Deng Xiaonan? Zhao Yuchen, what if Xiaonan doesn't like the Chinese-style wedding? Wang, are you going to find another girl from the scene to be the bride? Lu Jiawang's forehead suddenly turned black. These two, their mouths are really poisonous, they don't know how to show mercy. No. Deng Xiaonan and I really didn't. Before he could finish speaking, Li Wei and Zhao Yuchen turned their heads and left, looking like they didn't want to deal with Lu Jiawang. I guess so, last night, it wasn't just anyone chatting with that person, they were having a lively conversation. Spit. Stupid man. Chapter 205, no problem being a bridesmaid, but no one said anything about being a maid. The main characters Li Yang and Zhang Peishi arrived. With the bride and groom in place, all departments were ready. And then, the countdown to a grand wedding began. As the planners arranged work behind the scenes via walkie-talkies, the doors to the hotel's reception hall opened. A tall figure, dressed in luxurious and rich attire, walked slowly towards the door, accompanied by 4 women in golden cheongsams, holding ceremonial objects or trays, following her slowly. The person coming was Zhang Peishi. She was originally worried about being nervous. But when she arrived at the scene and saw the wedding that Li Yang had carefully prepared for her, she was deeply moved, and at the same time, she was trying her best to persuade herself to stay calm and not make any mistakes. In this way, Zhang Peishi, who already looked good, with the added luxury of her aura, pushed the atmosphere to a climax. The peach blossoms are in bloom, the bride's face is rosy, the phoenix robe and the scarlet cloak. Today she gets married, the bridal procession extends for 10 li, the bride enters the bridal chamber. The host's magnetic voice then sounded. It was also under the host's guidance that everyone present felt a strong sense of the romance that is unique to the Chinese people. The wedding decorations and hosting required the arrangement of professionals. Because it was grand, the person in charge also approached the owner, Li Yang, hoping to broadcast the wedding live, that is, on the TikTok platform. Of course, it wasn't a free broadcast, it was paid for. In other words, although Li Yang spent a lot of money on this wedding, he actually got a return from the project party. Li Yang did not reply hastily at the time, but instead asked his wife Zhang Peishi for her opinion. In response, Zhang Peishi did not feel unhappy, because in her opinion, it was no big deal. But now it seems that it is impossible for her and Li Yang's wedding not to detonate the entire network. Li Yang Zhang Peishi's wedding is underway. The live broadcast on the TikTok platform has also quietly started. I don't know if the project party has bought additional promotion and publicity, but the audience in the live broadcast room is like carp that have come into heat in spring, constantly trying to get into the room. It's understandable. At a glance in the live broadcast room, apart from the festive red color, there are also rich and luxurious decorations, so it's impossible not to attract attention. Especially the girls, when they see that the title of the live broadcast room indicates that it is the wedding scene of a certain couple, they are even more stunned, and then they are envious. Yes, in China, which girl doesn't want a Chinese-style wedding with her beloved man? NND, in the past, when attending a wedding, the gift was just a dry dish, but if you encounter such a wedding, it seems that the dry dish doesn't matter anymore. It's so shocking, but it feels like the person who can afford this kind of wedding is definitely not an ordinary person. Damn! It's a live wedding broadcast, I thought it was the new version of the Wu Zetian TV series. The comments in the live broadcast room also kept floating upwards. Some people wanted to watch a Chinese-style wedding quietly, but they had to manually swipe left to clear the screen, otherwise there were too many pop-up comments to read them all. Someone once said that it's not that there are no luxury goods in China, but that many people can't afford China's luxury goods. I'm not just saying this, but when I saw the dragon and phoenix wedding candles, those who are interested can go and look them up to see how expensive they are. Just take a screenshot and it can be used as wallpaper. It's not that the live streaming tool has high pixel quality, but everything in the camera is not just any old stuff, it's all high quality goods. Wow, I'm jealous of this kind of wedding, even as a man. After taking a quick look, I felt it was amazing, but after a second look, I felt I still need to be rich. I'll go screw some screws tomorrow. The comments from netizens are very interesting, and some witty comments have attracted praise from passers-by, such as the topic about the best man and maid of honor. Why didn't I see the best man and maid of honor? Is it true that they weren't there? Or did they never show up? Forget it, what do you need a best man and maid of honor for a wedding of this caliber? After all, best friends and close girlfriends come to be the best man and maid of honor, not to be eunuchs and maids on site. The person upstairs is right. I feel that, at an occasion like this, everyone except the bride and groom are servants. Forget about being my best friend or best girlfriend, when you come here, you're just little Lee the eunuch and little Lon the maid. Best man and maid of honor, I never thought that the bride and groom were here to ascend the throne. It is worth mentioning that when they finished here, Lu Jiawan, Li Wei and Zhao Yuchen returned to the hotel to rest. When they took out their phones to watch short videos, they realized that 8 out of the 10 videos they watched were clips from Li Yang and Zheng Peixi's wedding video, and all of them were extremely popular. When they saw someone in the comments section asking if the 3 people standing next to the groom, Lu Jiawan, Li Wei, and Zhao Yuchen, were eunuchs, the 3 of them were furious on the spot and united to respond to this person, and even reported them. Don't ask, it's just too annoying to ask. What eunuchs? It's so unlucky. Mainly, it's just so uncouth. Wedding scene. The lights in the banquet hall suddenly went out, and everyone there in the audience and the broadcast room were confused. Luckily, before they could wonder, the host's voice came on. Heaven, earth, and people are in harmony, the sun and the moon shine together, it's a good time, invite all your relatives and friends to high five, the ceremony begins. And the ballroom lit up. Please welcome the bride and groom. With that, Li Yang walked out in his robe for the welcoming ceremony. As Li Yang and Zhang Peishi stood face to face, the MC's voice sounded again. The bride's face is rosy, like a lotus flower emerging from the water. Zheng Peishi also used the fan in her hands to hide her face and sweep it in front of her, which is the fan turning ceremony. It has 2 meanings, one is to hide shame, and the other is to ward off evil. Then they went up to the altar and threw the beans. To symbolize a long and prosperous family. The second throw symbolizes a happy family. After that, Li Yang and Zhang Peishi went up to the stage, and as most people expected, they were about to go through the wedding ceremony. First, they bowed to the heavens and the earth. Second, they bowed to their parents. Then the couple bowed to each other. But this was not the end of the ceremony. It was time for the water sprinkling ceremony. The staff dressed in hanfu took a bronze dipper and performed the water sprinkling ceremony. The newlyweds eat mung beans, which symbolize a good harvest in good weather. This wine and these feelings will last a lifetime. The wine cup is placed on the bridegroom's head. The acceptance of the gift ceremony involves the giving of a flower. The hair tying ceremony symbolizes the joining of hands, which is the foundation of a marriage. The hand-holding ceremony is over. Chapter 206, Enjoy the view and stay the night. Li Yang, stay the night? The wedding went very well. It was even a great success. Both the decorations and the proceedings were perfect. In Li Yang's opinion, it was worth the price. Most importantly, it fulfilled his wish to give Zheng Peishi a grand and solemn wedding. After the meal, there was laughter and joy in the banquet hall. Although the food on the table in front of them was also delicious, it paled in comparison to the wedding that had just ended not long ago, which was like a dream back in ancient times. Most of the people present were ordinary people. Before this, in their minds, getting married might have been a simple matter. But now it was different. A Chinese-style wedding had made them truly feel that a wedding was actually such a solemn thing. After the meal, the family and friends dispersed and left. Jia Ximin also heard compliments dozens and hundreds of times, which really made her feel good. As a mother, she couldn't help but marvel at the wedding. Unlike other parents, her first thought was not how much it cost, but that it was worth every penny. After all, she is a senior enthusiast of Chinese culture. When she saw so many highlights at the wedding site, she had a thought. When school starts, she wants to take her son and daughter-in-law's wedding photos to class and show them to the students. It's not to show off or brag, but to explain a bit. After all, there are really too many knowledge points involved in photography, and it's also a chance to promote Chinese culture, so why not? Li Yang was supposed to see Lu Jiawan, Li Wei, and Zhao Yuchen back to the hotel. However, the three brothers all thought that this was the busiest time for Li Yang, so they went back to the hotel by themselves and firmly refused Li Yang's offer to see them off. They were true brothers, and although they helped a lot, they eventually had to leave in time, which touched Li Yang for a while. The same was true of An Qi. She didn't cause any trouble for Zhang Peishi, but after she was done, she planned to go home and help Jia Ximin take care of Yi and Yi. On the contrary, Li Yang and Zhang Peishi, the young couple, immediately stopped after they finished other things. It could even be said that they were very idle. After depositing the money they received into the bank and getting a pot of oil, Li Yang originally planned to drive his daughter-in-law home. However, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his ear. Ding! Good guy, I thought you hung up. Li Yang couldn't help but sneer in his heart. If the author doesn't let me out, this system seriously doubts that she has forgotten about me. Facing the system's complaints, Li Yang didn't have the heart to pay attention, because he was looking at the prompt in front of him. Congratulations to the host for completing the wedding, and a special reward of a fireworks display won. Please be at Ho Mountain at 8:30 p.m. sharp. Ho Mountain, Li Yang knew what it was, a place where young lovers love to go, quiet, very suitable for dating, and also suitable for a rendezvous. But where to go to watch the fireworks display? That's really interesting. Idiot, let's go back later today, I'll take you somewhere. No, thanks. Zhang Peishi was worried about Yi and Ye, but she felt relieved when she thought about the breast milk she had expressed beforehand that was still in the refrigerator, and the fact that her parents and An Qi were at home. Li Yang then drove Zhang Peishi to the Hoshan area. When they arrived at their destination, it gradually grew dark. For a moment, standing on high ground and looking down, the bright lights of the city were quite a sight. Wow, it's so pretty! Zhang Peishi, sitting on the roof of the car, exclaimed happily as she blew in the evening breeze. She was in a great mood. Looking at Zhang Peishi's beautiful legs swaying back and forth, Li Yang couldn't help but smile. It was a beautiful moment, with a beautiful view and a beautiful companion. While he was daydreaming, Zhang Peishi spoke. Honey, it's so cool here, much more comfortable than at home, I could sit here all night. What? All night? Li Yang blinked and asked in return. Yes, all night. Where? Here? Yes. That's not a good idea. What's not a good idea? Well, the two of them had crossed wires and weren't on the same channel at all. Just as Li Yang was pondering how to dissuade his wife from this idea of fighting in the wild, the system prompted that the time was about to expire. Idiot, come here. What's wrong, honey? As Zhang Peishi leaned over, Li Yang gently covered her eyes with his hands. Shu, I have a surprise for you. A surprise? Zhang Peishi was curious, what kind of surprise could there be on this mountain? As the time came, Li Yang took his hand away, and just happened to be the first brilliant fireworks burst open in the sky, and Zhang Peishi also witnessed the scene. Wow! Her cherry lips were round, and she also understood at this moment what her husband meant by surprise. Honey, when did you arrange all this? I didn't know anything about it. Zhang Peishi was enchanted by the dazzling fireworks display, and her beautiful eyes were full of emotion. Secret. Li Yang smiled and pulled Zhang Peishi over so that she could rest her head on his shoulder, saving some effort. You have to know that if it's produced by the system, it must be a high-quality product. How could a fireworks display just be a simple fireworks display? As the first firework exploded, Li Yang received another system prompt, fortunately in text format, otherwise it would be deafening. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained +1 year of life. Eh? Just like that, I can live an extra year for nothing? Li Yang continued to scroll down the prompt messages with joy, and then discovered. Ding! Congratulations, host, your parents' lifespan has increased by 1 year. What a great thing! Li Yang was overjoyed. The fireworks that exploded in this fireworks display could actually explode things, which was too awesome. Continuing to scroll down the prompt messages with new characters, sure enough, there was something in them. However, not every prompt message was about gaining lifespan. Among them were diverse rewards such as luck, charisma, and intelligence. It's just that the length makes Li Yang a little confused. Is it what I think it is? System, this length is a bit obscure, please explain. Reply to the host, the literal meaning of that can be added to the map of my vast China? Just the length reward I've exploded. Li Yang asked excitedly. However, what no one expected was that his question directly depressed the system. Why is this host's thinking so different from that of ordinary people? Ordinary people don't all want to add length to the length of their bank card balance. At the very least, it's possible to lengthen their. Chapter 207, Mommy will rub your back, baby, so you won't get tired doing anything. The fireworks display had allowed Li Yang to gain a lot. Among other things, but not limited to, resurrection coins. He didn't know what to do with the resurrection coins. But Li Yang said that he didn't want to use them at all. Of course, the biggest gain today was gaining Zhang Peishi, the little fool who made Li Yang miss her so much. It was already late when they got home. But the little ones, Yi and Yaya, seemed to be missing their parents and hadn't gone to sleep. Even after they saw their parents return, Yaya's thoughts were no longer on Grandma. Those bright eyes followed their parents' movements very amusingly until they moved to the bedroom. You have to understand that Yaya is still young and can't see that far, but she still follows her parents' voices, which shows that she really misses her parents. It's understandable, after all, Li Yang and Zhang Peishi have been really busy these days and haven't been able to take care of Yaya and Yaya much. Honey, can Yaya and Yaya sleep with us tonight? Zhang Peishi, who had changed into some clothes, said, can Yi and Yaya sleep with us tonight? The reason she asked was because she was thinking about something, and that something was the wedding chamber. The wedding night, the wedding chamber, that makes sense, right? If they don't consummate the marriage, that doesn't make sense, right? That's why Zhang Peishi was asking Li Yang for his opinion. Of course you can. Yi and Yaya haven't been with us for a while, and I'll go get them in a bit. Before she finished speaking, the door was knocked on. Outside, the voice of her mother, Jia Ximin, followed. Cici, Yan Yang, can I come in? Zhang Peishi quickly changed into her pajamas, hung up the clothes hanger for the toasting clothes, and responded. Yes, Mom, just a moment, I'll open the door. Opening the door, Jia Ximin was waiting outside the door with Yaya in her arms. As soon as she saw Zhang Peishi, Yaya suddenly held out her little hand, wanting a hug. Seeing this, Zhang Peishi's heart immediately softened, and she quickly took her daughter in her arms. Hey, Yaya, haven't I been coaxing you for a long time? You don't want to stay with Grandma for a moment when you see your father and mother? Jia Ximin pretended to be angry and then deliberately held out her arms for a hug. Unexpectedly, the little guy turned his head away and buried his face in his mother's arms. Okay, go with your mother. Jia Ximin smiled and left, only to return a moment later to take Yi. Yaya missed his mother so much, and Yi probably missed his too. Just as Jia Ximin had thought, Yaya missed his father too, and immediately snuggled into his arms. Back in bed, Li Yang had intended to put his son on the bed surface so that he could change his clothes, but unexpectedly, the little guy's chubby hands actually gripped his collar directly. It felt as if he knew that his father was going to put him on the bed, and he didn't want to, so he gripped it tightly. The family of four was very happy to be together. They either kissed or snuggled, or Li Yang massaged the soles of his son's feet, or Zhang Peishi rubbed the back of her daughter Shunsun. Zhang Peishi has even learned a rhyme to help her son and daughter relieve muscle tension in their backs, which is called back massage. Mommy will rub your back, so you won't get tired doing anything. Close your four fingers into a big circle and run them from top to bottom along the middle. Push your thumbs towards the spine and to the sides. Cross your fingers and walk around a bit, so your baby won't get tired doing anything. Gently massage the spine to help the baby digest, and rub the bottom to help the baby gain weight. Li Yang quietly stood by and watched, feeling very warm. His wife was gentle and virtuous, the baby was smart and clever, and both parents were still alive and healthy. Husband, you come and give Yi a massage too. Okay. Under Zhang Peishi's guidance, Li Yang also learned to give his daughter a massage, which was quick, just a few minutes. But Yi and Yaya's laughter never stopped during those few minutes, as if they were two wind chimes swaying in the wind, emitting ethereal sounds. Yi's little feet looked plump, and the most intuitive feeling was that they were thicker than his sister's. Yaya's little hands were also quite plump, but it really hurt when he tugged at his beard, and Li Ligua was especially aware of this and was deeply impressed. Time quickly passed and an hour had passed. Yaya opened her mouth a little, then very decisively shoved her tiny hands into her mouth, and began to eat them with relish. You're hungry, right? Here, Mommy will feed you. With that, Zhang Peishi lifted up her underwear, the kind that doesn't even have buttons, and then unbuttoned her nursing bra, before picking up Yaya in her arms. It was estimated that it had been a few days since Yaya had directly received breast milk, and when she called out for the breast shield, she actually froze for a moment, before bursting into joy. Oh wow. Yaya is hungry, really hungry. While eating breast milk, she makes interesting sounds. But this breast shield really makes Zhang Peishi feel helpless. How should I put it? At first, I thought it was useful and helpful, but after I understood it later, I realized that it was an obstacle. Whenever I think of it, Zhang Peishi feels a burst of remorse. Although the shield is a branded product, and the brand is also vigorously promoting something about preventing flatulence, it is not eaten directly, so flatulence will still occur. Another problem is that Yi and Yaya need to use more effort to suck on the shield. This is not the case. Yaya got tired after taking a few fierce bites and stopped. She definitely is not full, and it is estimated that she still needs to take more than 20 bites before she is full. Stopping now, she is definitely tired. Sure enough, after Yaya let go of the breast, she took a few gasps of air. Phew. My sweet daughter, are you tired? Take a break, and eat again later. Zhang Peishi felt very distressed, and while helping her daughter burp, she helped her regain her strength. In this way, the originally simple feeding process actually added several steps, which was really annoying. The same goes for Yi. He has been bottle-fed for the past few days, but now he seems happy to be able to smell his mother's scent and hear his father and mother's voices while he feeds. Soon, the two siblings worked together to empty their mother's food supply. Fortunately, they were full. Having eaten and drunk their fill, Yi and Yaya became lively again. Yaya, in particular, kept grinning from ear to ear as her father burped her, and she never stopped smiling from beginning to end. Yi's behavior was also a little unusual today. She actually liked to cling to her mother. Just in her arms, she wouldn't go down. Chapter 208, Yaya, my grandpa. Yi, my grandma. I thought that was the end of it, that Yi and Yaya would refuse to leave. But I never imagined that after playing with their parents for long enough, the two little ones would actually get bored. Yaya kept looking around, but I didn't know what she was looking at. Later, Yaya simply started to cry. Her tears didn't fall, but they were rolling around her eyes. How sad she must be. Still, Zhang Peishi sensed her daughter's feelings and looked at Li Yang, asking, "Honey, do you think Yaya misses her grandparents?" Li Yang had no idea either, but after hearing these words, he immediately felt that there was a point. After all, in the past few days, Yi and Yaya had slept with their grandparents. I'll take Yaya for a walk and see if that's what's going on. Okay. With that, Li Yang took Yaya out of the house and knocked on the bedroom door of the grandparents. Li Ligua and Jia Ximin were still awake. The former was sitting on the bed watching short videos, while the latter was reading a book by the bed. Li Yang smiled when he saw this. Dad, it's almost time for bed, why aren't you closing the curtains? The main reason he said this was because he saw his father actually watching videos of beautiful women on TikTok in the reflection on the window glass. Fortunately, he didn't ask, otherwise Li Ligua would have been embarrassed and kept fidgeting with his feet. He couldn't understand why TikTok had been recommending videos of little girls dancing these past 2 days. But even if he saw one and blocked it, it wouldn't do any good. Now that he saw Li Yang bring Yaya over, Li Ligua directly put down his phone and clapped his hands at his granddaughter. Yaya, you want your grandpa? Here, grandpa will give you a hug. Originally, Li Ligua was just trying it out, as it seemed to him that his granddaughter wanted to be with her parents. But to the surprise of the two of them, Yaya actually responded, wanting to come. This made Li Ligua overjoyed, and without even bothering to put on his shoes, he ran over to hug his granddaughter. After taking Yaya, Li Ligua realized that his granddaughter had been crying, and immediately looked at Li Yang with a serious expression on his face. Yang, what's going on? Did you bully our Yaya? Li Yang felt a little helpless when he heard this. His father is truly a professional. He can't even see the shallow tears, but he's figured it out. No, I wouldn't dare. That's the truth. Yaya played with us for a while, and then she started crying. Her mother said she might be missing her grandparents, so I tried carrying her over here. It seems like it's true now. After Li Yang finished speaking, Li Ligua suddenly became complacent. After all, being able to make his granddaughter miss him so much was simply too happy for a grandfather. Well, in that case, let's cuddle Yaya to sleep. Li Ligua looked at Jia Ximin and suggested. Sure, no problem. Similarly, Jia Simin was also very happy. The fact that her granddaughter liked to be with them meant that all the pampering and attention they had given her during this period of time had not been in vain. Li Yang was relieved to see this and handed over his daughter without any worries. Before leaving, he teased his daughter a little. "My daughter, Daddy is going back, will you go with Daddy?" Yaya seemed to understand and also seemed to know that Daddy was not here. So, there was a trace of hesitation in the little one's young eyes. The little one could not yet speak, but if she could, she would have muttered in a baby voice, "With Daddy or with Grandpa and Grandma?" Then, without waiting for a response, Li Yang was kicked out of the house by Li Ligua. "Go, go, go. Yaya is sleeping with us tonight, don't even think about getting us to leave." Li Yang laughed and had to go back to the house in a huff. Zhang Peishi saw Li Yang laughing and coming back empty-handed, and hurriedly asked, "Honey, what do you think, does Yaya want to stay with her grandparents?" Yes, as soon as our father waved his hand, Yaya went over, without any hesitation at all. "I see. Okay, let Yaya stay with your parents for a few more nights. When we go back to Shanghai, it won't be so easy for your parents to hug her." "Yes. I was thinking the same thing." Zhang Peishi nodded knowingly, then planned to take Yi to bed. Unexpectedly, Yi also started to tear up. Learning from the example of Yaya, Li Yang simply picked up his son and walked towards his parents' bedroom. The bedroom door was knocked open again. Li Ligua, who had just prepared to go to bed, was unhappy. He thought that Li Yang was worried about Yaya and wanted to come over to beg for him. "Why, don't you trust your mother and me to take care of Yaya?" "Fine, if you're not confident, just take him away." Before Li Ligua could finish speaking, he saw Yi in Li Yang's arms and asked joyfully, "What's this?" "Dad, Mom, Yi seems to want to sleep with you too." Come, Grandma will hug her grandchild." Jia Simin took Yi in her arms. It was funny, just now she was still scolding Li Ligua for not wearing shoes, and now she was doing the same. Like his sister, Yi stopped crying and fussing when he saw his grandparents. He was very well behaved. Although he didn't follow his grandparents around and play like Yi did, it was also obvious that he was quite happy. As a result, Li Yang suddenly felt like crying or laughing. With such a good relationship, can they go back to the bridal chamber? "Dad, Mom, you get some rest early, and call me if anything happens." With that, Li Yang closed the door tightly and went back to the bedroom. The bridal chamber, this is the bridal chamber, Li Yang was looking forward to it more or less. However, as soon as he opened the door, he saw Anqi sitting next to Zhang Peishi, the two women holding hands and talking about something. "Honey, Chi is going back to the demon capital tomorrow," Zhang Peishi said with reluctance. It was originally agreed that after Li Yang and Zhang Peishi got married, the three of them would hang out here for a few days. But now, Anqi is going to go back to the demon capital first, and Zhang Peishi is a little reluctant and doesn't want to let her go. But there was nothing she could do about it. It seemed that Angie's parents were really going to return to their home country this time. Angie had not seen them for a long time and missed them dearly. Li Yang, who understood the reason, also knew that Angie's matter was very important, so he could only comfort her. There was still a long time ahead, and they could go on a trip together again when they had time. "Well, next time I'll treat," Angie said cheerfully, probably feeling a little guilty because she had broken the appointment. "Okay, I'll see you off tomorrow." "You must see me off." Angie smiled and pinched Zhang Peishi's face before getting up and heading back. However, after taking 2 or 3 steps, she stopped, as if she had suddenly thought of something. "Peishi, where's the lottery ticket? The results should be out by now. Check it quickly, see if you've won the first prize." No one expected that Angie would hit the nail on the head. Chapter 209 Browser Search History, Will My Husband Like the Uniform? At Angie's urging, Zhang Peishi took out her phone, but she didn't know how to use it. "Hubby, where do I look up the lottery results?" Zhang Peishi really didn't know how to use it. From the beginning, she felt that the lottery was a scam, so even though it only cost 2 yuan to buy a ticket, she had never bought one. Just open the browser and search directly. "Oh, okay." Then Zhang Peishi listened to Li Yang and typed in the keyword lottery. "No, honey, when I clicked to search, what came up was an explanation of lottery." Zhang Peishi still looked confused and innocent, while Anqi on the side could no longer look away. "Idiot, search for the double color lottery." Anqi took the phone away and wanted to do it herself. Unexpectedly, she saw the search history in Zhang Peishi's phone browser. "Would my husband like it if I wore lace pajamas? Would my husband like it if I wore a thong? Would my husband like uniforms? My husband. Angie was too embarrassed to read on, even though it was all text. But no matter how she looked at it, it was all very explicit. After that, she didn't continue to use Zhang Peixi's phone to search for the lottery, but took out her own phone, opened the browser, and deleted the search history. After all, compared to the chat history with Zhang Peixi, her share was even more unbearable, such as how long not sleeping will cause sudden death, how to answer exam papers yourself, how to study while sleeping, where to bury the body to facilitate reincarnation resurrection, and so on and so forth. Looking at these search records now, they are all embarrassing. Delete them quickly. Kiki, what are you doing? Did you win the lottery? Why aren't you using my phone to search? I don't know how to use your phone, I'll use mine. Oh, okay. While Anchi was searching for the latest lottery results, Zhang Peixi also connected her phone back and turned it on. Then what came into view was that string of search records. Hiss. Zhang Peixi gasped, my goodness. How is there a record of this? For a moment, Zhang Peixi felt her cheeks burn, she felt uncomfortable all over, and she was even more afraid to look up and see her best friend Anchi. Oh no! That's not a best friend. That's a victim. Zhang Peixi was already thinking about silencing her. But before she could recover, Anchi was already cheering. Did we win? Li Yang saw this and came over to ask. I don't know. I don't even know which numbers I bought, but I remember that the only blue ball number was 13. You see, the first prize for today's lottery was the blue ball number 13. Even if you don't win the jackpot, you'll at least get $5. So that's it. Angie is so happy just because she won $5, and she is truly worthy of being Zhang Peixi's best friend. Li Yang quickly asked again. How much did you spend on the lottery tickets? $200, Angie answered. After she said that, she seemed to become less excited and happy. After all, what she had done was very similar to the homeowner in a Spring Festival comedy sketch from a few years ago who spent 77 yuan on a taxi to buy a screw that cost 1 yuan. Cough cough, what if she wins? 200 yuan is a drop in the bucket. Angel comforted herself and then took out the stack of lottery tickets with Zhang Peixi to compare them one by one. Li Yang, who was bored, once again checked the rewards he had received at the fireworks show that day. The attribute enhancement caught his attention. System. After a soft shout from the bottom of his heart, the system responded, and Li Yang hurriedly asked about this attribute enhancement. The system's explanation was not difficult to understand, as it was literal. Put simply, Li Yang could choose to enhance his own attributes, choose whatever he liked, rather than increasing the fixed attributes as before. What are the attributes? After asking, the system showed Li Yang the attributes. It was surprising how many attributes there were to choose from. Attributes such as charm and lifespan were common, so after careful consideration, Li Yang chose to strengthen his physical fitness. After all, health is the foundation of a revolution, and you can't talk about anything else until you have a good body. Afterwards, Li Yang was pondering where to use the attribute points when the system chimed in. It was more of a tease than a suggestion, or perhaps a bad idea. The system is suggesting that the host strengthen his penis. Ha! Because after the host strengthens his brain will not agree to you strengthening your penis. This is not conducive to passing on the family line. Li Yang was instantly speechless. So this damned system thinks of itself as a stallion. Get out of here. After cursing under his breath, Li Yang went to check the other attributes, but before he could decide anything, the screams of the two women Zhang Peixi and Anchi rang in his ears. Yes. What prize? Guess, honey. Zhang Peixi giggled, which undoubtedly conveyed a message. Li Yang also tried to guess, a little bolder, and guessed, first prize? Zhang Peixi nodded. It was so straightforward and direct. No, is the lottery really that high a winning rate? Li Yang couldn't help but let out a sigh. And she, on the other hand, gave him a cold stare. After all, the lottery is purely based on luck, and it's not that easy to win. If it were really that easy to win, then why not just quit everything and go buy lottery tickets? While thinking about this, and she couldn't help but feel that the lottery is not that lucky for others. After all, there was the first prize for the scratch card, and there were two of them, and today there was another first prize for the one-note double lottery. The odds of winning can be described as terrifying, right? Could this be the so-called God rewards you for your hard work, or is God unwilling to let these two work hard? Thinking about this, Anchi couldn't help but picture in her mind's eye a scene in which the god of wealth was blocking the door to Li Yang and Zhang Peixi's house and refusing to let them go to work. How apt. Kiki, we agreed that we would split it in half. You can go home tomorrow after the lottery is over. Zhang Peixi said happily, while turning on the shaking function and then opening a video. The main content of this video is how to claim the jackpot after winning the lottery. Chapter 210, No Worries, Naturally in Ultra HD. The video was originally pushed over, and Zhang Peixi also thought it was interesting and liked and saved it. Little did she know that she would actually use it. Also, because she was very happy, she commented below the video, "I've won the first prize and used the content of the video, thank you blogger." Soon, after 10 seconds, Zhang Peixi got a reply from the video publisher. It was just a simple emoticon, and there were words on the emoticon, "You farted." Angel was unhappy when she saw it, so she took a photo of the lottery ticket that had won the first prize and sent it over, along with the date of purchase and the address of the store, which were clearly visible. 10 seconds later, the video poster sent another message, also an emoticon, but this one said, "Big shot, please accept my knee." It really is depressing to compare one's luck with others, and how come some people are so lucky? Li Yang was also very surprised that he had won again. After calming down, Zhang Peixi took the lottery ticket and wanted to show it to her parents. Since getting married, she had treated Li Ligua and Jia Ximin as her real parents. No, she had done so and thought so long before that. So, whenever there was good news or something good, she wanted to share it with her parents right away. Although she knows that at this time her parents are almost asleep, she just can't help herself. Li Yang also understands her feelings, so he followed behind her and walked towards her parents' bedroom. "Dad, Mom, are you asleep?" Li Yang called softly from the doorway of the bedroom. He got an answer quickly. "We were almost asleep, and you woke us up. What's wrong?" Li Ligua's dissatisfied voice came out. At this moment, he was half bent over, gently patting his grandchildren as they slept. Li Ligua was very unhappy that his son had woken up his grandchildren. "Dad, Mom, the lottery ticket has won again, first prize, 10 million. Li Yang said directly. Unexpectedly, Li Ligua didn't believe him at all, and just thought he was bored and had a pain in the balls. "Get out, and Yaya are sleeping, I'll scold you tomorrow." Li Ligua's voice contained a little dissatisfaction. The next second, Zhang Peixi's voice could be heard outside the door. "Dad, it's true, we bought the lottery ticket and it's won, the first prize." "Really?" This was Li Ligua's voice. Yes, the contrast was that great. The tone of voice he used with his son was stern. The tone of voice he used with his daughter-in-law was cute. "Kiki, it's true. Dad, Mom, it's the first prize, 10 million yuan, it's fine, you go to bed first, we'll talk tomorrow." Okay, Shishi, you guys get some rest too," Li Ligua and Jia Ximin said with a hint of worry. The three of them returned to the bedroom, and Li Yang felt somewhat helpless. And she couldn't help but smile. This differential treatment made her, an outsider, feel amused. Zhang Peixi was grinning from ear to ear, feeling the care and love of her parents. Okay, I have to hurry tomorrow, so I'll go back and rest first." And she yawned and turned to leave. Suddenly, she turned back to look at Li Yang and Zhang Peixi. "Anyway, today is your big day, why didn't you have a wedding night?" And she asked puzzledly. Logically, the Li family is so big with so many young people, there should be no shortage of people wanting to have a wedding night. What's the point of having a wedding night? We've been exhausted this whole time. Zhang Peixi shook her head and stretched, inadvertently revealing a graceful figure that made Anchi envious. "Because there are and Yaya, the second master, who is also the head of the Li family, said directly, 'Don't disturb, no nonsense,' so she has a peaceful time." Oh, and she suddenly realized, and couldn't help but think, the elderly really considerate. "What about you?" she asked again. "Us? What about us? If we don't toss and turn, after all, we are being sent to the bridal chamber. Hey, we should do something that fits the topic." And she gave a sly look, while Zhang Peixi froze for a moment, then glared at her angrily after she had thought it over. Go. Go back to bed. What is in that little head of yours? It's filthy." And she was pushed out of the bedroom, but even with the door closed, she teased a little more before leaving. Inside, Zhang Peixi's face turned red from Anchi's teasing. She was obviously thinking about it too, the wedding night. Honey, do you want to have the wedding night? Zhang Peishi stood in the doorway, her head hanging down, picking her fingers, a little embarrassed. Well, what do you think? Li Yang was in a playful mood and, instead of answering, asked a question back, throwing the question back at Zhang Peishi. Upon hearing this, Zhang Peishi pondered for a moment, then she actually turned off the light, and then, with a clatter, she ran up to the bed and got into the covers. Without waiting for a response from Li Yang, 3 pieces of clothing were thrown out. Well, there were only 3 pieces of clothing on Zhang Peishi, which meant that she threw them all out. There was also a piece of underwear that fell directly onto Li Yang. I don't know if it was intentional, but whether it was intentional or not is no longer important. At this thought, even though there was a quilt to block the view, Li Yang couldn't help but feel a burst of heat. His mind was free and naturally super clear. Hubby, come here. Zhang Peishi poked her head out, just a little bit, and started calling out to Li Yang. At this, Li Yang was completely unable to hold back. Outside the house, the moonlight was bright. Inside the house, it was full of springtime feelings. The hormones were overwhelming, as if it were the delicate beauty of the night, Zhang Peishi. This is not the bridal chamber. This is the bridal chamber. There was no sound all night, just a humming sound. The merchant of this bed deserves a 5-star rating and a like. 10,000 words omitted here. The couple got up very late the next morning, but Jasmine and Li Ligua didn't care. On the one hand, Li Yang and Zhang Peishi had been really busy during this time, and it was normal to rest a bit longer. On the other hand, Li Yang and his wife had been in charge of the whole wedding, and there really wasn't much for the two of them to worry about, so they really couldn't bring themselves to wake them up. If it weren't for Zhang Peishi's arrangements, Jasmine felt that the tea ceremony could have been skipped. Although Zhang Peishi tried her best to hide it, and she still noticed that her best friend was walking with a little limp. Why? After thinking for a while, and she slapped her hands together and realized that she had consummated the marriage last night. For a moment, the smile on Enchi's face grew so intense that Zhang Peishi thought the woman was teasing her. Ah, no, not a woman, a girl. When she thought about this, Zhang Peishi suddenly felt some inexplicable emotion in her heart, as if she had taken several steps ahead of her best friend, and it was very satisfying. But then again, Li Yang's taste is really good. Chapter 211, they may argue with each other, but their relationship is really good, and they are really good friends. After breakfast, Li Yang and Zhang Peishi are going to see Angel off to the station, but before that, they are going to the lottery station. Li Ligua and Jia Ximin, the old couple, are standing in the doorway, holding Yi and Yi in their arms respectively, and the latter has a trace of reluctance in her eyes. Over this period of time, Angel has really been a great help. At the same time, Jia Ximin really likes this girl, Anchi, and has even thought more than once about finding her a good husband. Zhang Peishi agrees, after all, if Anchi can also marry someone from the northeast, it will be much more convenient for the two best friends. Although Anchi says no, it is just a polite response from a lady. In her heart, she is practically shouting, more. Ah no, just one, Auntie. Auntie, goodbye, when you go back to the Magic City, I'll show you around and take you out to eat. Anchi was reluctant to leave as well. Okay, be careful on the road, and let me know when you arrive by calling Heshi. I will. Finally, Anchi left. It wasn't until the elevator door had closed that Li Ligua and Jia Ximin shut the door and went back inside. Although it was only Anchi who had left, the house felt a lot more deserted. The thought that her son, daughter-in-law and grandchildren would also be leaving to return to the Devil City in a few days made Jia Ximin feel a pang of sadness. But there was nothing she could do about it. Her son and daughter-in-law were still young and had to work hard outside, so as a mother, she should best not say anything other than support them. After all, the worst thing about being apart was causing each other trouble. It had to be said that Jia Ximin's ideological awareness was very high, and she also understood her son and daughter-in-law very well. Jia Ximin sat down on the sofa with her granddaughter in her arms. The little one's chubby little hands always wanted to pull her grandmother's hair. After playing for a while, Jia Ximin suddenly looked up and said, Laoli, I've discovered that Cici is our family's lucky star. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Li Ligua nodded without thinking. The couple had been together for so many years, and he naturally understood the meaning of his wife's words and agreed with them. Yes, they have brought our family Yi and Yaya. This is one point, and the most important point, but I mean the scratch card and the lottery. Halfway through the conversation, Jia Ximin was a little helpless. After all, she had never heard of anyone winning the first prize in the lottery several times in a row. If she told people about it, no one would believe her. Well, I was thinking about it even if you didn't say it. Anyway, it's pretty outrageous. After he finished speaking, Liligua looked shocked. It's impossible not to be shocked. It's hard not to be shocked, too. Scratch cards and lottery tickets both won first prize. This news is really outrageous. Although I also know that some people are incredibly lucky, and they can live a life of leisure after winning the lottery without working, they can still eat and drink without worry for the rest of their lives. But the lucky ones must be rare and unusual, otherwise if everyone bought lottery tickets, who would still work? But I never expected that the pie, still warm from the oven, would fall directly on their heads. In the past, if someone said they wanted to buy a lottery ticket, I would definitely say don't buy it, it's all fake. Now, on the contrary, I got hit in the face. TSK, my dear wife, when you have time, go to the temple and ask for 2 charms for Yang Yang and Cici. In the midst of his feelings, Liligua suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said. Jasmine also did not refute, and she also felt that it was necessary. After all, she was also afraid of winning the first prize in the lottery one after the other, which was a gamble with her life. Okay, I'll go tomorrow. Oh no, we'll go when they get back in the afternoon. Okay. Afterwards, the old couple discussed the distribution of the lottery jackpot prize. According to Li Yang and Zhang Peishi, after splitting half the prize with Anqi, the remaining part would be handed over to the couple to keep as pocket money. After all, Li Yang was not short of money. Although Li Ligua and Jia Ximin both refused, they were also well aware of their son's stubborn temperament. Since the words have been said, they will definitely do it. So, the couple also started to discuss it. In the end, the decision on how to handle the prize money was left to Yi and Yaya. Yes, it went back to Yi and Yaya. I really envy these 2 little guys. Not only are they second generation rich, but they also have such a generous allowance. On the other side, Li Yang drove Zhang Peishi and Anqi to the high-speed railway station in his car. The reason why they did not go to claim the prize was that the first prize could only be registered and collected at the provincial lottery center. If they went, Anqi would not have to leave and it would definitely cause delays. Outside the high-speed railway station, the 2 women were arguing, but their tone and the look in their eyes showed their reluctance. Forget it, you win. You are impossible to reason with, but then again, when are you 2 going back to the devil's capital? Soon, I think. Zhang Peishi glanced at Li Yang and said. As a married woman, she naturally had to listen to her husband's arrangements, and she would go back whenever Li Yang said. What's more, her days in her in-laws' home were very comfortable and laid back, and she didn't even have to get up early. If Anqi had heard Zhang Peishi's thoughts, she would have been absolutely shocked. After all, in Anqi's opinion, her best friend was very diligent. Not to mention sleeping in, even when she was pregnant, she didn't skip a morning workout, with her belly out and belly button exposed, sweating profusely. But now, she actually likes sleeping in? But it's a good thing that Zhang Peishi didn't tell Anqi her little secret, otherwise the latter would definitely have sighed to the heavens, God is unfair. Why, sleeping in, eating and sleeping, and yet she doesn't gain weight? It's outrageous. There's nothing you can do about it. It's just that the fat on Zhang Peishi's body grows wherever it wants, without any boundaries. The rest of you women can only envy her. Okay, I'll be waiting for you in the Magic City. Let me know in advance, and I'll come over to help you clean up. Okay. After chatting for a while more in the corridor outside the security checkpoint, Anqi finally had to leave. Even though Anqi waved her hand to let the couple leave early, Zhang Peishi refused. She stood at the security checkpoint, on tiptoe, looking inside until she couldn't see anymore, and then she withdrew her gaze. Honey, let's go too. Okay, don't be reluctant, we're almost back in the Magic City too. Li Yang comforted, Zhang Peishi nodded, cutting off her reluctance. Walking out of the high-speed railway station and back to the car, Li Yang was fastening his seatbelt when a guidance cursor suddenly appeared in front of him, created by the system. What's going on? Li Yang asked himself. Ding! A piece of prime real estate has been detected. Please follow the prompts to take it. Task completed. Reward, lucky bag 1. Thinking that he was idle anyway, Li Yang followed the navigation. Meanwhile, Sima Xian, back home, was sitting on a stone crying bitterly. Everyone around him was moved by the sound of her sad cries. Chapter 212 Sima Xian's home, let someone burn it? Following the cursor's instructions, Li Yang arrived at an open space. To be precise, it was an open space full of broken walls and construction debris. What made Li Yang even more puzzled was that this plot of land was clearly very close to the city center and belonged to a prime location, but it had been left to decay like this, which was truly baffling. But after all, with the system by his side, Li Yang was also able to see clearly that the return on investment for this plot of land was extremely high. It could be said that it was the highest return on investment project Li Yang had ever seen. Just as he was thinking about how to contact the person in charge of the project, the cursor moved. Immediately, not far to the right of Li Yang, a black question mark appeared on the head of a middle-aged man, as if it were made of stone. This is ridiculous, it's just like playing a game. Without the system's explanation, Li Yang knew that this meant the man had a task, and he needed to go over and talk to him to receive the task. Although he felt helpless, there was no other way, so Li Yang walked up to him. "Hello, sir." Li Yang politely greeted him. The man turned around at the sound of his voice and looked at the young and handsome boy in front of him, wondering. "Young man, what is it?" Li Yang then noticed that the other party was still wearing a mask. It was no longer the epidemic period, so why was someone still wearing a mask? Wasn't it hot? Unless he was hiding his identity. As the man asked his question, Li Yang also saw the script that the system had arranged for him to use, so he was very direct. "Mayor Yen, are you Mr. Yen?" Li Yang did not listen to the system and changed the word Mayor Yen to Mr. Yen. In his opinion, the system's teaching was too impersonal, and it was easy for the other person to know that you came prepared, which was not appropriate. Although it was just a change of title, if the other person still thought that way, there was nothing you could do, but at least it eased things a bit. "Oh yes, the middle-aged man in front of him is actually the mayor of this city." "Yes, I am." Yen Jiming's eyebrows shot up, obviously not expecting Li Yang to know his identity. At the same time, he no longer looked down on this handsome young man. In his opinion, Li Yang definitely did it on purpose when he shouted Mayor Yen halfway through. "But really? Young man, what is it?" Yen Jiming asked again. Li Yang nodded and, in the blink of an eye, edited the system prompt. "Mr. Yen, I am a local and also a hard worker in the city. To be honest, every time I pass by and see this piece of land empty, I feel very sorry. This is nonsense. After all, if it weren't for the system's guidance, Li Yang would never have known that there was such a messy place in this prosperous area." But this remark did have an effect. After hearing Li Yang's self-accounting and feelings, Yen Jiming also relaxed and nodded his head, expressing his approval. "I feel that if a trade city is built on this land, it can conservatively solve the employment problem for 5,000 people." Li Yang's words were like thunderclaps, and Yen Jiming even took off his mask directly, revealing his true appearance, and even a look of joy appeared on his face. "Young man, you think so too?" As soon as the words fell, Yen Jiming's face suddenly became serious. "You have inquired about my thoughts?" Naturally, someone in a high position has to be on their guard, but Li Yang was not at all flustered. He shook his head and continued. "There's no need. I'm in real estate, so I naturally have a clearer view." Upon hearing this, Yen Jiming revealed a look of surprise. He obviously did not expect that the young man he thought was just a young man was actually in real estate. "Oh? You are a young man to be feared." "That's not it. Although I'm in real estate, I haven't built a single building or house," Li Yang added. Saying this was tantamount to a confession. However, Yen Jiming only paused for a moment after hearing this, and then returned to his earlier delight. Before he could guess what was going to be said, Li Yang spoke again, directly silencing the mayor. "But I really want to take this land and use it to build a trade city to provide employment opportunities for the people of my hometown," Li Yang said honestly, not lying or deliberately saying it to Yen Jiming. Sure enough, Yen Jiming smiled with relief after sensing the sincerity that Li Yang was radiating. "So, you came to me because you want to take over this plot of land?" Li Yang admitted without any hesitation, nodding his head. "But do you know what problems you will face if you want to develop this plot of land?" Li Yang didn't know, and he didn't have the opportunity to find out. After all, before this, he didn't even know that there was a plot of land here. But with the system, nothing is a problem. And here it comes, the prompt. Li Yang just needs to repeat it, and add in some personal opinions and suggestions. It's all over in no time. Yen Jiming is stunned. There are a few problems and difficulties that he didn't anticipate, but Li Yang has thought of them. Once again, Yen Jiming is impressed. The most important thing is the compensation for demolition. If this is not done properly, the villagers will definitely not give way. Li Yang hits the nail on the head and directly points out the stakes. Yes, but hey. Yan Zhiming agreed, but he was also very helpless. He was short of money, and even if he knew the problem, there was no way to solve it. At this point, there was no need for the system to prompt, Li Yang would do it. It was nothing more than paying for it himself and then getting benefits and discounts from the relevant departments in the future. When the proposal was uttered, Yan Zhiming gladly gave his verbal consent. But after all, it was not a trivial matter, and it was necessary to follow the process and do things according to the rules and regulations. Once the system had distributed the lucky bags, Li Yang knew that the matter was settled. After seeing off the sincere and good-hearted leader, Zhang Peishi was dumbfounded. "What's wrong with my husband? What did I hear? You want to build a shopping mall here? Who is that man in the executive jacket?" Zhang Peishi became a little snob, while Li Yang petted her and pinched her nose. "Hey, my idiot knows what an executive jacket is. That's right, I haven't watched TV for nothing. No, I'm not talking about that. Okay, I'll say it. I really want to invest in this land." Li Yang confessed the truth. "Well, then what?" "Nothing, Yen City has approved it, and I just need to wait for the relevant staff to contact me to sign the contract." "Oh." Zhang Peishi blinked her eyes, a little confused. She had just come out with her husband, and how did he manage to close a deal? In contrast, she felt like the old woman Lu, who had entered the Grand View Garden and was confused. Let's go home." "Okay." Just as the couple were about to go home, Li Yang's phone rang. It was Yi Li Gung calling. And as soon as Yi spoke, "Yang Yang, come back for a visit, Sima Xian's home has been burned down." Chapter 213, Sima Xian's spiritual comfort, the family tablets of his parents. At first, Li Yang was puzzled when he received the call from Second Master. But when he heard what Second Master said, he froze for a moment, and then turned furious. Sima Xian, his good friend, was kind and gentle, and normally wouldn't offend anyone, but why was his house burned down? In the flash of a lightning bolt, many conjectures crossed Li Yang's mind, but then he became anxious. Because he knew very well what that house meant to Sima Xian. It could be said that since Sima Xian's parents passed away, that house had become his only existence and a place to remember his parents. And now, the house had been burned down, and it was even burned by someone else. He really didn't dare to think about Sima Xian's state at this moment. Yi, I'll be right back." After hanging up the phone, Li Yang and Zhang Peishi hurried back to the car and then rushed towards their hometown. Zhang Peishi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, also frowned when she heard the news. On the one hand, she knew that Sima Xian was a good person, and on the other, she was worried about her husband. After all, the two had been friends since childhood. Thinking about this, Zhang Peishi spoke softly. "Honey, don't worry, just drive slowly." "I know, it's fine," Li Yang said with a slight turn of his head and a smile to show his relief. They arrived shortly after. Li Yang stopped the car and led Zhang Peishi straight to Sima Xian's house. After turning the corner, they could see the burnt-out ruins of the house. Not far away, on a stone, Sima Xian was sitting there, weeping and covering his face. He didn't make a sound, just sobbing and crying alone. Everyone who knew him well knew that Sima Xian was afraid that the villagers would worry about him, so he was crying silently. But the more he did so, the angrier the neighbors and villagers around him became. What a good boy, sensible and kind. It was already pitiful enough that the heavens had made him lacking in intelligence, and then he lost his parents, and now even his only house was set on fire. Alas! Someone sighed. It is only natural that anyone who knows about Sima Xian's past would be moved by it. He is a miserable person, a pitiful person. "Yang Yang, you're here." Li Gung also shouted after seeing Li Yang and Zhang Peishi. The reason for calling them was also to hope that Li Yang could comfort Sima Xian properly. After all, the two had a very good relationship, and I think Sima Xian will listen to him. Second Master. Li Yang and Zhang Peishi respectfully shouted. "Please persuade him well. The house has been burnt to such a state that it is no longer habitable, but that is not a problem. Go and stay at my house." Li Gung is also a good old man, and he sincerely feels for Sima Xian, so after learning about the tragedy, he also made arrangements and plans. Good. Li Yang came to Sima Xian and knelt down, speaking softly. "Brother Xian, it's me, Yang Yang." Upon hearing this, Sima Xian did raise his head. Perhaps the name Yang Yang held a weight with him that nothing could replace. "Yang Yang, you're back." Sima Xian looked up at Li Yang. Although he was unkempt, with black soot on his face and his hair in disarray, he still managed to smile at Li Yang. However, compared to his usual bright smile, the one he gave Li Yang now seemed a little forced. This made Li Yang feel even worse. "Don't worry, I'm here for you." Even though Sima Xian was covered in dust, Li Yang didn't mind the slightest, and instead, he took him in his arms. Sima Xian froze for a moment, and then suddenly burst into tears. Even if he didn't say anything, the people around him could hear the desolation and helplessness in his cries. Just listening to Sima Xian's cries, the people around him couldn't help but feel their noses getting a little bit sore. "Xian Gu, don't cry, don't cry." Li Yang was like comforting a child, gently patting Sima Xian's head, trying his best to give him a little bit of comfort. However, after someone shouted the fire is out, Sima Xian stood up at a very fast speed and then sprinted towards the ruins. Li Yang was shocked and his physical potential also exploded at this time, and he followed closely behind. But he still couldn't stop him, because Sima Xian was running very fast. When Li Yang followed Sima Xian and ran inside, he saw the latter looking around before coming to a pile of ruins. He didn't care if the charred wood was hot or not, and actually went straight to hug it. Fortunately, the wood had been burnt for almost a whole night, and it was still warm but not hot, so Sima Xian was not hurt again. "Xian, what are you looking for?" "I'll help you." "No, it's okay." Sima Xian shook his head, meaning that he would do it himself and didn't need help. After searching for a few minutes, Sima Xian finally found two plaques, or rather, two memorial tablets, under a piece of burnt wood. Li Yang was overcome with grief. The two memorial tablets were, without a doubt, those of Sima Xian's parents. Because the fire had come so suddenly, the neighbors who had rushed over had only been able to rescue Sima Xian, and had been unable to save anything else in the house, including the memorial tablets. Now that the fire has just been extinguished, Sima Xian rushed in, which really made people feel bad. "Brother Xian, it's not safe here, let's go out first," Li Yang said, quickly pulling Sima Xian. However, as Li Yang grabbed Sima Xian's arm, the latter actually let out a scream. Li Yang felt something and hurriedly lifted up Sima Xian's sleeve. Sure enough, he saw many bruises of a greenish-purple color. It was precisely because of the existence of these bruises that Sima Xian's arm would hurt if it was touched slightly. Usually, Sima Xian just strolled around the village. He was kind and would not offend others because he was a good person. Now, many of these bruises on his body were obviously caused by people. What on earth had happened? Li Yang's anger grew, and when he looked at Sima Xian's injuries, his heart felt even worse. The two walked out and joined the crowd. Li Yang asked Zheng Peishi to go to the car and get the first aid kit, and then found Yi Li Gung. Yi, Xian Gu has a lot of injuries. Do you know what happened? Injuries? Li Gung asked in surprise. When Li Yang showed Sima Xian's wounds, everyone nearby was shocked. They didn't even notice. This is unbelievable. I don't know either. Xiao Xian, tell us what happened. Li Gung was also anxious, because these wounds were all over Sima Xian's body, not just on his arms. I don't know if Sima Xian was afraid of worrying people or didn't want to cause trouble for Li Yang and the others, but he just wouldn't say anything. No matter how you asked, he just shook his head and grinned. That smile was like saying, I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine. Chapter 214, The Righteous Sima Xian. Li Yang, Li Gung, and the other neighbors around them all asked Sima Xian what had happened, but he still refused to say anything. Seeing this, Li Yang knew that he had to find out for himself. Second Master, you said on the phone that someone set Brother Xian's house on fire. What happened? There are gasoline drums over there, Li Gung said, pointing to a corner not far away. In this way, it naturally confirms the claim of being burned, and the fact that the other party even poured gasoline and set it on fire is very malicious. Li Yang's face also turned gloomy and he was very angry. Immediately, he looked up and looked around, as if he was looking for something. After seeing the camera that could film here, Li Yang came to the front of a few villagers. Auntie, was your home surveillance camera on last night? It was on. Yang, I'll show you. Okay, thank you, Auntie. No trouble. I hope you can find the person and do Sima Xian justice. I will. The villagers are all very simple, warm and kind. Sima Xian's situation is well known to everyone, and everyone is taking care of this poor child as much as they can. Now that he has suffered this kind of unwarranted disaster, it makes everyone's heart ache even more. When he arrived at this aunt's house, Li Yang began to check the surveillance video, and as he had hoped, he could see the perpetrators. However, the crime was committed in the middle of the night, and it was very dark. Even though there was moonlight, it was too weak to see the faces of the three people clearly. but it can be determined that the fire at Sima Xian's house was set by the three people. Afterwards, Li Yang went to several other places to check the surveillance videos, but it was still the same, and he didn't get much. For a while, he was at a loss. Everyone, let's disperse. I'll go ask my father. Li Yang dismissed everyone and then comforted Sima Xian a little before driving to Li Ligua's workplace. At the office, Li Ligua was looking at some documents when his apprentice informed him that Li Yang was here. Yang, what's wrong? Have you come to see Dad about something? Dad, Brother Xian's house caught fire and it was set on fire by someone. Li Yang briefly recounted what had happened. Li Ligua's brow furrowed when he heard, and he didn't expect such a terrible thing to happen. Let's go back and take a look. Li Ligua greeted a few colleagues, took his apprentice with him, and followed Li Yang back to the village. Several police comrades either checked the surveillance video or searched for evidence, and they began their work with a clear division of labor. Li Ligua also came to Sima Xian's side, comforting him while asking about some things. Xian, have you offended anyone in the past few days? Sima Xian shook his head. Have you spoken to anyone? Sima Xian still shook his head. This made father and son Li Ligua and Li Yang wonder whether Sima Xian was afraid of causing trouble or whether he really hadn't done anything. Xian, your uncle will definitely get justice for you, you have to tell the truth to your uncle, understand? Sima Xian nodded. But no matter how much he was questioned afterwards, he just kept shaking his head. So they still had no idea what had happened. Just as Li Ligua was thinking about increasing the number of nearby surveillance cameras, an old lady led a little girl over, trembling. Nyonya, is that the young man? Yes, Grandma. The girl with pigtails nodded and ran straight towards Sima Xian. Brother, do you remember me? The little girl tilted her head and looked at Sima Xian with big, watery eyes. Sima Xian froze for a moment when he saw the little girl, then suddenly his eyes lit up and he nodded vigorously. It's you. Brother, thank you. I brought my grandmother today, and she wants to thank you. As she spoke, the little girl pulled Sima Xian up from the stone, and the elderly person beside her also walked over. Young man, thank you for taking care of my Nyonya. Thank you. Li Ligua, who was standing nearby, had a wealth of experience. Although he had not yet gained a deep understanding, he was able to pick up on some information after hearing these words. Auntie, how did little Xian take care of your child? Nyonya, you tell him. The old man sat down on a large stone, clearly tired from having walked a little way. The little girl was also unafraid of strangers and began to tell her story when asked. I came here to play, but some bad guys blocked me and wouldn't let me go. They wanted to take off my pants. I cried, very loudly. Then a big brother heard me and came running over, chasing away the three bad guys. Brother, thank you, you're so brave. In this way, the matter became clear. It was Sima Xian who had saved the little girl, but the men he had beaten up were holding a grudge and waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. Although it was not necessarily the case, it was probably the case. So Li Ligua called his apprentice and asked him to adjust the surveillance and increase the search range, vowing to find these three men. When the old man heard that Sima Xian's house had been burned down by the bad guys, he also burst into tears, feeling sorry for him. Seeing the old man bowing to apologize to him over and over again, Sima Xian panicked and knelt down directly in front of the old man. Li Gang and Li Ligua quickly helped the old man up and comforted him. Don't be sad, sister. Xian is a child we have watched grow up. His family has had an accident, and we cannot just ignore it. We will help repair and rebuild the house. Don't worry. The old woman nodded with relief, and then directly took out a black plastic bag from her bosom. This is the money that Nyonyo's father sends back every month. You take it and use it to build the young man a house. If it weren't for the young man, my Nyonyo. The old woman didn't say any more, but everyone knew what she was trying to say. Yes, the consequences would be unimaginable. But the old man and his granddaughter lived together, so how could Li Ligua and the others bear to touch the hard-earned money that the girl's father sent back? So Li Gang immediately said that the villagers would pay for it. After a few more mutual shirks, the old man was willing to take the money back. After seeing the old woman lead the little girl away, Li Ligua also got up and went back to the office. This case must be handled properly to do Sima Xian justice. Li Yang, on the other hand, did not hurry to leave. After helping Sima Xian settle in, he contemplated for a moment before asking. Brother Xian, I'm going back to the demon capital in a few days. Do you want to go with me? I'll find you a job. Li Yang had already made plans. Originally, he wanted to let Sima Xian settle nearby, but now that this had happened, he was not at ease either. In the demon capital, he had factories and companies, which could take care of him more easily. Secondly, Sima Xian really wasn't that incompetent. Chapter 215, My son has become successful, and so has my grandson. Without waiting for Sima Xian to answer, the second Master Li Geng next to him became anxious. Yan Yang, forget it. Since Xiao Xian is in our village, everyone can help take care of him. If he goes to the demon capital, he won't know anyone there, not to mention the fact that he'll be bullied. Second Master is concerned about Sima Xian, and what he says is all from his perspective. Don't worry, Second Master, I'll let Xian go to my factory and find him an easy job. I'll arrange for someone to take care of him, no problem. Your factory? Yes. Li Geng nodded without saying anything more. Although he didn't know what his grandson did in the demon city, he had heard a few words from his father. Anyway, he was quite capable in the demon city, quite good, capable, quite good. Xiao Xian, what do you think? Li Geng looked at Sima Xian and still wanted to seek his opinion again. But then again, Li Geng didn't really believe that Sima Xian would go with Li Yang. It can be said that if nothing had happened and Sima Xian's house was still there, he would never have left with Li Yang. But now that this has happened and the only comfort in Sima Xian's heart has been destroyed, the choice is different. Go. I, go. After Yi asked, Sima Xian spoke, answering in one word. However, he still had something to say. No, Yang Yang, take care of it. Li Yang and Li Geng both understood what Sima Xian meant, which was to go to the demon capital, but not to take extra care. Looking at his stubborn childhood playmate, Li Yang couldn't help but feel a little tear in his nose. He was obviously a good person, and he had already suffered a miserable life, so why would anyone hurt him? Thinking about this, Li Yang clenched his fists and made up his mind that he must find the three arsonists. Xian, you just stay at the second master's house for a couple of days. You don't need to bring anything or clean up. I'll take care of things for a couple of days, and then we'll go to the demon capital together. Sima Xian nodded, his head slightly bowed, so that no one knew what he was thinking. Li Geng naturally understood what Li Yang meant. Taking care of things meant definitely getting justice for Sima Xian. He was very supportive and also desperately hoped to catch those bad guys and lock them up. But, Yan Yang, are those things easy to find? Don't worry, Second Master, my father is going to adjust the surveillance cameras, so I don't think there will be a problem. That's good, then we'll see which village the bad guys are from. I'll take someone to their door to demand compensation for Xiao Xian. Li Geng was really angry. He had watched the children in the village grow up since they were little, and Sima Xian was one of them. Even though he wasn't a member of the Li family, after spending so much time together, he had long since treated him like a junior. Now that Sima Xian's home has been burned to the ground and he has been bullied, the old man feels quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, the Li family has more promising people, and they can all be of use in this matter. After settling Sima Xian, Li Yang took Zhang Peishi and left, followed closely by Li Geng, who wanted to see his grandson off. Walking out of the room and into the courtyard, Li Ligua, holding a mobile phone, was hurrying towards them, trotting. Dad? What's wrong? You seem in a hurry. Li Yang asked suspiciously. Then Li Ligua handed him the phone and said, Secretary Dong, my son is here, you talk to him. After that, Li Ligua directly held the phone to Li Yang's ear. Hello? Who is this? Secretary Dong. Li Ligua reminded him, without making a sound, just mouthing the words. Hello, Mr. Li, this is Yen City's secretary, Dong. The sound of the phone call was not loud, even without the speakerphone, but the father and son were close together, so Li Ligua could clearly hear what Secretary Dong said on the other end of the line. That was the secretary of Mayor Yenjiming, but she was calling herself Little Dong here? What's going on? Li Yang suddenly realized, it turned out to be Yenjiming's secretary, but what did she want with him? Didn't she say that cooperation required going through the process and following the rules and regulations? Oh, hello Secretary Dong, did Mayor Yen find me for something? No. Mayor Yen knows that there was a vicious arson and assault in your village, and he is very angry. He has ordered me to cooperate fully and help you solve the case. If you need anything, please feel free to contact me. Hearing this, Li Yang froze for a moment. Did the news spread so quickly? But even if it spread quickly, it couldn't have reached the ears of the city leaders. In that case, there was only one explanation: Yan Zhiming was investigating him and happened to catch wind of this incident. After thinking this through in a flash, Li Yang promptly thanked him with a smile. Then I'll leave it to you, Secretary Dong. Please thank Mayor Yan for me. Okay, no problem. After exchanging a few words, the phone call ended. Li Ligua snatched the phone away and then stared at Li Yang. You little brat, what's going on? Huh? What do you mean, huh? How do you know Mayor Yan? From the TV, we watched Yan's speech together the other night. Don't be silly, just tell me, how did you manage to get Yan to personally assign a secretary to cooperate with the investigation? Li Ligua was surprised. No, he was shocked. When did his son become so accomplished? Although it is said that marriage makes a person grow, it doesn't make a child grow in status. Well, it's a long story. Then make it a short story. With no choice, Li Yang had to briefly explain how he had accidentally met Yanshi and had initially negotiated a deal with him. Li Ligua pursed his lips after hearing this, feeling a chill in the back of his teeth and wind leaking through. Good boy, you've become quite something, able to negotiate a deal directly with the mayor. Right, your son, and I think so too. Don't be so chatty. You take Shishi home first, I'll go arrest someone. With the instructions of the leader, the matter will be much easier. After saying this, Li Ligua took a step back and left, but the pace of his steps was a bit cheerful, like a child. Li Gum also listened to the conversation between father and son without missing a word. Knowing that his grandson had cooperated with the mayor, he felt honored. Good boy, you've made a success of yourself. Right? My father just said that too. Li Yang smiled shyly. It's really quite a satisfying thing to be recognized and praised by your elders, at least it makes you feel good. Second master, we'll be going back first, please take care of brother Xian, let me know if there's anything missing. Go ahead, there's nothing missing, I have everything. Li Gong waved his hand with a smile. At this moment, Li Yang's status in his heart has been elevated quite a bit, almost to the level of a generation above. In the car, Zhang Peishi sat in the passenger seat, hugging a pillow and a little confused. Honey, it's only been a little while, how did Yanshi know what happened here? Could it be that he was investigating you? Zhang Peishi figured it out herself, and then she became nervous. After all, for an ordinary person, being remembered by the officials is really not a good experience. Chapter 216 Emperor Wasteland's Enlightenment Tea? But Li Yang was not surprised by this. Ordinary people who want to do business will look for trustworthy and capable people to cooperate with. What about the people at the top? How could someone just start cooperating on such a big project just because someone said so? Well, that's true. Zhang Peishi is very smart and understands the reasoning behind this. But it's also good that the leader has spoken, and Brother Xian's matter will be much easier to handle. Yes. Just as the couple had thought. That afternoon, the case was solved. The three arsonists were a group of hooligans from the next village. They confessed that when they were teasing the little girl that day, Sima Xian had hit them with a stone and chased them away. Later, they learned that Sima Xian was an idiot, so they became more and more angry. They simply wore a hat at night and came over to set the fire while it was dark. Although the three of them insisted that they wanted to scare Sima Xian, they could not escape the charge of intentional homicide. As a result, the three were sentenced to 5, 7, and 8 years in prison respectively, and fined tens of thousands of yuan to compensate Sima Xian and rebuild the house. When Li Ligua returned the next day, he couldn't help but feel that he had never seen such a quick and painless case. The reason for this is naturally not difficult to understand. A single sentence of Xiaodong is worth 1,000 words. It's fine as long as it's handled well. Jia Ximin felt very gratified after hearing the result. Especially after hearing that her son was so capable, she was even happier. He's my son, he's got a future. That's right. Li Yang nodded approvingly. But then his mother Jia Ximin poked him on the head. You're so pleased with yourself just because I praised you? Tell me about that project, what's it about? It can solve the employment problem for so many people. Li Yang didn't mind the hassle and explained it to his mother slowly. He knew that his mother probably wouldn't understand, but she just wanted to chat with her son. After all, the day of leaving home is approaching. Despite the convenient transportation nowadays, it is still not that convenient to travel between the Magic City and Fengtian. Sure enough, after Li Yang finished speaking, Jia Ximin asked again. Yang, my son, when are you going back to the Magic City? Have you made a decision yet? But tell me in advance, so I can prepare something for you to take with you. Don't worry, Mom, we will. Li Yang comforted softly, and then promptly took his mother's hand. Mom, we'll come back whenever we have time, especially if the project here is finalized. We'll have to come back and forth a lot to supervise the work, won't we? Hearing that her son might come back often because of work, Jasmine is very happy in her heart. But then she thinks, back and forth, it's inevitable, and she feels a little sad for her son. Sigh, never mind, as long as he's doing well. Yes, Mom. Back in the bedroom, Li Yang also feels a little bad. Zhang Peishi, who could tell what Li Yang was thinking, came over to him gently and lay down next to him. Honey, why don't we ask Mom and Dad to quit their jobs and go to the Magic City with us? That's impossible. Both Mom and Dad love their jobs, and I've thought about taking them to the Magic City, but it's hard. That's why I bought a house on the next street over so they can collect the rent after they retire and have something to do. Well, I really hope to live with Mom and Dad, and I'm very happy. Zhang Peishi speaks the truth. She feels especially warm when the family sits down to eat together, chat, and watch TV. Now that she is about to go back to the Magic City, she feels a little sad. They have enough money to spend now. But Li Yang's worries have also increased. How is the physical condition of her parents? Just arranging for her parents to have medical checkups 3 times a year is not enough. Li Yang feels that it is mainly necessary to be in good health. So Li Yang set her sights on the system. Calling up the system and taking out the lucky bag, Li Yang asked. System, what can I get from this lucky bag? You can get anything, it's a matter of probability. Can I specify what I want? I don't want anything fancy, just something that can improve my parents' health and enhance their physical fitness. Can I specify what I want from the rewards you gave me before? Let's try. Okay, let's try. If I can't get it, I'll kill you. Li Yang grinned and opened the lucky bag. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 2 boxes of Perfect World Wudao tea. Ha! Li Yang froze for a moment, looking at the sudden increase in the amount in tea in the space. Perfect World? Wudao tea? These 2 elements are very familiar. The key is that when these 2 elements are combined, Li Yang's mind immediately conjured up the face of the desolate Sky Emperor. Damn it! Is there really a perfect world? Yes, everything that exists can be thought of. Okay, don't give me any philosophy, I need to calm down. This tea that makes you realize the Tao, will it really make you realize the Tao after drinking it? Cultivate immortality? The efficacy of the medicine will decline in a different dimension, but it can still improve physical fitness. Oh, that's fine, you're very generous, you gave me 2 boxes directly. I remember that the Emperor of the Waste World also drank this tea 1 piece at a time, right? Carrot. Li Yang cheerfully took out the 2 boxes of tea and walked towards the living room, ready to give them to her mother. Mom, these 2 boxes of tea, 1 for you and 1 for my dad. Be sure to drink 1 cup a day, just 1 tea leaf per cup. 1 cup a day? 1 tea leaf per cup? How could that possibly taste good? Jia Ximin suspiciously took the 2 nice-looking boxes, and even though they weren't opened, she could smell the fragrance that was leaking out. This tea is pretty good. Where did your son buy it? Cough, it's special supply, you can't buy it, so don't let outsiders drink it, just you and my dad. Li Yang said with a greedy look. It's only natural to save the good stuff for your parents, what do outsiders care? In fact, even if Li Yang didn't remind her, Jia Ximin would never have entertained outsiders with it. After all, she cared too much about the word special supply. But what she cared about even more was that her son was actually capable of getting hold of such a special supply. Time flew and the day of the business meeting arrived. After a few days, Yan Jiming had also got a general idea of Li Yang's situation, but what surprised him was that one of the factories in Li Yang's name actually had a military background. Having investigated this far, Yan Jiming stopped probing further, as that was enough. The military's ability to judge people could be trusted. It turned out that they were people of the same kind. Yan Jiming liked Li Yang even more, a young man who dared to think and act. Yan Jiming took on the signing that was originally to be done by Secretary Dong himself. For a while, the reporters present were impressed by Yan's conscientious and practical work, but they also became curious about Li Yang's identity. What kind of person is he? He actually made Yan Ji pay so much attention. Chapter 217, Don't hit my face, Grandma will see it. Don't. My grandma's apples aren't sold out yet. Under the red banner, there were a few tables. Behind the tables sat a few people. There was Yan Zhiming and Li Yang. After more than an hour of discussion, the UNE Trade City project was officially finalized. It can be said that Li Yang's Hongmeng real estate will usher in a golden period of development. After finishing the business, Li Yang went home. As soon as he entered the door, he saw that his wife and mother-in-law were both crying with red eyes. For a moment, the words conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law popped up, which directly scared Li Yang into a cold sweat. "Mom, what's wrong with you two?" Despite feeling a headache, Li Yang still plucked up the courage to ask. Fortunately, the atmosphere was not that terrifying. Jia Ximin shook her head and said, "Alas, this world, children don't act like children." "Mom, they're not children, they're demons, they're animals." "Yes, they are animals." Jia Ximin and Zhang Peishi agreed, referring to the children as animals and damned demons. Li Yang looked down suspiciously and saw that Zhang Peishi's phone was on a hot topic, the murder of a junior high school student in Handan City. Li Yang had been busy these past few days and hadn't really paid much attention to what was going on Douyin. But while shopping and on the way home today, he had heard many people talking about Handan City. "Honey, what happened in Handan?" "Honey, you should watch it yourself." "I can't bring myself to say it. Just thinking about that poor little boy makes my heart ache and I want to cry." And I also saw a video of the boy selling apples. At the time, I felt that the boy was so understanding, but nowadays people are just different. As she said, Zhang Peishi's eyes turned red again. Li Yang also took the phone and passed it over. It was only when he watched it that he almost got half killed with anger. Is there such a thing? Li Yang was furious. Especially when he saw the victim's parents repeatedly chanting at the autopsy site, "My child, don't be afraid, don't be afraid." Seeing this video, even though Li Yang was just a bystander, he couldn't help but feel his nose turn sour. The incident was so terrible. The child, so pitiful. Later, when listening to the lawyer describe the autopsy and the child's miserable appearance, Li Yang felt even more heart-wrenching pain. As parents, children are the apple of our eyes. Parents feel bad when their children cry, not to mention the victim. Alas. Li Yang let out a long sigh, sat down on the sofa, and took a moment to compose herself. "Son, can we help in some way? Mom has some money here. Can you see if you can call the child's father? He must have a lot of expenses, so this is the least we can do." "I don't know how to use Douyin, you young people know more, help Mom ask." With that, Jia Ximin took out the money she usually used to buy milk tea and cream puffs. "No need, Mom, I have the money here, I'll pay for it." Immediately, Li Yang found the victim's father's account number based on the search and sent him a private message. The private message was just a few words, but Li Yang expressed his determination to help in any way he could. Seeing Li Yang finish asking, Jia Ximin felt a little better. "Alas, poor child, I hope everyone in the country knows about this and doesn't let the heat die down, I'm afraid the child will get cold." Jia Ximin was in tears again. As a teacher, she undoubtedly likes children very much. Even if they are not her own children or students, she still can't help feeling distressed. What a good boy, he even knows to help his grandmother sell apples. Her grandmother, how much pain she must be feeling. Jia Ximin shook her head, a little unable to hold back her tears. She stood up and went back to the bedroom. Zhang Peishi was the same. She was so emotional that her voice was a little hoarse. "Honey, when Yi and Yaya grow up, let's let them learn some self-defense skills, like Taekwondo. Even if it's only a little helpful, it'll be good." Zhang Peishi's thoughts are undoubtedly the thoughts of most parents. They are ordinary people, and all they want is for their children to be safe and healthy. "Yes, learn it, don't worry, I will take care of you." Li Yang gently put his arms around Zhang Peishi and comforted her softly. Afterwards, the couple also coincidentally agreed to add to the heat of the matter. Whether it was leaving a comment below the relevant video, or voting and shaking your phone, they did it all. As long as it could add a little heat, Zhang Peishi felt it was worthwhile and was willing to do it. They did it all afternoon. Even when they were eating, Zhang Peishi and Jia Ximin were both holding their phones, leaving comments below each video. Halfway through dinner, Li Ligua came home from work, changed his clothes and came to the table, where he immediately sought his busy wife and daughter-in-law. "What's going on here?" "Li, don't say anything, just quickly leave comments on these videos to keep the heat up." "Okay." After finding out what was going on, Li Ligua also joined Jia Ximin and Zhang Peishi, and the three of them worked together to increase the heat of the event. "Li, what do you think of this? Will they win in the end? What will happen to those three scumbags?" Jia Ximin asked. After all, Li Ligua's words must be more professional than theirs. Well, we've also consulted an experienced senior, and he said that it's not simple. Unless the heat of this incident continues and remains, then there might be a chance of a comeback. So what we're doing isn't useless. It's useful? Yes, it is. This is one of the few things we can do. Li Ligua nodded in affirmation, so Zhang Peishi and Jia Ximin worked even harder. At the dinner table, Li Ligua also told them about something that had happened today. After hearing it, they couldn't help but feel worried. Something had happened at Lao Feng's place today. A naughty kid had been caught stealing in the supermarket by the owner. The child's parents were notified, and when they arrived, they were quite unhappy, saying that it was a big deal over nothing. During the argument, the child's parents said, "The other person was fine, so what if my child stole something?" This is not a good sign. Li Ligua frowned after he finished speaking. It seemed as if the thing he was most reluctant to see was about to happen. Jia Ximin felt the same way. She too began to worry. If this matter is casually brushed aside, I predict it will change the way all families educate their children. Teacher Zhao said that today, there were many more parents picking up their children after school. Children are the treasure of the family, and no one wants their treasure to get hurt, so they would rather be tired themselves and pick up their children in person. This is ridiculous. The impact of this incident is really very big. In the circles of friends of Jia Ximin and Zhang Peishi, they are all talking about this incident. Li Yang is also looking forward to it, hoping that the father of the child will see his message. He is always looking forward to it, and has sent it to become read. I hope everyone will pay attention to this matter, it breaks my heart. Chapter 218, Mom's Advice, Drink less, your stomach hurts, Mom feels bad for you. After staying at home for 3 days, Li Yang and Zhang Peishi were going back to the Magic City. It was no exaggeration to say that during the 3 days at home, Zhang Peishi and Jia Ximin spent the whole time on their phones. Whenever Jia Ximin came home from school, she would sit on the sofa and play on her phone, glued to the screen. Zhang Peishi, on the other hand, would lie on the bed after cleaning the house and doing the housework, and play on TikTok. Overall, the two of them were very, very concerned about the Han City event. Li Yang was supportive. To be precise, parents all over the world are supportive. After all, the outcome of this event will affect the whole of China. Therefore, Li Yang volunteered to take on the task of cooking and grocery shopping for the family. Of course, taking care of Yi and Yaya, both Jia Ximin and Zhang Peishi would just grab it and do it. Time really does pass unnoticed sometimes. It seems like only a blink of an eye, and Li Yang and Zhang Peishi are about to leave Fengtian with Yi and Yaya and return to the Magic City. Even though there is early morning study hall that day, Jia Ximin still gets up early and makes dumplings for her son and his family of 4, because when they leave, dumplings are ready. In the morning, Li Yang gets up and comes to the living room, and at a glance, he sees a note from his mother on the coffee table. It has words of advice written in red carbon pencil. 1. Be careful on the road and take care of your wife and child. 2. Take care of the family when you go back to the metropolis. You are not a child anymore, so behave yourself. Remember, don't drink too much, because if your stomach gets sick, it will make me feel bad. 3. If you get tired while you are away, just come home, because you have your father and me here. 4. Eat the dumplings, because I won't be able to see you off to the train. Call me when you arrive and never ignore my calls or texts again, got it? There are 4 points in total, and there is a strong sense of maternal love in every word. Looking at his mother's delicate handwriting, Li Yang couldn't help but feel a little sad and laugh at the same time. He couldn't help but feel emotional, and couldn't help but feel that his mother was truly worthy of the title of teacher. The message was like a list of key points, and it was perfect. However, when Li Yang smelled the dumpling aroma filling the air, he couldn't help but feel a little bit of a sore nose. At the same time, he also understood a saying: why do people always say that those who can stay in their hometowns after the new year and not go out and about are truly capable? Jia Ximin had already left for school, and Li Ligua had gone to the office because of the case. In other words, the 4 members of the Li family were leaving without anyone to see them off. Eating the dumplings in the bowl and looking at the empty house, Li Yang and Zhang Peishi both felt quite uncomfortable. Honey, Mom didn't dare to stay behind and see us off, she was afraid she might cry. Zhang Peishi suddenly spoke up to explain for her mother-in-law, afraid that her husband would blame her mother-in-law. I know. Dad is the same. I understand. Yes, honey, eat more dumplings. If you eat enough, you won't miss home. With these words, Zhang Peishi playfully added some dumplings to Li Yang's bowl and gave a cute expression. In her opinion, it is all the more important to be considerate of her husband at times like these. Li Yang naturally understood what his wife was doing, so he smiled and ate all the dumplings. After tidying up, they stayed at home for a while. Li Yang especially wanted to lie on the bed for a while before leaving. It seemed that smelling the familiar smell of home would make her feel more comfortable. But the time had come for them to leave. With their things in hand, the couple walked out of the house with Yi and Yaya. But even after closing the door firmly, Li Yang couldn't help but open it again and take a look inside. In an instant, the images of when his parents were at home flooded back to him. Zhang Peishi knew how her husband felt, so she didn't disturb him, but instead gently lifted the things under her feet towards the elevator entrance, so that they could take the elevator later. By the time Li Yang came back to his senses, Zhang Peishi was already waiting at the elevator entrance with the Yi and Yaya, as well as the things his parents had prepared. Li Yang couldn't help but feel a little self-reproach when he saw this. Sigh, it's my fault. I'm a big boy, but I'm still so attached to my family. Li Yang laughed at himself, but in his heart he was thinking, be more manly. Giggle, it's okay, honey, I understand. Zhang Peishi just giggled, not teasing, but with understanding and relief. Okay, let's go. Li Yang put whatever he could on his back, took the stroller, and pressed the elevator button. After that, he never looked back. As they walked out of the residential area and arrived at the gate, almost at the same time, a commercial vehicle pulled over to the side. Li Yang and his second uncle Li Gung got out of the car, which was driven by Li Yang's cousin, who shouted enthusiastically, "Big brother, sister-in-law." Of course, they also brought Sima Xian. It was hard to say whether to say it or not, but the clean, changed Sima Xian really looked quite good. Yang, I've brought you Xiao Xian. When you get to the Magic City, you must take good care of him. Don't worry, second master, I will. Hearing Li Yang's reply, Li Gung also let go of his worries. He then looked around, and after not seeing the figures of Li Ligui and Jia Ximin, he looked puzzled. Where are your parents? Aren't they seeing you off? They've both gone to work. It's fine, second master, I'm not a child, I don't need to be seen off. Li Yang said understandingly. Li Gung, however, frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, he pointed at the car. Quan, help your brother carry the things. Get in the car, let's take them to the bus station. Okay. With the help of his cousin Li Quan, everything was loaded into the trunk. Li Yang originally refused, but his younger brother was quick on his feet, so he had to get in the car. Yang, take care of yourself too. You are the head of your little family. Yes, second master. During the whole trip, Li Gung and Li Yang had a great time chatting, especially when they talked about Li Yang winning the big project in the city. His face, which showed the signs of the passing years, was full of a bright smile. Good grandson, you're going places. Your grandfather would be very happy if he knew. Li Yang smiled without saying a word, but he was happy inside. Everyone likes to be praised, especially by their elders, because it means recognition. Soon the car arrived at its destination. In order not to cause any trouble, the two Li Gungs left after delivering the goods inside. Before leaving, the second elder even patted Li Yang on the shoulder, his eyes full of praise. Yang, where are we going? Sima Xian looked at the people coming and going around him and couldn't help but feel timid. The sight of him, a big man, tugging at the sleeve of Li Yang's shirt, immediately attracted the onlookers. Li Yang didn't care about this, but instead explained to him as if there were no one else around. Xiango, we're going to the demon capital, remember? Oh, I remember. Sima Xian nodded with his head hanging, not daring to look around. But it was easy to tell from the corner of his eye that he was still curious about everything around him. After all, this was his first time going far away. Chapter 219. What strawberry mark? I pinched it myself, raw. Finally, they got on the bus. Li Yang was really a bit busy. On the one hand, he had to take care of Yi and Yaya in the stroller, and also see if his daughter-in-law was keeping up, and take care of Sima Xian as well. Fortunately, everything went well, and the three of them sat down in their respective seats. Li Yang and Zhang Peishi sat together, and Sima Xian sat opposite them. Since the beginning, he had been looking around, just like Yi and Yaya, full of curiosity about everything. Brother Xian, have some fruit. Zhang Peishi pushed the fruit towards Sima Xian, but instead of eating it, he looked at Li Yang first. Brother Xian, don't be polite, eat. It wasn't until Li Yang nodded that Sima Xian picked up an apple and then turned around to quietly take a bite. The couple both knew that he was afraid because it was his first time going far away, and it was thanks to Li Yang that he wasn't even more nervous. As the train set off, the scenery outside the window changed, from houses at first to fields later. Sima Xian was transfixed, his eyes staring straight out the window. After a long while, he looked away and looked at Li Yang, speaking softly. Yang, thank you. You're welcome. If you're tired, go to sleep for a while. Oh. The journey was bound to be boring and tedious, especially with the large number of people on the train, the fast speed of the train, and the phone signal that was not very smooth. As a result, Zhang Peishi fell asleep after feeding Yi his milk and holding the little guy in her arms. Li Yang was the same. It seems that sleepiness is really contagious. I don't know how long I slept. Li Yang suddenly woke up. He subconsciously looked at Yi and Yaya and found that his son and daughter were sleeping soundly. Then he looked up at Sima Xian and saw that Xian was smiling at him. Yang, wake up, I'm sleeping. After saying that, Sima Xian tilted his head and fell asleep. Li Yang then realized that after he and his daughter-in-law had fallen asleep, Sima Xian had been watching the whole family, sometimes looking at the luggage, sometimes at Yi and Yaya. Sometimes Li Yang couldn't help but think, if only Xian were a normal person. It would be nice to expect a significant improvement in medical standards. But fortunately, he has the system on his side. Judging from the system's rewards, it seems that anything is possible. Bored, Li Yang took one hand and started chatting with Lu Jiawang and the others in the group chat. During this time, he inadvertently pressed his daughter a little, and the little one immediately squeaked, even opening her eyes to take a look, her little face full of discontent. Fortunately, she couldn't hold back her sleepiness, and after glaring at her father, she continued to sleep. In the group chat, as Li Yang spoke, it was like a bomb had gone off, and the other 3 people were able to come up with 99 plus messages in just 10 minutes. After Li Yang and Zhang Peishi's wedding was complete, the 3 of them slipped away, without even giving them the chance to invite them to dinner. Instead of immediately returning to the Demon City, the 3 of them went to Beijing to see the remains of the 731st Army Unit with their own eyes. During those few days, the 3 of them didn't stop cursing their little lives in the group chat. They were very angry, very angry. Lu Jiawang, who had always liked to watch Little Island movies, had actually deleted all the resources. In response, Li Wei and Zhao Yuchen successively said, "There's no need to be like that." Now they learned that Li Yang was on the high-speed train to the Magic City, and the 3 of them were very happy. In their opinion, Li Yang was the backbone of the family, and as long as he was there, at least someone could help them make decisions when things happened. Zhang Peishi woke up. Seeing her son in her arms still asleep, she leaned down and gently rubbed his face with her own. Then she started looking for something. "Silly, what's wrong? What are you looking for?" "Honey, I'm looking for food. Do you like snowflakes?" Zhang Peishi asked in a low voice, while also muttering, "Where are the snowflakes?" Finally, she found them, and they were at the bottom of the pile. They were crushed and incomplete, but that didn't affect their edibility. In fact, Zhang Peishi liked them even better. They were sweeter this way. Afraid of waking up Sima Xian, who was sleeping across from them, Zhang Peishi didn't just bite into the snow cake and eat it without a care, but instead held it in her mouth, waiting for it to soften before chewing. She was so kind and cute that Li Yang couldn't help but love and laugh at her. Li Yang didn't want to eat, mainly because he didn't want to compete with his daughter-in-law for food, but he couldn't resist Zhang Peishi's feeding, and just as he had swallowed a bite, a new one was shoved in. Whether it was fruit or snacks, Li Yang ate a lot of it. Zhang Peishi was even more exaggerated. Along the way, her cherry-like mouth never stopped, and she even slurped up a bucket of braised beef noodles. Finally, they arrived at their destination. 10 hours, from north to south, it was really not easy to endure. Thinking about this, Li Yang couldn't help but think of Lu Jiawang and the others. When they returned, they still didn't have high-speed train tickets, and they had to take the express train for 28 hours. Nearly 30 hours, just thinking about it is torture. It is said that Lu Jiawang didn't think it was a big deal at the time, saying that he could handle it easily, but by the 8th or 9th hour, he just collapsed. It was almost 7 o'clock when he walked out of the high-speed railway station, and almost 9 o'clock when he got home. Both adults and babies are hungry. Zhang Peishi's breasts were swollen, so she pushed Yi and Yaya back to the bedroom to prepare to breastfeed. Li Yang, meanwhile, settled Sima Xian and started cooking. Angie, who had rushed over after hearing the news, knocked on the door, greeted Li Yang, and then went to find Zhang Peishi. "Hey! Are those strawberry marks on Angie's neck?" Li Yang laughed. After a few days apart, has she found someone? In the bedroom, Zhang Peishi was also wondering the same thing. Angie had no choice but to keep explaining. CC, don't get any ideas. Those aren't strawberry marks, I just pulled them myself. Zhang Peishi shook her head and said, "What are you doing?" My parents are going to nag me about finding a boyfriend when they get back, so I had to lie to them and say I already have one. But I had to make it look convincing, right? So I pinched myself in the exact spot of the strawberry mark, and it turned out pretty good. At least it fooled my parents. Pinched yourself in the exact spot of the strawberry mark? What do you mean? Zhang Peishi asked curiously. Is that even possible? Yes, it's the strawberry mark on your neck. I still remember what it looked like, so I made one myself. It's quite painful. Angie was talking to herself, as if she hadn't noticed that Zhang Peishi was already blushing. Phew! I should have known better. Zhang Peishi thought to herself. She had wanted to tease her best friend, but had only managed to get herself into trouble. Ahem! Where are Uncle and Auntie? Are they resting? What's there to rest? They've long since returned to their home country. They just stayed at home for a day and nagged me for half a day. Angie sat helplessly by the bed, holding Yi's little feet while complaining helplessly. Well, it's nice to have someone to talk to. I feel better now. Oh, by the way, Shishi, I have some news for you. What? I'm going to debut as a celebrity. Hee hee, isn't that awesome? Chapter 220, Son, are you leaving? Then let's go out to eat. Debut as a celebrity? Zhang Peishi asked in return. To be honest, looking at Angie sitting on the edge of the bed, bending her legs and picking her toes, she really couldn't imagine what she would look like after her debut. Hey, Kiki, is this something serious? It's not like you're going to be in one of those. Although she was still breastfeeding and couldn't free her hands, Zhang Peishi still made an effort to gesture. For a moment, Angie froze, and she managed to recall the image of the heroine in the bittersweet film she had once seen deep in her mind. Go away. I'm talking about something serious. It's not like going to the sea to make a film. Angie rolled her eyes impatiently. Cough cough, that's good, that's good. Besides, I'll beat you up. I'm not short of money, so why would I make that kind of thing? What if, for fun? On hearing this, Angie turned away, indicating that she didn't want to talk to her best friend anymore. Okay, no more jokes. I wonder what my husband will cook, I'm so hungry. After rushing back from Fengtian to Shanghai, although she hadn't stopped talking or eating snacks the whole way, it wasn't dinner, and she was hungry. Angie, on the other hand, seemed to have remembered something, and she suddenly gave her thighs a slap, the sudden noise startling Yi, who was drinking milk. Oh, that's right. I forgot to mention it. Li Yang can't cook. What? What's wrong? At the same time, the door was pushed open and Li Yang, wearing an apron, walked in with a frown. There's a problem with the natural gas and the electrical circuit. Oh, yes, that's the problem. I wanted to mention it earlier, but then I forgot. In the past few days, the relevant departments have been inspecting the natural gas pipes and electrical circuits. Some time ago, there was a major explosion in Yanzhou, which was tragic, and we have ushered in the safety inspection. It is estimated that the inspection will not be completed until tomorrow, and until then, there is no way to light a fire. After Anchi finished speaking, Li Yang was even more speechless. Food is the most important thing to the people, and this is also subject to a sweeping approach? Then I have to think of a way to see what to eat for dinner. Li Yang was pondering when Anchi suddenly ran away. Wait for me a minute, I'll be right back. When she returned, she had a stack of small cards in her hand. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be coupons. This hot pot restaurant just opened and I heard it's pretty good, let's go eat hot pot. I have a lot of coupons here, so we should use them. As she said this, Angel fiddled with the coupons as if she were shuffling cards, and it looked like there were quite a few. Zhang Peishi was very hungry and could eat a few bites of plain steamed bread, let alone hot pot, so she looked expectantly at Li Yang. Hubby, you say BA. Okay, let's clean up and leave in a bit. Yes. Zhang Peishi was very happy and gave Li Yang a kiss. And she quickly ran away. After all, every extra bite of dog food meant fewer bites of hot pot. The dog food was rainbow flavored and filling. Before long, everyone had finished packing. Yi and Yaya were settled in their strollers. Sima Xian looked puzzled, not knowing why they were starting to hurry again. Xian, let's go eat. Sima-san didn't say anything, but Li Yang knew that he was asking why they weren't eating at home. They couldn't cook at home today. Oh. Sima-san nodded. Soon the group arrived downstairs and drove to the hot pot restaurant that Inchi had mentioned. Unexpectedly, this hot pot restaurant was particularly busy, with many people coming to eat. It could be said that if they had arrived a little later, they would have had to take a number and wait a long time in line. Led by a waitress who seemed friendly, Li Yang and the others sat at a table slightly inside. From her accent, this older sister was not a local, but she still introduced everything here in Mandarin as best as she could. After that, with her service, Li Yang and the others just had to wait for the food after ordering. Zhang Peishi and Inchi began discussing the matter of debut again. It was said that the latter had been noticed by scouts while shopping with her parents. In response, Inchi's parents did not express any opinions. Inchi, in order to avoid being forced into marriage and forced to marry by her parents, chose to consider agree. That, as she said, she would probably be notified to go to training camp in just a few days. And she told the truth and did not care too much, anyway it was just for the novelty. But who would have thought that her casual decision would be blessed by the heavens and even affect the subsequent career development of Zhang Peishi and Li Yang? While the two girls were having a heated discussion, Li Yang also took the time to let the second master know that they had arrived safely. The old man had been waiting for news and didn't go out for a walk with the pony until he confirmed their safe arrival. It was also at this time that Jia Simin replied to the message. Okay, Mom knows, it's good to be here, remember what Mom told you this morning? Okay, I know, Mom. Li Yang's nose tingles, and he can't help but recall the note from this morning. Mom, have you and Dad eaten yet? Li Yang asks again. It's a while before Jia Simin replies. We're eating, okay, I can't talk to you now, Mom has something to do and can't get to the phone. Okay. Just as Li Yang was wondering what his mother was doing, in a hot pot restaurant in Fengtian, Jia Simin was shoving a chopstickful of tripe into her mouth. Hoo, delicious, fragrant, and hot. Yes, Li Yang and the others had just left home, and Jia Simin had pulled her husband out after evening classes to go have hot pot. Tripe, duck intestines, and meat rolls were all Jia Simin's favorites. Even for the milk tea, she bought 3 cups at once using a discount coupon from Douyin, and now they were all in front of her, ready to be devoured. She had to admit that eating hot pot with the young couples around her made her feel a lot younger too. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Li Yang and the others were finally served. A double boiler hot pot with a clear soup and a slightly spicy taste, it looked and smelled good. One dish after another was served in an orderly manner, quickly filling the table. As the waitress helped open a glass of orange juice, Zhang Peishi took it and casually handed over a glass. Have a drink, sister. Hearing this, the waitress hurriedly waved her hands and shook her head. No, we have a rule in the restaurant that we can't drink anything from the guests. Thank you. After saying thank you, the waitress politely turned and left. And she was puzzled and didn't know what her best friend was doing. Peishi, what's wrong? Well, it's nothing. Just now I saw that lady trying to get a drink of water, but there were so many customers, and whenever someone called out to the waiter, she'd drop her cup and rush over, but she never got a chance to drink. Zhang Peishi was moved by compassion, especially when she heard the accent. She felt that the lady was still from their side. As the old saying goes, it's not easy for anyone when they're away from home. Chapter 221, Zhang Peishi's Deliberate Difficulty. After that, Zhang Peishi saw it twice more. The older sister wanted to drink water, but because of the sudden work she had to get her hands on, she had to put the paper cup down. Later, the paper cup with water in it was even knocked over by some naughty children playing in the store. In the end, not only did she not get a sip of water, she even had to mop the floor. Zhang Peishi knew in her heart that the older sister must be thirsty. So she raised her hand and asked for a bottle of juice. Just as Anchi was about to pour a glass to drink, Zhang Peishi suddenly knocked her hand away, forbidding her to drink. Then, waitress! Zhang Peishi suddenly shouted. Her tone was very bad, which directly startled Anchi. In her opinion, Zhang Peishi was usually a nice person, gentle and understanding, so why did she suddenly want to eat people? The woman also hurried over after hearing the shout. Although she was tired, she put on a polite face and asked politely. What can I do for you, beautiful lady? There's a problem with this juice, Zhang Peishi said sternly, looking as if she were very angry. Problem? Beautiful lady, the juices in our store are all freshly squeezed from fresh fruit. Okay, sister, don't use jargon with me, just try it. Oh, okay. I can see that you're panicking, sister. Your hand is trembling as you hold the cup. Pour some more, sister, otherwise how can you tell if there's a problem? Zhang Peishi added. The sister could only obey and pour some more. And she was even more puzzled, her little head scratching as she tried to figure out what her best friend was doing. On the contrary, Li Yang, who was serving food to Sima Xian, knew exactly what was going on, with a smile in the corner of his eyes. Seeing that her sister was particularly constrained, Zhang Peishi simply took matters into her own hands and poured a full glass for her sister in one go. That's enough, beautiful lady, if there's a problem, I'll help you apply for a refund. No need, sister, here, cheers. With that, Zhang Peishi raised her glass and lightly touched it to her sister's. In contrast, her sister was stunned, and it took a while for her to come to her senses. For a moment, she was very moved and understood what Zhang Peishi had done. There's no end to the work, sister. It's just a drink of water, it won't take long, Zhang Peishi said softly. Okay, thank you, thank you. The older woman kept saying thank you, her face beaming with a smile. Needless to say, Zhang Peishi's actions just now were able to warm the older woman for several days. This is what it's like being away from home. The care of strangers often breaks down people's defenses the most. When my sister returned to the kitchen, her colleagues were puzzled. Why was she crying and laughing? She didn't say anything. The hot pot was delicious. At least Zhang Peishi really liked it, especially the Chinese cabbage, which was delicious when dipped in the hot pot. Maybe she was just really hungry. Angel discovered that both Li Yang and Zhang Peishi, as well as Sima Xian, had big appetites. She had already eaten almost everything, but the three of them still looked like they were nowhere near finished. Shishi, you eat more to gain weight, and when the time comes you'll be fat as a pig and I'll be skinny as lightning, dazzling you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Peishi, who was stirring the potato powder, gave her a nasty look and then leaned over to Wenqi's ear and whispered. Don't worry, I won't get fat, and neither will you. Ugh, that's so mean. It's just the truth. And she was depressed. Although she didn't want to believe it, it seemed to be true. Who could blame her for having a stupid best friend who could eat as much as she wanted and still not gain weight? Li Yang had taken Sima Xian to the bathroom. Zhang Peishi was cooking alone, while Wenqi was attentively helping her to add meat to the rice, taking good care of her. Finally, they had eaten almost everything and were full, so Zhang Peishi leaned back in her chair, ready to catch her breath and rest. Angel came over and was about to say that she had seen a handsome guy tonight, but the next second she saw that Zhang Peishi had unbuttoned the oil-proof apron she was wearing in front of her, and it just popped open. Angel, what's wrong? What did you want to say? Nothing. Angel shut up, tilted her head, and felt curious. They were both women, but why was there such a difference in size? Could it be that innate talent could never be killed by postnatal supplementation? Fortunately, Angie could console herself by thinking that Zhang Peishi's success was due to the hard work of her assistants, Yi and Yaya, and Li Yang. After all, as a certain novel once said, a woman with a great figure definitely has a hard-working husband behind her. At the time, she didn't know what it meant. Now it seems so classic and so true. The meal took a long time, and they probably sent away 3 batches of customers. By the time Zhang Peishi and the others had finished eating and drinking and were ready to leave, there were already far fewer customers in the restaurant. The lady also warmly gave Zhang Peishi and the others a bag of pure milk each. It was cheap, but the gesture was very generous. In Zhang Peishi's opinion, this was a kind of good karma, and it felt very good. When they got home, Angie didn't even go in the front door. Depressed, she went straight home. Don't ask, just go back and eat papaya to replenish her nutrients. Li Yang, on the other hand, first settled Sima Xian and handed him the toiletries and daily necessities before returning to the bedroom. At the moment, Yi and Yaya had already woken up. It must be said that the siblings were very considerate. While other parents who took their children out to eat had their heads in the clouds as their children wailed and cried, Yi and Yaya were very sensible and obedient, lying quietly in the stroller without crying or making a fuss until their parents had eaten and drunk their fill. Now they are home, the siblings are hungry and just opened their eyes, looking around. However, Zhang Peishi is a little worried because looking at the appearance of her son and daughter, they don't look sleepy at all. In other words, tonight, some of them will stay up? The fact is indeed as she expected. Even at midnight, Yi and Yaya still didn't look like they wanted to go to sleep. Even though they had already eaten, they still wouldn't sleep, just staring at the ceiling. Zhang Peishi was about to give up several times and rested her head on Li Yang's leg for a nap. She just dozed off, and when she opened her eyes, she realized that only 3 minutes had passed, so she closed her eyes again. When she opened her eyes again, she realized that only 5 minutes had passed, so she slept for a while longer. When she opened her eyes again, it was already 6:30 in the morning. Looking at the brightly lit sky outside the window, Zheng Peishi felt disoriented, and the thigh of Li Yang under her head had also become a pillow. Where was Li Yang? He was actually playing with Yi and Ye in the living room. When she asked why, he said that he naturally didn't want to wake up his new daughter-in-law. Zhang Peishi wiped away the moisture at the corner of her mouth, walked out of the bedroom with embarrassment, and then saw Li Yang, Yi, and Ye, the father and children, all sitting on the sofa. Li Yang was reading the newspaper. Yi was dozing, her upper and lower eyelids fighting, her long eyelashes fighting. Ye was eating her fingers, this time 3 at a time. Sometimes she used too much force and her own fingers would poke her and make her gag. Chapter 222. No, is business in the Middle East? Honey. Zheng Peishi cooed, flipped over the sofa, and sat in Li Yang's arms. Li Yang spoiled her by kissing her forehead and asked softly, "You're awake?" "Yes, honey, you didn't call me." "Why would I?" Yi and Ye were very well behaved last night and fell asleep right away. I wanted to let you sleep a little longer this morning before bringing them out into the living room. Well, honey, you worked hard. No, I didn't. Honey. Zheng Peishi was like a little kitten, her slender arms wrapping around Li Yang's neck and rubbing against him as if she was very comfortable. However, Sima Xian came out of the house and interrupted her. Yang. Ya! Zheng Peishi screamed, hurriedly got out of Li Yang's arms, and her pretty little face turned red in an instant. This is embarrassing, I forgot that there are still other people in the house. Xian, good morning. Zheng Peishi greeted Sima Xian, and then her gaze rested on the suitcase he was carrying. Hubby? What's going on? Xian, are you leaving? Zheng Peishi's brows furrowed slightly. From the very beginning, she had never looked down on Sima Xian, so even if Li Yang hadn't said anything, she was happy to let her husband's childhood friend stay at their home. After all, he would definitely not be able to take care of himself alone. But now, she saw that Sima Xian was actually carrying luggage, so he was leaving, wasn't he? Yes, Xian is going to live in the factory, and I can't stop him, Li Yang said helplessly. In the morning, Sima Xian stopped Li Yang and told him that he wanted to live elsewhere. Sima Xian didn't want to cause too much trouble for Li Yang and his wife Zheng Peishi. Although he wasn't very bright, he could sense the kindness of the couple towards him. So, early in the morning, he went to find Li Yang and told him that he wanted to go. Li Yang tried to persuade him, but to no avail. So, he had to make other arrangements. He called the factory and asked to speak to Zhao Zhozhou. After learning the boss's request, the other party immediately patted his chest and promised that he would arrange everything. After listening to Li Yang's explanation, Zheng Peishi pondered for a moment, then walked away. When she returned, she was carrying several boxes in her hands. There was walnut milk, and a box of nuts. Hubby, you take all this to Brother Xian. Zheng Peishi put the things down on the ground with difficulty, and her palms were red from the strain. Okay. Li Yang didn't object, and was even gratified that his daughter-in-law was understanding and sensible. However, Sima Xian became anxious when he learned that the things were for him. The more anxious he became, the more he could not speak, and the more he stuttered, but the general meaning was that he did not want them and could not accept them. However, he was alone and could not argue with Li Yang and Zheng Peishi. In the end, after his luggage, there were many boxes of food. For breakfast, they ate instant noodles. They had originally planned to go out to eat, but Sima Xian refused to go, not wanting to cause any more trouble for the couple. There was nothing they could do, so the couple could only squeeze together at the dining table and boil the instant noodles. It was quite a funny sight. Soon, Li Yan was about to set off for the factory. Zheng Peishi also settled Yi and Ye before going to the door to see them off. Sima Xian kept waving his hands, urging his younger brother and sister-in-law to go back, and was very anxious. Both Sima Xian and Li Yang and Zheng Peishi are people of great love. After seeing the two off, Zheng Peishi put Yi and Ye on the playmat and started cleaning, just like a housewife. Since she had plenty of time, she decided to clean every room. When she got to the guest room where Sima Xian had slept the night before, she was shocked. It was spotless, with the bedsheets on the single bed lying flat and the quilt folded neatly with all the corners in place. Zheng Peishi couldn't help but wonder, is this really how soldiers fold their quilts? Well, I've heard from my husband that Xian is very clean, but I didn't think it was really the case. Zheng Peishi couldn't help but feel again. Later, and she also felt a lot after learning about it, but her feeling was about Sima Xian's appearance, which was a pity. Although when she was joking, it was indeed the case. If Sima Xian were a normal person, there would definitely be a lot of girls who liked him. On the other side, Li Yang drove the car carrying Sima Xian along the streets of the magical city. Sima Xian, who had never traveled far before, was dazzled when he saw the busy traffic and tall buildings in front of him, and he even became incoherent. I think the shock that the international metropolis of the magical city brought to Sima Xian was beyond description. Soon the two arrived at the toy factory, which Sima Xian loved. The factory at this time was very different from the way it was when Li Yang took over. After all, now there was a background and a connection, and with the strong support of the relevant departments, it was difficult not to develop rapidly. Everything was brand new. Everything was carried out in an orderly and organized manner. Zhao Zizhou and Lu Jiawan also came to greet Li Yang after they learned of his arrival. After learning the exact situation of Sima Xian from Lu Jiawan, Zhao Zizhou arranged a very easy job for him, which was to be in charge of opening the door. First, Sima Xian could understand basic speech, and second, the job was really easy. Li Yang was also very satisfied when he heard this, and after patiently teaching Sima Xian a few times, he understood when to open the door and when to close it. After settling Sima Xian, Li Yang planned to go inside and take a look. But Sima Xian suddenly became nervous. After all, if Li Yang left, he would be alone, surrounded by unfamiliar faces. "Brother Xian, don't worry, I'll come and see you when I have time. Don't be afraid." "Well, Yang, you're busy." Sima Xian told Li Yang to go about his business, while he sat in the guard's office at the entrance, holding the key to the electronic fence gate and concentrating fully. He knew that Li Yang was only looking out for his best interests, so a phrase kept echoing in the depths of his heart: "I mustn't cause any trouble for Yang." And so it was that Sima Xian really did take to the job. At the same time, he also quickly made friends with other disabled people. After Li Yang's factory grew, he didn't just think about profits, but also told Zhao Zizhou to do more things that would benefit society. Recruiting disabled people and giving them a job is one of these things. Whether they can type or have strength, they can all find a suitable job here at Cool Toys. Sima Xian also got to know the workers with cognitive disabilities over lunch, and they got to know each other over time. Later, Li Yang was also extremely gratified to learn about this kind of thing. This is a good thing, a very good thing. At the moment, Li Yang was walking through the factory workshop. Suddenly, he saw Lu Jiawan and Zhao Zizhou winking at each other. "You two have something going on?" The next second, Lu Jiawan was pushed out of the way by Zhao Zizhou. "Brother Yang, something's up. It's the Middle East." Chapter 223, The Mainstay is Back. As soon as he heard that it was something from the Middle East, Li Yang also became nervous. After all, until now, the small planes that had been sold by their factory seemed to be flying recklessly. And now, there is something again? Even Li Yang, who prides himself on being mentally strong, is a bit helpless. "Tell me, what's the matter?" Li Yang asked with a long breath. After all, he is the boss, and even if something does happen, how could he not cover for the factory? As Li Yang said this, Lu Jiawan and Zhao Zizhou also immediately relaxed, but they were a bit reluctant to speak. The two men then pushed each other for a while, but Li Yang interrupted them and heard the whole story. "It's just that, Brother Yang, don't we have a lot of aluminum alloy waste in the factory? It would be a waste to just throw it away as industrial waste. So, while you were back home, Zhao and I found someone to discuss it with, to see if we could find a way to reuse it. Isn't our factory's motto to eliminate waste of social resources? These alloy waste residues are also resources, right? And we did find a suitable way to reuse them, which is to melt them down and make them into gas cylinders again." "Gas cylinders?" Li Yang asked in return. He didn't disagree with what Lu Jiawan had said, and it was also good that he could find a suitable way to reuse the waste. But when he heard the words gas canister, Li Yang's back tightened and he asked again. "Is it the one that explodes, the gas canister?" "Ah yes, it is the one that explodes, the gas canister." Lu Jiawan and Zhao Zizhou nodded repeatedly, flattering like they were saying, "Boss, you're brilliant. Go on, get to the point." "Hey, okay. The point is that our gas canisters were sold to an old customer in the Middle East." At this point, Lu Jiawan paused for a moment and then suddenly began to swear. "But these guys don't know any military ethics. They said that the imported gas canisters were for cooking pilaf, but they never expected that they would." "What?" Li Yang asked, following up. To be honest, he was quite curious about what these loyal old Middle Eastern customers would get up to. They actually forced a strategic partnership between our gas canisters and the tractor next door. Strategic cooperation? What do you mean? Look, Yang. Lu Jiawang found a video for Li Yang to watch. When he saw the video, the tractor launched multiple gas tanks, and then the target building collapsed, his scalp went numb. Where did this video come from? Oh, this? It was sent by the customer. Halfway through the praise, Lu Jiawang also felt that it was not quite appropriate. After all, Li Min's daily necessities were actually modified into weapons by the devil, and no one would be speechless. Okay, I get it. Li Yang nodded without changing his expression. No, Yang, you can be angry or yell at me, but don't be so calm, I'm a little scared. Lu Jiawang put on a sour and numb posture, making people want to kick him. Why yell at you? It's not your fault, and it's not the other person's fault either. After all, the imagination of the working people is endless. In the end, Li Yang described it like this: after all, who would have thought that the gas tank would actually join forces with the siege weapon? Don't worry, it will be just as it should be. If anything happens, I'm here. To be honest, Li Yan wasn't really worried. Even if he was held responsible, there would be an explanation. Lu Jiawang and Zhao Zhezhou also let their minds rest. They coincidentally thought that Li Yang's return was like giving them backbone. After another round of inspection, Li Yang was about to leave. The factory had changed a lot since he had been away for a while. The most important change was that the rules and regulations had been improved a lot, and everyone followed them when working. The orderly appearance made him, as the boss, feel at ease. Without exaggeration, Li Yang saw a thriving attitude here. It was conceivable that Cool Toy would definitely make a big difference in the future. Of course, it was not certain in what aspect it would make a big difference. After leaving the Kwai Toys factory, Li Yang went to Li Wei's place. It was said that Xiang Venture Capital had also taken over a few new projects and had already received initial dividends. While in Fengtian, Li Wei had bragged a lot. The facts were indeed as Li Wei had said. Not to mention anything else, just in terms of revenue, there was a long string of numbers in Li Yang's bank card. Compared to Kwai Toys, which could come up with new and novel things, Xiang Venture Capital was in a state of steady development. It can be said that it doesn't matter whether Li Yang comes or not, because the general direction has already been set. As long as the general direction doesn't go wrong, everything will be fine. In contrast, Junsheng Capital, which has a background in small businesses, is getting worse every day. I heard that the boss has been eating instant noodles for half a month, and he is just waiting to scrape behind the mirror to see if there is any chocolate powder left. Li Yang doesn't feel sorry for him. After all, he is willing to work for a small business, so he deserves it. The last stop, Li Yang came to Zhao Yuchen. It is better to say or not to say, Zhao Yuchen's personal ability is still very good. Perhaps his talent is not particularly good, but he loves to learn and is willing to learn. The quality of wanting to improve is very rare. In order not to let Li Yang down, he almost forces himself to learn, to master, and to improve. In this way, alone, he has forcibly pulled the company together. Although Jian Mu helped at times, Zhao Yuchen's achievements are also undeniable. The moment he saw Li Yang, Zhao Yuchen almost felt like crying. He, like Li Wei and Lu Jiawang, felt that he had a backbone in his heart. Later, when introducing Li Yang to the current situation of the company, he talked with confidence, and it seemed that he had already adopted the posture of a general manager. In a couple of days, go with me to see Mr. Shi. Okay, Yang, last time I went, Mr. Shi even praised you. Zhao Yuchen said honestly, and at the same time, he admired Li Yang more and more, because everything he said had come true. Li Yang smiled and didn't say anything, but he was thinking about what kind of gift to bring. After all, he was a senior in the industry, and he was definitely going to be venturing out in that field, so he couldn't be too careful. Yu Chen, when you went to Mr. Shi's house, did you discover anything? Discover anything? Mr. Shi's house is very big. What else? There are a lot of shelves, and the shelves are full of antiques. Okay, I get it. Li Yang immediately decided what to bring. In contrast, Zhao Yuchen looked confused. No, Yang, what did you find out? I don't know anything. Chapter 224, the Dayu burying the flowers scene from the Li Yuan opera has a picture. It's okay, you don't need to know anything. You'll find out when you go out with me in a while. Li Yan gave a mysterious smile and didn't explain any further. Zhao Yuchen tried to guess what he was thinking, but when he thought about it, it was the boss, so he just let it be. Whatever the boss said, that's what it was. While settling the company, Li Yang received an international call. After the call was connected, the other party spoke fluent Arabic. Li Yang could speak it too. During his wedding with Zhang Peishi, the fireworks display had burst out in 8 languages, including Arabic. What Li Yang didn't expect was that it was actually looking for him. Hello, is this Li Yang, Mr. Li? Yes, this is me. Li Yang nodded and replied. Zhao Yuchen, who was standing nearby, was stunned. He really didn't expect Li Yang to speak a foreign language other than English. The person on the other end of the phone became more respectful immediately after hearing that it was Li Yang. Dear Mr. Li, my name is Mahmoudi. I would like to order a batch of gas tanks from you. Is that okay? Gas tanks? What are they for? Air, for frying rice. Upon hearing this dishonest answer, Li Yang's forehead darkened, and he couldn't help but think to himself, I don't believe you. Cough cough, logically, if you need gas tanks, shouldn't you contact our factory? How did you find me? Li Yang did not answer the other person's question, but instead pursued it. After all, how his contact information was exposed was a big problem. Everyone here knows Mr. Li's name. No, in the fried rice industry, Mr. Li's gas tanks are particularly easy to use, so I was also able to find your contact information. This answer, how should I put it, directly made Li Yang want to curse his mother. His name has become popular even in the Middle East? This is not a good start. The other party was also anxious after not hearing Li Yang's response and directly started to make an offer. As expected of someone from that side of the world, the style of the offer was also very wild. Mr. Li, I am willing to pay 3 times the price. Is that okay with you? If that's not enough, I'll add more. Upon hearing this, Li Yang couldn't help but think, people are stupid and have a lot of money. It's just a gas canister, but they want to pay several times the premium price to buy it? But then he thought, even if it's 10 times the premium, it's still cheaper than the cost of a missile. In other words, these people are not stupid and have a lot of money, they are very shrewd. Sorry, there is a problem with the export of gas cylinders from our factory, and I need to report it up the chain of command. If there are no problems, we can continue to supply the sales. Ah, I see, then please don't forget me. I, Mahmoudi, will definitely bring the entire army, no, the whole family to thank you. Okay, it's not a big deal. After a few idle words, Li Yang hung up the phone and then cursed. Thank me with the whole army? I'm in trouble. Yu Chen, what's wrong? No, nothing. Yang, did you just speak Arabic? Yes. Upon receiving a positive response, Zhao Yuchen was suddenly speechless and bitterly said, Yang, when we were in college, how much effort did you secretly make without telling us? When did you learn Arabic? How come I didn't know anything about it? Well, Yu Chen, you should know that all the world's languages are related. Once you master one language, it's easy to learn others. For example, I can speak English, French and German without any problem, not to mention Arabic. As he spoke, Li Yang gave a demonstration. Zhao Yuchen opened his mouth, but stopped short of speaking. In the end, she couldn't help laughing, but she was polite enough to say, Yang, you're full of it, it's not that easy. Alas, it's true that people are not comparable. Even my English sounds a bit strange. Okay, that's not the issue here. Let's pack up and get going. Right, Yang, where are we going? You didn't tell me. To the Antique Street. Antique Street? After a short while, the two arrived at their destination. The so-called Antique Street is actually a very ordinary, but not ordinary street in the bustling city. There are more than 300 shops from beginning to end, and without exception, they all sell and buy antiques. At the entrance of the street stands a sign tower. Walking into it, the smell of history and donkey dung comes rushing at you. Ha? Donkey dung? Yang, wait for me, I stepped in donkey dung. Li Yang's forehead darkened, isn't that dog shit? On both sides of the street, in addition to shops, there were also some retail stores. Their furnishings were very ordinary, with tarpaulin and some other things that looked old. Zhao Yuchen couldn't take his eyes off it and found it very interesting. But Li Yang understood that perhaps the whole stall, except for the old man's age, was fake. Scavenging for bargains? It's not common anymore. Most of them are suckers or leaks that come in succession. Li Yang is different from the chumps. He has the ability to appraise treasures, which was revealed when his system crashed. Everything around him is new, at least to Zhao Yuchen. He has already been attracted to a scroll at a stall that looks very interesting. Brother Yang, let's take a look at this. I saw it on TV dramas, and this kind of thing is usually quite valuable. Let's take a look. Seeing Li Yang and Zhao Yuchen approaching, the stall owner gave them a shrewd look, as if thinking about how to take advantage of them. What are you looking at, guys? Boss, can we take a look at that scroll? The boss looked startled and a little unhappy. Cough cough, guys, take a look at the other stuff, that thing is a bit unusual. Zhao Yuchen was unhappy at this, as they had come here to buy something good, and something unusual was even more worth looking at. Bring it here, boss. If we like it, we'll buy it. It's not a matter of whether or not we buy it, the point is that it's useless even if you buy it. Fine, I'll show it to you. With that, the stall owner took down the scroll. Zhao Yuchen took it in his hands, and the more he looked at it, the more interesting it seemed. The smell, the appearance, it was extraordinary. It is extraordinary, boss. That's right, open it and you'll see that it's even more extraordinary. The boss teased and laughed. At this point, Zhao Yuchen still didn't know what the boss meant by this. It wasn't until he opened the scroll that he couldn't hold back any longer. Title of the painting, Lin Daiyu Burying Flowers. But Lin Daiyu was wearing a uniform, jeans and high heels. Indeed, it's off the charts. Chapter 225, an item that is getting more and more outrageous. Zhao Yuchen, who was holding the scroll, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. If he wasn't such a good-natured person, he would really swear. What do you think, my good man? Lin Daiyu Burying Flowers, not bad, right? The stall owner laughed in a cheap way and winked at the two of them. The expression was one that every man understood. Not bad, not bad. Zhao Yuchen put the scroll away and returned it to the boss, not daring to think anything impious. After all, they had come here to choose a gift, and a gift for Shi Jinmu had to be something decent, right? If they sent such a thing over, they were guaranteed to be beaten up by Shi Jinmu. Do you want it? I'll sell it to you cheap, and throw in a coin for you. The stall owner said with a smile, and then rummaged through the pile of things in front of him and found a coin. Zhao Yuchen looked at the coin, which looked older, and became interested. However, when he saw that the top of the coin read Michelle Bing City and depicted the Snow King, he couldn't hold back any longer. Brother and Ima, don't you have anything decent here? Just now it was Heath Ledger, and now it's Michelle Bing City pretending to be an ancient coin. Enough. What does that mean? How can I not have anything decent? Come, take a look. You can't lose if you don't buy, you can't get ripped off if you don't buy, you can't buy anything. Just from the stall owner's witty and humorous words, Zhao Yuchen also had to stay here a little longer to see if there was anything good. Come, look at this. Blue and white porcelain. The condition, the specifications, you see for yourself, I'm uneducated, I can't think of any adjectives. Zhao Yuchen carefully took over the so-called blue and white porcelain bowl, touched it, it was smooth and slippery, not bad, looked at it, the color was bright, and he felt that the bowl was not cheap. However, the slap in the face came quickly. When Zhao Yuchen flipped the bowl over to see the bottom, he saw the words Master Kong shining brightly, making him dizzy. Nima Dan, Master Kong is out? This blue and white porcelain bowl, I'm afraid it wasn't given away when I bought the instant noodles. Ha, isn't this funny? Let's take a look at this one. The owner seems to have a great sense of fun, and has found something else from the stall, still a bowl. It has a cloud pattern and there are no scratches on it. Zhao Yuchen, being an amateur, couldn't see anything wrong with it. Brother, did you get this bowl when you got the white elephant pork bone noodles? How could that be? I went to the countryside to collect it. The stall owner laughed. Upon hearing that he went to the countryside to collect it, Zhao Yuchen became interested. Although he didn't know anything about antiques, he had seen TV dramas where antique dealers liked to go to the countryside to collect old objects. Brother Yang, take a look at this bowl. Zhao Yuchen handed the bowl to Li Yang, and at the same time, he read out the inscription on the bottom of the bowl, made in the Chenghua period of the Ming dynasty. Ha! Li Yang, who had been scanning the other objects on the stall from the beginning, was directly turned around by Zhao Yuchen's cute-like words. Yuchen, what's wrong? No, nothing, it's just this bowl, it's a bit naughty. Zhao Yuchen's face had completely turned black. Heaven forbid, just now he did not deliberately act cute, but the bottom of the bowl, the inscription is really the words Daming Chenghua period. Seeing this, Zhao Yuchen realized that he had been cheated again. The old object collected in the countryside is definitely something that is sold for 9.90 yuan with free shipping on Taobao. And wow, your sister. Li Yang was also a little unable to laugh after seeing this bull, and quickly looked at the stall owner. Boss, don't tease my brother, is there anything real? Take it out and have a look. Okay, happy, no more. Looking for something good, right? Yes. There must be. The stall owner could tell that Li Yang was in charge, and seeing that he had said so, he stopped joking. After putting away the Hei Si Lindayu, the Michelle Bingcheng ancient coins and the Master Kong blue and white porcelain bowl, he took out a box. Phew! He blew on it, and the dust on the box scattered, choking Zhao Yuchen. Boss, stop messing around. I'm going to swear. Hey, it's okay, come and look. The stall owner stopped playing around and beckoned Li Yang and Zhao Yuchen to come and look at the contents of the box. Zhao Yuchen poked her head over to take a look, and sure enough, it turned out to be a big cabbage. I've seen this cabbage before, it's still on the shelves at the company, 2 yuan a piece, and it sells for 18 yuan in the small supermarket. Boss, how much are you selling this for? While saying this, Zhao Yuchen did not forget to poke Li Yang with her arm, meaning to remind him not to be fooled, that this fake cabbage really only worth 18 yuan. However, Li Yang saw more. The moment he saw the jadeite cabbage, he knew its origin. Back then, Sun Dianying had dug up the tomb of Empress Dowager Cixi and unearthed a jadeite cabbage. Later, due to the turmoil, it disappeared without a trace. Now, it had suddenly appeared in front of him, and Li Yang forcibly suppressed the joy in his heart. The stall owner saw that Li Yang's facial expression had not changed at all, and he also felt uninteresting. But he still argued with Zhao Yuchen. Go away, who said this is 18 yuan? This one I bought from someone else's stall, it cost 28. Isn't the appearance very good? If you connect an extension cord inside, with the battery on one end and the light bulb on the other, and turn the switch on at night, it'll look absolutely great. I was planning to do that tonight, I feel that it's very feasible. Li Yang, who heard this, became anxious. What a waste. If you really do that, you'll really be a big loss. Yuchen, there's only one cabbage on the shelf in the office, it's asymmetrical, so you can buy another one to make a pair. You can buy it from Pinsei for 16 with shipping included. Zhao Yuchen didn't understand why Li Yang suddenly said that, but obediently nodded. The stall owner also became anxious when he heard Li Yang say that the cabbage in his hands was worthless. Hey! Don't! Just buy mine? I'll sell it to you for 30. Forget it. I can buy a new one for 16, why would I pay twice as much for your old one? Why? Because you have a big face? Zhao Yuchen argued with the stall owner without giving him face. Li Yang also smiled slightly, with the corners of his mouth raised. Bringing Zhao Yuchen out was really the right decision. Without even having to say anything himself, he had directly removed the stall owner's excuse. After all, I also have moving expenses, right? Why did I move from somewhere else to in front of you? Give me a few dollars for my trouble, don't be too stingy. Boss, we came here on our own initiative, right? Why should we pay moving expenses? Shouldn't you pay us for our support? I have to say, Zhao Yuchen's mouth is quite impressive. This is it, 30 yuan for a cabbage, and in the end, it was sold for only 18. Chapter 226, Yaya wants a hug, but she can't give her hand yet. What a loss, 10 yuan, sigh. After the negotiation, the stall owner sighed and shook his head. But after Li Yang paid, he regained the smile he had at the beginning. After Zhao Yuchen and Li Yang left with the jadeite cabbage, he searched again and found a jade seal that said, Shouyong Chang, meaning heir to the heavens, long life. He threw it into the box. He sprinkled it with a handful of dust, spread it evenly, and waited for the next customer to come and be slaughtered. What he could never have imagined was that the cabbage, which was only worth a dozen yuan in his eyes, would turn out to be a genuine piece. On the other side, Zhao Yuchen couldn't help but wonder as he watched Li Yang carefully hold the cabbage. Brother Yang, this thing is not worth much, just throw it in the trunk later. In response, Li Yang shook his head. Brother Yang, you're not going to give this to Mr. Shi, are you? It's too ordinary, or is it a fake? Who said it was fake? Li Yang asked with a smile, and then added. I'm not giving this cabbage to anyone. Let's go and pick out some other things to give as gifts. The more Li Yang said this, the more curious Zhao Yuchen became. He was shocked when he heard from him that the jadeite cabbage was real, and his mouth was wide open in surprise. But he still didn't believe it. Come on, a real one? I don't believe that owner has any real antiques. There was nothing he could do about it. It wasn't that Zhao Yuchen was biased against the owner of the stall, but his constant teasing had long since worn people down. Brother Yang, give me this cabbage. I'll put it in the office. No way, I can't bear to part with it. I have to take it back to treasure it. Li Yang hugged the cabbage like a miser. Zhao Yuchen had to believe that the cabbage was actually a genuine antique when he saw this. Especially when he saw that Li Yang was willing to spend hundreds of thousands of yuan on a vase to give to Shi Jianmu, but was unwilling to part with the cabbage. On the way back to the city, Zhao Yuchen couldn't help but ask. Brother Yang, you say this cabbage is a genuine antique, so how much is it worth? How much? It's priceless. So if you had to sell it, how much would a buyer pay? Li Yang thought for a moment, then held up 5 fingers. 5 million? Li Yang shook his head. 50 million? Li Yang shook his head again. 5 small goals? This time, Li Yang nodded. If this conversation were with someone else, Zhao Yuchen would just laugh it off and not believe it. But since it was Li Yang, he had to believe it. Because for Li Yang, both Zhao Yuchen and Lu Zhaowang and Li Wei had a kind of almost blind faith. Zhao Yuchen was really curious as to why Li Yang knew so much, whether he should say it or not. But then, when he thought about how magnificent the Li family ancestral hall behind Li Yang was, he felt relieved. In this way, Li Yang had a new identity in the hearts of Zhao Yuchen and the others, that of a family member. After dropping Zhao Yuchen off at the company, Li Yang drove home. He had been gone for a long time, and he missed his wife, son, and daughter. Especially when he saw the photo of the 3 girls on his phone's screensaver, his heart was filled with a sense of sweetness and longing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed home without even bothering to eat with Zhao Yuchen. He bought the groceries, went home, and before he even entered the door, he could hear Zhang Peixi's cheerful laughter. Even though he hadn't met her yet, just listening to the sound of his daughter-in-law coaxing her child made Li Yang smile knowingly. After changing his shoes and putting down his things, Li Yang tiptoed towards the bedroom. He didn't say a word, and Zhang Peixi didn't notice that he had returned. However, Ye in his arms noticed her father. So, the little one blinked her curious little eyes at her father and gave him a big smile. Zhang Peixi soon noticed, because no matter what she did to amuse her daughter, she didn't respond. So, following her daughter's gaze, she looked back and saw the reason. Oh, you're home, honey. Seeing that it was Li Yang who had returned, Zhang Peixi hurriedly rolled out of bed, not even bothering to put on her shoes, and ran over to him, hugging him and cooing. She was overjoyed, as if seeing Li Yang was like seeing the world and the heavens. Li Yang felt a pang of guilt. He had been out for a long time, and his daughter-in-law had been alone at home taking care of and Ah for a long time. It was fine for a day or two, but what about the long term? Wouldn't she feel stifled? So, when he brought Zhang Peixi her shoes to put on, Li Yang laughed and looked up. Idiot, do you want to go out for a stroll at night to clear your mind? Yes. You're the best, honey. Where should we go? The park nearby? Zhang Peixi was very happy. Staying at home to look after the kids was a bit boring, but fortunately she had her phone and internet access, so she could listen to novels and watch dramas. But she was still quite looking forward to going out. So much so that when she heard that Li Yang was going to take her out for a stroll in the evening, she was happy like a child. The park? Well, I was thinking of taking you back to the university for a look around. What do you think? Back to the university? Sure. Zhang Peixi nodded happily. It seemed that whatever Li Yang said was fine with her, and she would only agree. But it was still the middle of summer vacation. Could they go into the university? Yes, the gates were unlocked, and on weekdays, the nearby residents would go into the schoolyard for a stroll. Li Yang explained that he knew because he had encountered it when he stayed at school during the holidays. Oh, I see. That's great, let's go back to school. I also quite want to go back to school and take a look around, because it holds my unforgettable university days from several years ago. Zhang Peixi showed a look of longing. It's only natural, university life is, for most people, an unforgettable time. While Li Yang was talking to Zhang Peixi, the little one in the latter's arms, Yaya, could no longer wait. The little one kept scratching his little hands, as if he couldn't wait to be held by his father. When Li Yang saw his daughter's chubby face and little hands, his heart felt instantly full. So he opened his arms. However, Yaya was still too young to express her feelings, but when she saw that her father wanted to hug her, she tried her best to express her desire to go. For example, she gave him her head. Yes, Yaya still doesn't know how to use her little hands very well, but her head is much more agile. So when she wants to go over to someone, she just gives her head over. Honestly, that look is really funny. Ah, come on, give daddy a hug. Li Yang took his daughter in his arms, and after she got there, she started rubbing against him, and in no time, her eye sockets were red from rubbing. But she kept going. It seems like daddy was gone for a long time, and he missed his little cutie. Chapter 227, It's just a gift, but it made the little fool so happy. Honey, what did you do today? While Li Yang was holding his daughter and walking around on the ground, Zheng Peishi also asked. After all, she hadn't gone out all day, and she also wanted to know what was going on outside through her husband's mouth. Li Yang also told her everything he had done today, just like reporting for work. When Zheng Peishi heard that Li Yang had also visited the antique street, she was overjoyed. Having watched the TV series Treasure Hunt, she had fantasized about picking up authentic antiques from antique dealers. Honey, you didn't get anything? Did you manage to pick up a bargain? In Zhang Peishi's opinion, it doesn't matter how big or small the bargain is, even if you only make a few dollars, it's still worth being happy about. However, as soon as Li Yang opened his mouth. Of course, how could I fail when I'm your husband? When she heard that Li Yang had picked up a Song Dynasty jar worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, Zhang Peishi's beautiful eyes were suddenly filled with stars. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. And it only cost 100,000? Ha! Seeing Zhang Peishi so happy for herself, Li Yang was a little speechless. Idiot, aren't you afraid that I bought a fake for 100,000? In that case, not only would I not make a profit, I would lose a lot. I'm not afraid, honey. You're so amazing, how could you possibly buy a fake? You said it yourself, you can buy for hundreds of thousands. Wow, that's amazing. He should have said no, but seeing the look of admiration on his wife's face, even Li Yang couldn't help but feel a little pleased. And the expression on Zhang Peishi's face was all real, not fake. Go and see if you like it. If you like it, I'll give it to you. I'll find some other gifts for Mr. Shi in my spare time. Zhang Peishi trotted off to the living room to check out the jar. She returned shortly afterwards, but was shaking her head. How can that be, honey? Didn't you say that Mr. Shi would be of great help to you in the future? If that's the case, then the gift is naturally a must, so how can you withhold it halfway through? Besides, if I can't pick the right gift, it's better to just get the jar, because it'll just cause more trouble. I don't know anything about antiques, and I usually just stay at home. What do I need the jar for? Honey, you might as well just get me a plant, one that comes with a pot. Zhang Peishi chattered on and on. Hearing this, Li Yang couldn't help but be a little surprised. After all, he didn't expect his daughter-in-law to be so considerate, so he sighed with emotion. Well, my dear, you are truly a great help to your husband. Heh, isn't that right? She was only being praised, but Zhang Peishi was still as happy as a child. However, Li Yang had something else he wanted to say to make his wife happy. Silly, when you were looking at the can, didn't you notice something extra on the windowsill? Something else? Zhang Peishi went out suspiciously to check, and sure enough, on the shelf, she saw a cabbage. Hey! What a beautiful cabbage! Honey, did you also find this on Antique Street? Yes. Guess which is more valuable, this cabbage or this jar? Li Yang asked with a smile. Zhang Peishi thought hard about it, thinking about the jar and then the cabbage, and after a moment she gave her answer. Honey, I guess this cabbage is more expensive. Ha? How do you know? Just a guess? Li Yang was taken aback by his wife's sudden change of direction. He had expected her to say that the jar was more valuable, after all, it was an antique worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Zhang Peishi was very pleased to see Li Yang's surprised expression, and she tilted her head slightly, laughing. If the jar was really expensive, you wouldn't have asked me, and since you did, the answer can't be that simple. So even if I'm not sure whether the cabbage is more valuable, I'll guess it's more valuable than the jar. After hearing the explanation, Li Yang nodded with satisfaction. It seems that calling his wife stupid every day hasn't made her stupid. Not bad, you deserve a reward. Go ahead, what do you want? You really want to give me a reward? Really, go ahead. Zhang Peishi thought for a moment, then said with utmost seriousness. Honey, I want to sleep with you tonight, just once. I bought a lot of umbrellas online, from all kinds of brands, so I won't run out of them anymore. Poof! Li Yang burst out laughing. He never expected Zheng Peishi to ask for this as a reward. Besides, shouldn't the guy buy the umbrellas? She's a woman. Cough, daughter-in-law, I was talking about other rewards. This is a form of contribution, so it doesn't need to be counted as a reward. Oh, I see. Zheng Peishi nodded with sparkling eyes, but secretly thought, I've learned another word, contribution. Oh dear, but honey, I don't know what kind of reward I want. Can I save this reward for next time? Of course, no problem. Here, I'll give you another present. With that, Li Yang pointed in another direction for Zheng Peishi. It was in the pocket of his clothes on the clothes rack by the entrance. Zheng Peishi emptied his pockets and sure enough, she found a booklet. To be precise, it was a menu, and when she opened it, there were interesting little stories written for each dish. Honey, where did you get this menu? I found it in an antique market. Li Yang told the truth. Zheng Peishi didn't care whether the menu was a free gift with the purchase of something else. She just loved it, and she loved it all the more because Li Yang had given it to her. Usually, when you ask what you want to eat, you don't know, do you? Now that you have this menu, you don't have to worry. Just close your eyes and flip a page at random whenever you don't know what to eat, and we'll cook whatever page we land on. That's a good idea. It's really great. In that case, I'll feel like I'm eating out every day. Zheng Peishi nodded happily, holding the booklet, just like a little girl who has received a mysterious gift. What are we going to eat tonight? Let's finish dinner early and go for a stroll at school early, okay? Okay. Well, I'll turn the page then. Zheng Peishi obediently closed her eyes and then flipped through the pages at random, and a dish appeared in the booklet. Shredded pork in Beijing sauce. Honey, is that okay? Zheng Peishi blinked at Li Yang, as if to say, honey, if you can't cook it, I'll quietly, flip to a new page. But men are like this. In front of a woman, how can you say no? Chapter 228, It Smells So Good, Jade White Cabbage. Get ready for a big bowl of rice, and watch your husband conquer you with his Peking-style shredded pork. Li Yang smiled confidently, already prepared to conquer his wife's stomach. It was still early, so Zheng Peishi took Li Yang back to the bedroom. Of course, it wasn't to be shy, but to intimately and thoughtfully knead his shoulders and rub his head. Honey, you've worked hard, running around for our family. Li Yang shook his head and did not think so. On the contrary, he felt that his wife was even more tired than he was, taking care of the children at home. However, when Li Yang tried to give Zheng Peishi a massage to relax her, he was refused, or rather, he was pinned down. Don't move. Honey, we agreed that I would massage you. Okay then. How could Li Yang surrender? While Zheng Peishi knelt down to massage Li Yang, someone's dirty hands never stopped. They either pinched Zheng Peishi's smooth belly or squeezed her plump, round legs. At the very least, they played with her delicate feet. This made Zheng Peishi giggle, and she pretended to be angry, scolding him for being naughty. At home, the whole person's body and mind are very comfortable and natural. Li Yang also felt a hint of drowsiness in the soft paradise created by his daughter-in-law. Before going to sleep, Li Yang reminded him. Idiot, don't look at that cabbage, it's inconspicuous, but according to a conservative estimate, it's now worth 500 million yuan. Shoo, don't tell anyone, just leave it there. After saying that, Li Yang fell into a deep sleep, leaving Zheng Peishi alone there, dumbfounded and disheveled. What the hell? That cabbage is worth 500 million? Hush. For a moment, Zheng Peishi had the urge to run over and hide the cabbage. After all, it was priceless, and it was appropriate to just leave it lying around like that? But then she thought about what Li Yang had said, just leave it there. So she listened to him. Afterwards, Zheng Peishi also found it novel, and sometimes she would go over to take a look at the cabbage that was worth 5 small goals, 500 million. The more you look at it, the more beautiful it is. This is no ordinary cabbage, it's called jadeite cabbage. Time flew by in the afternoon. Li Yang, who had slept well, woke up slowly. When he opened his eyes, he saw his son and daughter quietly lying next to him. It seemed that they felt that their father had woken up, as both of them rolled their eyes vigorously to look at him. Haha yeah, have you been listening to your mother? Yes, they are. They are very obedient. Zheng Peishi answered for her son and daughter. That's good, that's good. Li Yang nodded with satisfaction, then glanced at the time. It was getting late, time to cook. I'll go cook. Okay, honey, you've worked hard. Zhang Peishi took the hands of Yi and Ye and swung them around, as if to say, you've worked hard. It cannot be said that she is being overly polite, because that would not be like a family, but rather, Zhang Peishi knows full well that men need to be praised and appreciated, because that will keep her husband in a high mood all the time. Furthermore, saying the words thank you, dear is not that hard, is it? Of course not. Walking into the kitchen, Li Yang saw the ingredients Zhang Peishi had prepared for him. The pork tenderloin had been shredded, as had the white part of the spring onion. Li Yang put on his apron and went to the worktop. He first marinated the shredded pork. Peking-style shredded pork is an authentic Beijing dish that requires the use of the northern 6 stir-fries, stir-frying in oil, stir-frying in sauce, stir-frying with spring onions, stir-frying in water, stir-frying in soup and stir-frying with coriander. It is moderately sweet and salty, has a rich sauce aroma and a unique flavor, and is very popular with diners. Especially when rolled in thousands of sheets of tofu skin and topped with shredded spring onions, it is not second to the Beijing roast duck in a single bite. Before starting, the shredded meat should be marinated. 1 egg white, a spoonful of cooking wine, a little salt and sugar, plus pepper and starch, are stirred together clockwise until evenly mixed. The shredded meat is then left to marinate for 10 minutes or so. This makes the meat more tender and makes it easier to absorb the flavor when stir-fried. While the shredded meat is marinating, Li Yang is also busy. After steaming the rice, he breaks off a few small heads of Chinese cabbage and prepares to make a stir-fry of vegetables. 1 meat dish and 1 vegetable dish with 2 bowls of rice. This is the life of an ordinary family, but it is warm and cozy. After the shredded pork is marinated, it is ready to be stir-fried. Heat the wok, add some cold oil, and stir-fry the marinated shredded pork until it changes color. Next comes the soul of the dish, stir-frying the sauce. The so-called sauce is made from sweet bean paste and various spices, and is ready after being stir-fried in oil. For this dish, the sauce can be served on a separate plate or poured directly over the shredded meat. Since it's just for family, there's no need to be too fussy, so Li Yang combined the sauce with the shredded meat. Then add shredded green onion and cucumber, as well as thinly sliced 1000-layer bean curd, and the dish is complete. The stir-fried vegetables that follow are also done in no time at all. 3 bowls of rice were served, and the dish was brought up, so that the meal could begin. What puzzled Li Yang was that, at this time of day, Angie should have already come sniffing for the food. Why hadn't she shown up yet? Angie was nowhere to be seen until the meal was served. Daughter-in-law, Angie isn't home? She's here, I think she's catching up on sleep. She said she read a novel until the middle of the night. Why don't you go over there and call her? It's time to eat. Okay. Zhang Peishi rolled over and got out of bed. After settling Yi and Ye, she ran out the door. She took the spare key, opened Angie's door, and walked in. In an instant, she caught the smell of instant noodles. Angie! Why are you eating instant noodles? Zhang Peishi was shocked and puzzled. Ugh, I don't feel like going out to eat. Angie pretended to be ignorant, but she knew exactly what her best friend meant. I didn't say that. Didn't we agree to eat at my place? You still have a lot of money left from the food allowance I give you every month. But I always go, and I don't feel good about it. You're so pretentious. Zhang Peishi yelled angrily, sat down in front of Angie, and snatched the bucket of noodles away. Before Angie could react, she had already slurped up several bites. Here, I ate your bucket noodles, and you? Come home with me and eat dinner. That's called mutual non-debt, got it? And, next time, don't eat bucket noodles. It fills you up. I said it was me, eating your bucket noodles, but it fills you up. My husband's meals are so delicious, and you're not tempted? I feel so bad for my husband, really. Chapter 229, come on, have fun, there's so much variety anyway. And she was dragged over by Zhang Peishi. Someone who was being pretentious not long ago, when they saw the delicious meat and vegetable dishes on the table, they directly forgot about the so-called excuses. Pekingese shredded pork? Wow! I saw this dish when I was browsing Douyin today. And she said excitedly, and then took the initiative to serve Li Yang and Zhang Peishi some rice. As Li Yang spoke, the 3 of them began to eat. Yi and Ye were lying in their cribs, staring at the table. Although they couldn't see what was on it, they could see their parents and Auntie and Chi chewing. It looked delicious. So Ye actually moved her mouth as well. It's just that while the adults were eating delicious food, she was eating air. It wasn't a big deal, as the air still had the smell of food in it. Going back to school soon? Going to the playground? After hearing about Li Yang and Zhang Peixi's plans, Anqi was also very excited. Although it is currently summer vacation and the students have gone home, there are still graduate students and nearby residents who hang out at the school, and it can be very lively sometimes. The most important thing is that it is summer, and you will definitely be able to see young men dressed in cool clothes. Thinking about this, Anqi made a decision in secret. Dinner was eaten quickly, as there were still plans to make later, but Li Yang's cooking was so good that the food was so delicious that it was hard to stop eating until the end. Fortunately, Li Yang had anticipated this and steamed the rice according to the three people's appetites, without overcooking it. If not, one or two people would definitely be too full to move, and by that time, they would not be able to go out for a walk and would probably just go straight to bed. But even though she had anticipated everything, she had forgotten one thing: Angie had cleaned the plates. It was no exaggeration to say that if Li Yang had only used a little less oil when frying, the plates would not have needed to be washed at all. They were very clean. Ah, that feels good. Angie stretched contentedly after washing the dishes and bowls, said hello, and then went back to change her clothes. Zhang Peishi did the same. Although it was the evening, she was going out after all, and she was going out with her husband and child, so she also wanted to look a little more attractive. So she found a beige dress and put on a pair of white shoes with bare feet. In an instant, she looked full of girly charm. Finally, she slung a small bag over her shoulder that couldn't actually hold much, and someone who didn't know would think she was a college student. In fact, she even had a child, and she had both a son and a daughter. Li Yang is just as carefree. Wearing a sporty casual outfit, he stands next to Zhang Peishi, and they make a handsome couple. After preparing the things that Yi and Yiya will need, they are ready to go at any time. Before long, she arrives. Compared to Zhang Peishi's quiet and elegant girlish style, her outfit seems even more fiery. She wore a black lace-trimmed undershirt over a translucent sun protection shirt, and hot shorts underneath, as if she was going to let loose and have fun. In contrast, Li Yang liked his daughter-in-law's outfit even better. Although his daughter-in-law was a true clothes rack and could easily pull off any outfit, that was something that was only mentioned in the bedroom. After seeing her best friend's outfit, Zhang Peishi wondered if the girl was going to feel unwell after walking with her heels so high. Feeling Zhang Peishi's scrutinizing gaze, and she smiled proudly. But when she heard what Zhang Peishi said when she came up to her, the expression of pride on her face suddenly froze. There was nothing she could do about it, it hurt. She had to pat a lot to make it look bulging. In contrast, Zhang Peishi didn't have to go to such trouble at all. It's been said that comparing people is infuriating, but when it really happens, there's nothing but heartache. It's unjust. With a resentful grunt, Anqi turned around and walked away to press the elevator button. Zhang Peishi, on the other hand, couldn't stop giggling. She just loved seeing her best friend get upset. Although Li Yang didn't know what the two sisters were doing, he was attracted by his wife's joyful laughter and couldn't help smiling. This made Anqi even more angry. It wasn't until they reached the car that she spoke to Zhang Peishi. "Open the door for me." "Okay, but give me a smile, and I'll open the door for you. Otherwise, you can go back, or run forward, and step over my legs." On hearing this, Anqi almost fainted, and then she had to give in. After all, she had spent a long time getting dressed, and it would be a shame to turn back. "Please, sister, open the door." Anqi did as she was told, cooed, and held the door handle as she twisted it. Yes, come in." Zhang Peishi happily opened the door and let Anqi in, but at the same time, she couldn't help but wonder, where did this girl learn this? Why is she so flirtatious again? Although Anqi is quite good-looking and has a pretty good figure, Zhang Peishi wasn't worried at all. Because if Li Yang likes it, she can come too. It's fun after all, there are so many positions. Ahem. Recovering her thoughts, Zhang Peishi's face flushed slightly. She couldn't figure out what she was thinking just now, and why she would think that way. The evening breeze was very cool. Li Yang lowered the windows so that the temperature and wind speed inside and outside the car were the same, so that he wouldn't worry about blowing Yi and Yiya around. Soon the group arrived at the University of Shanghai for Science and Technology. After parking the car at the entrance to the living area, Li Yang successively got the children and Zhang Peishi out of the car. And she jumped down with a thud and then started looking around. Just as she had expected, there were quite a few young men, but they were usually accompanied by girls. It was only natural, because the boys would only come out to hang out if there were girls on the other side, otherwise they would be much more comfortable playing games at home with the air conditioning on. Walking through the gate, a different side of Shanghai University appeared before the group. When there are no holidays, there are far more street lamps on campus than there are now, and although it looks a little dim, it is perfectly possible to see the road conditions. While passers-by are complaining about the university being stingy with the lights, they don't know that many young couples are secretly speechless. There are a lot of people on campus, and those who don't know would think that there are no holidays. However, most of them are residents of nearby communities and students who have stayed on campus. Even so, walking among them gives a sense of relief. After all, college life is all about being carefree. Before the three walked into the playground, Angie wanted to buy a bottle of water, and then she took Yi and Zheng Peishi with her. Li Yang stood alone outside the playground, waiting with his hands in his pockets. Suddenly, a few women walked over with obvious intentions. After catching a glimpse in the corner of his eye, Li Yang immediately wanted to hide. Unexpectedly, he was stopped. Chapter 230 So Life, It Destroys Like a Song. Young man, can I add your contact information? You're so handsome. Several girls praised Li Yang's good looks, but the latter shook his head and smiled wryly, wondering if he should dress older next time he went out so that he wouldn't attract women. Young man, can you say something, please? Li Yang was at a loss for words, but fortunately, the rescuer returned. Just as several girls were buzzing around Li Yang asking for his contact information, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly sounded behind them. Sorry, girls, this young man already belongs to me, so don't make things difficult for him. My husband is shy and retiring, so please don't make things difficult for him. Women with beautiful voices often have good looks. As Zheng Peishi spoke, the girls turned to look, and indeed, they felt inferior. So, they couldn't help but wonder. No wonder even the cute and cuddly Li Yang wasn't impressed. It turns out that his standards are ridiculously high. Sorry, sister, we didn't know. It's okay, the next one you meet will be even better. Zheng Peishi laughed broadly, and the girls nodded, fleeing in shame. And when they saw that Zheng Peishi was pushing a stroller next to her, with two little pink and jade-like treasures lying in it, they were even more ashamed. However, Zheng Peishi and Li Yang are really a perfect match, and they got married early and had children, which is really enviable. Well, Peishi, you did a good job. Angelina praised without reservation. She thought Zheng Peishi would be angry or drive away the wildflowers and weeds. Unexpectedly, she used reason and persuasion to calmly nip the wildflowers and weeds in the bud. Because I trust my husband. Zheng Peishi said, walked up to Li Yang, put her arm around his, and smiled sweetly. And she, of course, was fed another mouthful of dog food, but she was used to it. Let's go to the playground. Honey, I bought 2 bottles of Mirinda, 1 grape flavor and 1 green apple flavor. Let's each have one and see which one is better, okay? Okay. Li Yang nodded indulgently, not caring. Zheng Peishi also unscrewed a bottle and took a sip of the green apple with her cherry-like lips. Sweet with a hint of sour, it's delicious. Then, she brought it to Li Yang's mouth, force-feeding him a sip before putting it away contentedly. She was very happy. Don't ask, just ask, the beloved man, drinking the drink he drank. They walked into the playground and found an open space to sit down. The playground had a rubber track and rubber grass, and since it was warm in the summer, they could just sit directly on it without any worries. Since Zheng Peishi was wearing a dress, she just sat on it by holding the hem of her dress, but Li Yang thoughtfully took out an arse cushion from his backpack and gave it to her. This scene made us certain and she feel jealous. She can't help but wonder when she will get the same treatment. Not to mention the lack of a butt cushion, and the lack of a skirt hem, just sitting down directly, the rubber grass is a bit harsh on the butt. Sigh, just bear with it, it's good that it's at night, even if your butt is full of pressure marks when you leave, at least no one can see it. It's very comfortable to stay quietly in the playground. Breathing in the evening breeze, listening to the laughter of others around you, your mood will inexplicably improve. On the playground, some people are jogging at night, some are taking a walk, and some are wearing headphones and talking to their best friends the other side about what they have recently heard and seen. On the grassland, there are more couples and families, sitting on the ground, laughing and smiling, leisurely and carefree. The various aspects of life are revealed in full at this moment. Zheng Peishi snuggled up to Li Yang, gently swaying, staring at the stars in the sky and briefly losing herself in thought. Li Yang supports his daughter-in-law with half his body while holding the stroller with the other hand. He doesn't feel tired at all, but rather feels a sense of warmth. Yi and Ye are curious and look around with wide eyes, taking in everything with the same sense of wonder as their Auntie Anchi. However, while the 2 little cuties are curious about everything in the world, Anchi is simply looking for her boyfriend. Sitting on the green grass, scanning the boys coming and going, Angie suddenly felt like Wu Zetian had possessed her body. Well, it was very much like picking a lover. But it was just a look. It is worth mentioning that there were a few boys and girls who walked into the playground with guitars. It looked like they were students from Shanghai University. They found a conspicuous place and sat on the ground. They had quite a lot of equipment with them. There were lights, sound equipment, and other musical instruments besides guitars. It seems that they are a small group. They ignored the suspicious looks of the bystanders and just played their instruments. At first, the music was very soft and soothing, and their actions added a touch of romance to the comfortable atmosphere of the playground. Passers-by would stop and stare, and they would also applaud and cheer to show their appreciation. As if they had received praise from passers-by, the young men and women in the small group no longer hid their talents. They began to sing along with the music they had just been playing, and the playground soon became lively. The songs they sang included popular songs and old classics, which meant that most people on the playground could sing along with them. It wasn't bad, was it? Until the song "What Do I Use to Keep You Here" came on, everyone's thoughts were brought back to the hot search on the internet these past few days. Yes, it was the extremely bad bullying incident in Handan City. Although no one mentioned it, someone couldn't help but express their feelings. I've been seeing fewer and fewer videos in the past 2 days, but I'm still commenting and helping to increase the heat. How come? Who is stopping it? That child is so pitiful. I really hope that justice will be done. Otherwise, the impact will be too great. At the very least, I don't know how to educate my children in the future. Who says it isn't? I saw the lawyer describe the child's tragic appearance. The skin was bulging, and the eyes were falling out. How much the parents must have been distressed. No one mentioned this incident, but everyone thought of it at the same time. So life, it destroys like a song. You must see the flowers bloom. You must wait for the swallows to return. Zheng Peishi empathized, Anqi empathized, and many people remembered the kind boy who, even at the end of his life, was still thinking about his grandmother's apples at home. For a while, many people sang along. Peace, there's not much I can do, that's all, even if it's censored because it's sensitive. Chapter 231. At night, Yahya became a little furnace. The broken window effect: when there is a bad phenomenon in the environment, but it is not repaired in the first place, it will induce people to imitate this kind of bad behavior, and even, to go even further. Leaving from the playground of Shanghai University, on the way home, Anqi came across 2 campus bullying incidents on TikTok. A sensible little girl was bullied before jumping off a building, but she did not forget to call her mother to return her classmates' clothes. Watching the video of the little girl saying, "My life ends here," Anqi was overcome. While frantically helping out, she muttered, "Sister, I absolutely won't let you die in vain." The second incident was the same. At this moment, both Anqi and Zheng Peishi desperately hoped that the 3 demons from Handan City would receive the severe punishment they deserved. When the 3 demons die, 100 demons will disappear. When the 3 demons live, 10,000 demons will grow. These are the 2 sentences written by a netizen about the severity of the incident. I think every Chinese parent will not think it is a joke or an exaggeration after reading it. It is necessary to proclaim justice and maintain the heat, but there are other things to do after all. After putting down the phone, Zheng Peishi went to wash the clothes of Yi and Yaya. The 2 little ones need new clothes almost every day, not because they get dirty quickly, but because adults can never be spotless. And indeed, Yi and Yaya's little clothes quickly became cloudy after being soaked in water. Zheng Peishi sat on a small stool and washed the clothes carefully, afraid of missing any dirty spots. But in the end, she had to leave the wringing up to Li Yang. With her slender arms and wrists, it was a bit difficult to wring Yi and Yaya's clothes until they stopped dripping. At the very least, it's much more difficult than wringing a Waha bottle. After washing the clothes, they went back to the bedroom. After hanging them up to dry, the couple went back to bed. Today, the 4 of them would sleep together for convenience. After changing Yi and Yaya's diapers, Zheng Peishi also started to breastfeed. It's almost as if she's programmed to do it. As soon as she lies down, Yaya's mouth automatically cruises up and then he takes it in and starts sucking away. Yi is a lot more reserved. He has to wait for his mother to come and feed him, otherwise he won't start eating until he's really hungry. After they've eaten and drunk enough, they've also changed into dry nappies. Everything was comfortable, and the 2 little ones naturally welcomed sleep, and soon fell asleep in a daze. Both the brother and sister have long eyelashes that Zheng Peishi loves. She can't help but want to touch them with her fingers. After playing enough, Zheng Peishi was also sleepy. She took Li Yang's arm, snuggled up to it, and closed her eyes. Her breathing gradually became even. The night drew to a close, and Zhang Peishi was sleeping soundly, seemingly dreaming, with a happy smile on her lips. Even so, she could not help but subconsciously miss Yi and Yaya. When the back of her hand touched Yaya's little head, she was startled awake, and all sleepiness disappeared. Zhang Peishi sat up abruptly, then double-checked, and then touched her forehead. She felt that Yaya's forehead was a little warm, as if she had a fever. Immediately, she hurriedly patted the sleeping Li Yang next to her and woke him up, saying, "Hubby, come feel Yaya, she's a little warm, I think she has a fever." Fever? Li Yang, who had been yawning, hurriedly came to Yaya's side after hearing what his wife said, and then placed the palm of his large hand on the little one's forehead. After feeling it for a while, he did feel some heat. Seeing this, he first comforted Zhang Peishi, saying, "Honey, let's not worry, I'll go get a thermometer to take Yaya's temperature first. The baby has a fever of 38.5 degrees, so you should give him an antipyretic. If it's less than 38.5 degrees, try physical cooling first. We'll see how things develop, and if it doesn't work, we'll go straight to the hospital." "Okay, let's take the temperature quickly." Zhang Peishi nodded in agreement. She seemed to have seen a short video on how to deal with a baby's fever, but she couldn't remember anything when she was anxious. After her husband finished talking, she realized that what he said was exactly the same as what the other person said. So Li Yang took a mercury thermometer out of the medicine cabinet. This is more accurate than an ear thermometer, but it's a bit harder to take a temperature with. When he got to the baby, Li Yang looked at the little red face in Yaya, who was sound asleep, and became a bit worried. He said to Zhang Peishi, "Honey, Yaya is sleeping so soundly, will taking her temperature wake her up? If she wakes up, so be it, there's nothing we can do about it, we can soothe her after she wakes up. Right now, the baby's fever is the most important thing, and whether she sleeps or not is something we can worry about later." Immediately, Li Yang shook the mercury thermometer and then carefully held Ah in his arms. Even though he was being careful, was still a little impatient and rubbed her head back and forth a few times with her hands. Being disturbed while sleeping, the little one began to grunt impatiently, and she even started to pout, ready to burst into tears at any moment. Li Yang could only comfort Yaya. After squatting and gently rocking, it took a few minutes to finally calm her daughter down. Only then did the two of them begin to put the underarm thermometer on Yaya. First, Zhang Peishi unbuttoned the two buttons on Yaya's chest to make room for the thermometer. As Yaya had been well fed by Zhang Peishi, the little one had a lot of flesh on his body, which made it a bit difficult to insert the thermometer. After a series of operations that felt like walking on thin ice, the thermometer was finally clamped under the little one's armpit. However, just as the two took a deep breath, Yaya and their arms suddenly wriggled and started tossing. The sound of crying filled the room. Usually, when the baby cries, the sound goes from low to high, but today the baby suddenly raised his voice as if he had suffered a great injustice. Zhang Peishi and Li Yang were both at a loss for what to do. But the urgent task at hand was to calm Yaya and the thermometer in Yaya's armpit. If the thermometer is not clamped properly, it will have to be measured again, which is time-consuming and troublesome. In this way, Li Yang picked up Yaya and started to walk back and forth on the ground, holding Yaya's arm to prevent her from moving around. After a while, the little one calmed down. At this time, there were still a few crystal-clear teardrops in the corners of Yaya's eyes. It seems that the little one was very sad just now. After the baby settled down, Li Yang returned to the bed and sat down. At this time, Zhang Peishi suddenly realized something and said, "Honey, could it be that the mercury bulb of the thermometer was too cold just now, and it gave Yaya a chill?" The little one was sleeping soundly, and when he suddenly felt the cold, he was probably scared, and that's why he suddenly started crying. That should be the reason. Li Yang nodded, because this was the most reasonable explanation. After all, when anyone is sleeping, they don't like to be shocked by the cold. Chapter 232, Don't be afraid, Mommy and Daddy are here. Fortunately, the problem was easy to solve. Li Yang thought that next time when taking Yaya's temperature, he would first warm the mercury a little, and then shake the thermometer a little, so that the baby would not be scared when having his temperature taken. Soon, the 5 minutes had passed, and Li Yang and his wife took the thermometer out of Yaya's armpit with extreme care. The little one just grunted a few times like before and fell asleep again after being coaxed to sleep by his father. Zhang Peishi took the thermometer and looked at it carefully, then said to Li Yang, "Honey, Yaya's temperature is 37.9, so she does have a fever. Let's try to lower her temperature physically first. Okay, you hold Yaya while I get some warm water ready." Li Yang gently placed Yaya in Zhang Peishi's arms and ran to the bathroom. The physical cooling method for babies with fever is to wipe the baby's body with warm water, which can slowly lower the baby's body temperature. Li Yang finished getting the hot water and placed the basin on the bedside table. Zhang Peishi saw this and slowly lowered Yaya down, saying reassuringly, Yaya, don't be afraid, mommy and daddy are here. As soon as the words left her mouth, Zhang Peishi thought of the incident in Hanchang. At the time, the father was watching his child's autopsy and kept saying, my child, don't be afraid, how sad it was. Zhang Peishi couldn't help but sigh before she collected her thoughts and continued to cool her daughter down, her voice becoming more and more gentle. Our baby has a fever and needs to have her body wiped down. The water daddy got isn't cold, so don't worry, baby. Here, mommy will undo your clothes first, so be a good girl and cooperate with mommy, and we'll get better. As the baby was still asleep, Zhang Peishi gently undid all the buttons on the baby's clothes. Soon, the baby's skin was exposed to the air. Fearing that the baby would catch a cold, she covered the baby's belly button with the baby's sleeve. After getting ready, she asked Li Yang, honey, how do you wipe the baby's body? I don't know much about it, so why don't you do it? Okay. Li Yang nodded, then put the towel in the water and wrung it out. While he was fetching the water, he looked up information on how to wipe a baby's body if it has a fever, so that he wouldn't be at a loss for what to do. He saw Li Yang come to Yaya, wring the towel until it was half dry, and then wrap the towel around his hand to form a glove. Yaya has a chubby body, with a lot of flesh under the neck, so it's impossible to wipe him down while he's lying down. Anyway, Yaya starts to whine again when you wipe his body, so he simply lifts Yaya's neck up and wets the towel gently. After wiping the neck, he starts to wipe the armpits. This area has a lot of flesh, so Li Yang leaves the towel on for a minute to promote heat dissipation. After a fever, the most important thing is to wipe the folds, mainly the neck, armpits, and groin, the anterior heart area and abdomen, and the back of the neck and soles of the feet are contraindicated and should not be touched. Li Yang wiped all these places on Yaya before reattaching the buttons. After doing all this, Li Yang said, supporting himself at the small of his back, okay, let's take Yaya's temperature in 30 minutes to see if the temperature has dropped. Okay. Zhang Peishi nodded, and when she looked at Yaya, her eyes were full of pain, as if she wanted to take all the baby's suffering onto herself. It was already 2 o'clock in the night, and Li Yang looked at the time and said to her, honey, you go to sleep for a while, I'll keep an eye on Yaya, don't worry. I can't sleep, why don't you go to sleep for a while? Now that the baby has a fever, Zhang Peishi didn't feel like sleeping at all, her mind was full of worry about Yaya. After listening to her, Li Yang also shook his head. The baby's temperature had not come down, and he had no desire to sleep either. So the two of them stared at Yaya, afraid that if the baby did anything unusual, they would miss it. Usually 30 minutes passed so quickly, but today it felt so long. During this time, Zhang Peishi often looked up to check the time, but each time the minute hand moved only a little. Finally, the 30 minutes were over, and she felt as if a seal had been broken as she quickly went to Yaya's side. Learning from her previous mistake, this time Li Yang put the mercury bubble in the water warm before placing it under the little one's armpit, and there was no crying this time. Fortunately, Yaya was more cooperative and fell asleep again after a few coups. Then came the long wait of another 5 minutes, and as soon as the time was up, Zhang Peishi couldn't wait to take out the thermometer. She carefully counted the temperature and then said to Li Yang in surprise, honey, Yaya's temperature has dropped. It's 37.6 degrees now. It seems that physical cooling is still effective. So should we continue to wipe Yaya's body? Li Yang nodded and said, we have to keep wiping until the baby's temperature drops. Then he thought of something and shared it with Zhang Peishi, honey, there are 2 stages of a baby's fever. The first stage is the period of rising body temperature. The most distinctive feature of babies in this period is that their hands and feet are cold. At this time, we can increase local warmth, but we must not add too much clothing to the torso to keep the baby warm. After listening to Li Yang's words, Zhang Peishi hurriedly felt Yaya's hands and feet and said, hubby, I feel that Yaya's hands and feet are a bit cold. Should we put on some socks and gloves for her? Okay, I'll go get them. Li Yang nodded and went to the place where the baby's clothes were kept. After looking around, he only found a few pairs of socks for babies, and the gloves were already in an unknown place. Then, he took the socks and came to Zhang Peishi and said, honey, I only found the socks, but not the gloves. Zhang Peishi thought about it for a moment and then said to him with a smile, it's okay, we can also put the socks on the baby's hands, as long as they don't fall off. While she was talking, she started to put the socks on, and after she had done so, she looked proudly at Li Yang and said, hubby, don't you think it's not bad? Well, it's okay, this method is really not bad. Li Yang couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The old man was right, as long as the mind doesn't slip, there are always more ways than difficulties. Isn't this a living example? After the socks and gloves were put on, the young couple continued to stay by Yaya's side. Although Yaya had a fever, he didn't seem to be suffering from it when he was sleeping, which made Li Yang and Zhang Peishi worry. Chapter 233, A Long Night. After a while, Zhang Peishi felt Yaya's hands and feet and felt relieved when she felt the warmth. Suddenly, she remembered what her husband had said about the stages of a baby's fever. She had just mentioned one, so she continued, "Honey, what does the second stage look like?" Li Yang replied after hearing this, "The second stage is the period of high fever. At this time, the baby does not have obvious chills or shivering, but the hands and feet may still be a little cold, and the body is very hot. In this case, you need to ensure that heat dissipates from the hot areas and the limbs are kept warm." "Oh, okay." Zhang Peishi nodded after hearing this, and then incidentally felt Yaya's chest. It wasn't very hot, so it seems that she hasn't yet entered the second stage. Then Li Yang continued, "The third stage is the period of falling body temperature. At this time, the baby's body temperature slowly stabilizes, and the hands and feet begin to warm up. At this stage, you can dress the baby lightly and cover it lightly, maintaining the usual clothing. The main thing is to pay attention to heat dissipation, and when sweating occurs, wipe the sweat off in time and change into clean clothes to reduce the discomfort caused by sweating. That is to say, when the baby reaches the third stage, the fever will be over. Well, let the third stage come quickly, and don't make Yaya suffer." Zhang Peishi looked at the sleeping Yaya and said with concern. Fortunately, Yaya was the only one with a fever. If he also got sick, the two of them would be too worried to handle it. Soon, half an hour passed. During this time, Zhang Peishi and Li Yang didn't close their eyes, waiting for the minute hand to pass, and then he came over with the thermometer. "Honey, we're taking Yaya's temperature to see if it's come down." "Okay." Zhang Peishi nodded, then cooperated with Li Yang to unbutton Yaya's clothes. This time, when the thermometer was placed, it wasn't cold, but Yaya just wouldn't cooperate. Li Yang had no choice but to hold Yaya in his arms and coax her to sleep. Seeing the little one's crying face, he felt his heart being cut with a knife. He could only pat Yaha to calm her down. During the 5 minutes it took to take her temperature, Yaya was restless in Li Yang's arms, her little arms moving around all the time. Yaya was uncooperative, so Li Yang had to hold her arms down, or the temperature would be useless. Finally, the long 5 minutes passed, and when the thermometer was removed from Yaya's armpit, the little one let out a few more cries. Fortunately, after Li Yang soothed her a few times, the baby fell back asleep. Looking at the thermometer, Zhang Peishi said, "Honey, Yaya still has a slight fever, 37.5 degrees. Well, it's a good sign that the temperature hasn't risen. In that case, we don't need to give the baby medicine." Li Yang tenderly touched Yaya's forehead and said. Zhang Peishi nodded in agreement. A drop in temperature is a good sign. Now that the baby's fever is not high, the first choice is still to use physical cooling. Since the temperature was taken, the baby has not been put back to bed. As soon as she is put in bed, she starts to cry with a pained face. But as soon as Li Yang picks her up, she stops crying. Maybe the baby is uncomfortable with the fever and wants to be held by her father to feel better. Li Yang, who loves his daughter, does not mind at all. As long as she feels better, he will let her sleep in his arms all night. However, this means that Zhang Peishi has to go back and forth. She saw her husband carrying a basin of warm water to her. "Honey, do you want to wipe Yaha down or carry her?" "Carry her. I'm afraid she'll cry if I put her on the bed." Li Yang couldn't bear to see his baby cry when she was already feeling unwell. "Okay." Zhang Peishi nodded, then rolled a towel around her hand as Li Yang had shown her, and gently wiped Yaha down. Perhaps because he was being held by his father, the little one was quite docile and did not resist being wiped down. After drying his body, Li Yang checked the time and noted that he still needed to take Yaya's temperature every half hour until the temperature dropped. After repeatedly taking Yaya's temperature several times, it was already 5 a.m. This was the time when people were most sleepy, and Zhang Peishi yawned while nodding and shaking her head as she watched Yaya. After taking her temperature several times, it was always 37.5 degrees. The two of them could only wipe her body down, being very careful not to let her temperature suddenly rise. Li Yang looked at Zhang Peishi, who was so sleepy she could hardly keep her eyes open, and said with concern, "Honey, you should go to sleep for a while. I'll keep an eye on her. It's no good if you keep on like this. Be a good girl and go to sleep." "Ahaha, okay, honey, you've worked hard, I'll take over in a while." Zhang Peishi yawned and really couldn't hold on any longer, so she lay back on the bed. Within a few seconds, she was heard breathing steadily. As he watched his wife fall asleep so quickly, Li Yang shook his head with a bitter smile, thinking to himself, this stubborn person just won't go to bed early. Li Yang was of course distressed by his wife staying up late, so he thoughtfully covered her up. When Zhang Peishi fell asleep, she still lifted her arms as if she was feeling for something. Looking at her, it seemed as if she was trying to check whether her baby was still running a fever. All parents are worried about their children, even when they are sleeping. On the other side of the bed, Li Yang sat holding Yaya on the edge of the bed, not daring to let go for a moment. He was afraid to move even if his hands and legs went numb, for fear of waking Yaya. During this time, he occasionally checked Yaya's forehead, and slowly he felt the temperature on the baby's body seem to drop. Then, he tightened his grip on Yaya's body by himself, and then carefully inserted the thermometer under the baby's armpit. After a long 5-minute waiting period, he took out the thermometer and looked at it. It said 36.9 degrees. Yaya's temperature had finally returned to normal. A baby's body temperature is slightly higher than an adult's, and anything below 37.2 degrees is considered normal. Now that Yaya's fever has finally subsided a little, Li Yang is finally relieved. Moreover, he felt a slight perspiration inside the sock in Yaya's hand, which he slid open a little, and this made him feel even more at ease. This stage indicates that the baby is almost better. Li Yang saw that Zhang Peishi was sleeping soundly, so he didn't tell her the good news. He had been busy for most of the night, so he decided to wait until she woke up to tell her. The temperature had dropped, and Yaya's little face was no longer red. It was pale and tender, like a piece of tofu, and made you want to take a bite. Looking at the cute baby in his arms, Li Yang couldn't help but exclaim, "Yeah, you're finally better. You scared the hell out of your parents." Chapter 234, As long as the little cotton-padded jacket is fine, the leather jacket won't leak wind. After Li Yang finished speaking, he couldn't help but kiss Yaya's forehead. The little one's fever may have subsided, and she is not feeling unwell anymore. After feeling her father's kiss, she even closed her eyes and beamed with joy. Li Yang was overjoyed when he saw this, and had already forgotten about the fever and any other unpleasant things. So, with a heart full of joy, he said, "My precious baby, I really do treasure you so much. Okay, now we are not feeling unwell anymore, so Daddy will get you some milk." Last night when he had a fever, the baby didn't even take a sip of milk when it was time to feed, probably because he was uncomfortable. Li Yang thought that Yaya hadn't eaten for 5 or 6 hours and was worried that she was hungry, so while holding her, he went to the formula can and prepared the milk. Although he was alone, it wasn't a big problem and he quickly prepared it. After checking the temperature on his arm, he sat down on the sofa. At that time, Yaya was still asleep, except for the occasional smacking of her lips. At first, Li Yang thought that the baby would not drink when she was asleep, but as soon as the pacifier entered her mouth, she sucked hard and drank with great effort. There were even several times when the little one actually propped up her little hand, as if she wanted to hold the bottle herself. Usually it took 10 minutes to drink the Nani, but this time it only took 5 minutes. Looking at the empty bottle, Li Yang couldn't help but say, the hunger method really works, even on babies. After eating and drinking, Yaya fell asleep and woke up refreshed. When she opened her eyes and looked at her father, her eyes were smiling, so cute. Li Yang was so happy to see his baby daughter smiling at him that he didn't know where he was. He could only hug Yaya happily. After calming down, he sat down again with his daughter in his arms, kneading her little feet and rubbing the palms of her hands. Although he was busy, he was having a great time, especially because he was used to it and could do it with ease. The father and daughter were playing in the living room, and Zhang Peishi, who was sleeping in the bedroom, suddenly opened her eyes at this moment. Her head was still confused, and she lost her focus for a moment before suddenly realizing that her baby daughter still had a fever. She looked at the clock and saw that it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. She angrily pounded her head and berated herself, "Oh, why did I sleep for so long? I don't know what's going on with Yaya now." After saying this, she looked around and couldn't find Li Yang or Yaya. At this time, Zhang Peishi had a bad feeling. She thought to herself, could it be that Yaya has a high fever again? Did my husband take her to the hospital? As she thought this, she quickly put on her dressing gown and went to the living room to check. As the saying goes, a woman's mind just won't stop. No sooner had she gone missing than she had already filled her mind with 2 episodes of a TV drama. Fortunately, she had been worrying for nothing. As soon as she arrived in the living room, she saw Li Yang playing with Yaya on the sofa. Zhang Peishi was so happy to see that Yaya was safe and sound at home that tears of joy welled up in her eyes. She knew that her baby had suffered a lot last night. She was small, uncomfortable, and unable to express herself, so she could only cry. Fortunately, she had survived. Li Yang saw Zhang Peishi wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes with joy, and comforted her with pain in his heart. Honey, our Yaya is better, which is a happy thing, so don't cry. It wouldn't be good if your little face was all red and puffy from crying. It doesn't matter if it's not good looking, as long as Yaya is fine. Zhang Peishi wiped away her tears and said, if that's the case, then it's fine. Just as she finished speaking, she patted her daughter's back and brought her into her arms. As she watched her daughter rub against her chest, Zhang Peishi couldn't help but mutter to herself. Yaya, my precious, you gave mommy a fright last night. Our baby also suffered last night, and even her little face has lost weight. Looking at Yaya's plump little face, flushed with a healthy color, Li Yang couldn't help but mutter to himself, how can my wife tell that Yaya has lost weight? She just drank 120 milliliters of milk, so how could her face have become smaller? Of course, he only thought it in his heart. If he said it out loud, Zhang Peishi would definitely have a reason to argue with him, so there was no need to. Ooh wah. Just then, Yi in the bedroom woke up from a long nap and let out a cry, as if to sound the alarm. The little one had been an angel all night, sleeping soundly. Perhaps she knew that her sister was sick and needed her parents' care, so she was being considerate and not disturbing them. Now that Yi had woken up, she didn't cry, but stared with wide, round eyes as she scanned the bedroom. After looking around for a while, the little one didn't see his parents anywhere, and Yi became a little anxious. His little face twisted into a ball in an instant, and then he frowned, opened his little mouth and began to cry loudly. Li Yang and Zhang Peishi in the living room realized that their baby was still sleeping in the bedroom after hearing his crying. So Li Yang quickly went to Yi's side, lifted him out of the covers and comforted him. It's okay, baby, daddy's here, don't be afraid. Yi, let's not cry, okay? Look, both mommy and daddy are here for you. Hearing Li Yang's voice, Yi looked up from his chest. His eyes were moist as he looked at Zhang Peishi, and then suddenly he grinned, laughing out a soft sound. Giggle. Giggle. Ouch, mommy sweetheart, you're so good, aren't you? You're smiling at mommy in the morning, and mommy really likes it. Zhang Peishi's heart melted the moment she saw Yi grinning at her. Who can understand a baby who was just crying suddenly smiling at you? Who can bear to see this cute sight? Especially when the baby still has tears in his eyes. This is really an angel baby, isn't it? Zhang Peishi is very happy about this, and she is very grateful to have two lovely babies. Li Yang saw his baby son smiling at his mother, and he felt a little bit jealous. He said to his baby, you just smiled at mommy, now smile at daddy too. But you have to think about it, because you're being held by your father. Li Yang said arrogantly, as if he thought that Yi could understand. However, no matter how he threatened and lured, Yi just wouldn't smile at him. Instead, he kept looking at Zhang Peishi and smiling. Seeing that her baby had a soft spot for her, Zhang Peishi was overjoyed. Yi is truly a leather jacket born of her, and it really doesn't let in the wind. Chapter 235, Yaya doesn't have the diamond in the rough. Although the fever had subsided, Zhang Peishi and Li Yang still didn't relax during the day, insisting on taking her temperature every hour. However, the couple discovered a new and interesting thing instead. Yaya actually wanted to roll over. The little one always wanted to lie on her side and then try hard to roll over. However, her strength was not yet sufficient to support her solo rolling skills. Seeing her little one's funny attempts to roll over, Zhang Peishi quickly called out to Li Yang, hubby, come here quickly, our little Yaya is making progress. Ha! Hearing his wife shout, Li Yang walked out of the kitchen and asked with a smile, what? What's wrong with Yaya? What progress is she making? Look, Zhang Peishi said, smiling and pointing at Yaya. She's trying to roll over now. At that moment, Yada was using all her strength to roll her body sideways, but the little one couldn't hold on for long and she was lying flat again. Li Yang was overjoyed to see that his baby girl was about to unlock a new skill. He came over to Yaya with a smile, picked her up from the crawling mat and kissed her over and over again. Oh, our baby is so good. She wants to roll over at such a young age. We are really the smartest baby. You are so amazing, you must be much more amazing than your father and mother when they were young. But Yaya, rolling over is very tiring, and daddy doesn't want you to get tired. Even though the baby still can't roll over, Li Yang is worried about tiredening the baby. He is really a baby boy, and can't bear to see her suffer even a little. Yaya was just playing on the crawling mat by herself, and suddenly she was picked up in her father's arms. It seemed that she was very unhappy about being interrupted. Yaya pursed her lips and her mouth looked puffy. When she was in her father's arms, she looked up and saw his face. Then the little one's plump little hands suddenly grabbed his face and she started nibbling. Judging from Yaya's expression, the force was not light. After being nibbled by the little one, Li Yang couldn't help but laugh and cry, saying, "My dear, what's wrong? Do you want to bite Daddy? It's Daddy who has offended you, you're so naughty. Yaya is just a little demon who annoys people. Li Yang has a feeling that no matter how many times you abuse me, I will still treat you like I did at the beginning." Zheng Peishi, who was standing nearby, saw her husband being nibbled on by their daughter and giggled while covering her mouth. Later, she said proudly, "I can see that Yaya is getting naughty now, she even wants to bite people. They say that every time you get sick, you grow up a little bit. Is biting people and turning over a reality? Maybe. Those are just things the elderly say, and Li Yang didn't take it seriously. As long as the baby is healthy, that's all that matters." After hugging his baby for a while, he returned to the kitchen to continue cooking. Before leaving, he did not forget to remind Zheng Peishi, "Honey, if our Yaya still wants to roll over, you can help her practice how to roll over. There are tutorials online." "Okay, dear, don't worry." Zheng Peishi smiled helplessly. She always felt that her husband did not trust her. In order to change her husband's impression of her, she picked up her phone and searched for a tutorial on how to roll over a 3-month-old baby. She watched as the baby rolled over with a little gurgle, really silky. After watching the video 10 times and preparing to show it to Yaya, she was surprised to discover that there was a gap between theory and practice. In other words, she had understood the theory, but her hands had not learned anything at all. There was nothing she could do but put the phone aside and play the video in slow motion, while asking Yaya to stretch his arms and legs like the baby in the picture. After a few attempts, Zheng Peishi became more and more skilled at training Yaya to roll over, and there was no longer any stuttering. Training babies to roll over is to give them a sense of the roll-over process. After the baby has rolled over, the strength of the back is very important, otherwise the baby simply cannot roll over. At this stage, Yaya has the strength of will but not the strength to do it. Every time Zheng Peishi lays Yaya on her back on the bed, the little one wants to roll over but cannot, and the little one is impatient, crying out "ah" over and over again. And seeing that she couldn't roll over, Yaya was so angry that he couldn't help it. Zheng Peishi heard the little one's cries and could only laugh and cry as she picked him up from the crawling mat and persuaded him, "Yeah, if you don't have the skills, don't try to do something you can't do. We can't roll over yet, and you keep trying to roll over. Aren't you tired? Mommy sees that you're tired and it hurts. Yeah, be a good boy, let's lie down peacefully and play with toys for a while, okay? Let's wait a while before trying to roll over. Brother still can't do it." She tried to reason with and then pulled Yi, who was eating melon nearby, into the conversation. At that time, Yi was lying on the crawling mat, lost in thought, and occasionally smiling. Compared to he was a bit more naughty. The little one didn't listen to a single word Zheng Peishi said. She still tried to turn over on her own. Zheng Peishi was at her wits' end with Yaya's stubbornness and could only sigh, "Yaya, why are you so stubborn? Who did you get your stubbornness from?" "It wasn't from me." Zheng Peishi looked at Li Yang and muttered back. Li Yang didn't hear what his wife said, otherwise he would definitely lecture her about her stubbornness. Since Yaya kept trying to roll over, Zheng Peishi could only help her. She had just happened to watch a training video on strengthening a baby's spine, and it came in handy this time. She set up her phone and told Yaya to lie on her front. The little one was now very good at raising her head, and as long as she kept her head high while lying on her front, she looked like an arrogant white swan. Once the baby was in position, Zheng Peishi followed the instructions in the video. When mommy rubs your back, baby doesn't get tired doing anything. Close the 4 fingers into a big circle, go from top to bottom in the middle, push the thumbs to both sides, baby feels really good. Cross the fingers and rub them, baby doesn't worry about anything. Squeeze the tendons to help with bowel movements, so baby grows up big and doesn't be choosy about food. Yaya cooperated quite well during the massage, except when I pushed her ribs on both sides, when she squirmed a little. It may be that Zheng Peishi touched her funny bone during the massage, which made her feel itchy. After this set of exercises, Yaya, who had been holding her head up, now had her head down. Looking at the way my baby was lying on the playmat, it seemed that she was exhausted. Chapter 236, Even if you're dry heaving, you still have to eat. Looking up is the most physically demanding thing for a baby. At the moment, Yaya's little head was tilted to the left, and after massaging the little one's back, Zheng Peishi came to her side. Then she saw Yaya sucking on her thumb, so absorbed in it that she let out a sound. If you didn't know any better, you'd think Yaya was stealing some kind of delicacy. Zhang Peishi saw this cute scene of Yaya stealing food and liked it. She pinched her chubby little face and said with a smile, Yaya, is your hand delicious? Can you give your mom a bite? Yaya was indifferent to what her mother said, and even put another finger in her mouth. One suck was not enough, so she did it again. Seeing how the little one looked, Zhang Peishi predicted that Yaya would also be a little glutton when she grew up. The baby is so cute that Zhang Peishi can't help but tease her a little. She just pulled the finger in Ah's mouth out and said, Baby, if you give your mom a sip, I'll let you keep eating, otherwise I won't let you sip your hand. Although Zhang Peishi knows that such a young baby definitely doesn't know how to share, she still can't help but try. What if it works? However, when Ah's hand was pulled out by her mother, the little one stared at Zhang Peishi with wide eyes. Her big, round eyes were full of grievance, so much so that the next second the little one began to grin and cry. Relying on her smallness, Yaya was fearless with her cries. She was now not afraid of threats at all. If you don't let me hold your hand, I'll cry for you to see. At this moment, Li Yang heard the sound of his baby girl crying in the kitchen and hurriedly came out to take a look. He anxiously asked, What's wrong? Why is Yaya crying? It's nothing, honey. Yaya just can't get back to sleep and is crying from anger. You go and cook dinner, I'll calm her down. Zhang Peishi quickly waved her hands to indicate that Li Yang should leave. She was too embarrassed to admit that she had made Yaya cry, so she had to find another excuse. After Li Yang left, Zhang Peishi quickly placed Yaya's plump little hand near her mouth and comforted her. Yeah, mommy won't fight with you anymore, just take it. Sip it. Now, Yaya may have a temper. You made me angry, and now you want to coax me, but it's not that easy. I saw Yaya arrogantly turn her head away, not even wanting to eat her little hand. She was just being stubborn, and she had to let go of her anger. Zhang Peishi saw Yaya throwing a temper tantrum, and couldn't help but shake her head with a smile. There was nothing she could do, she had made her angry. Then, she picked up Yaya and comforted her, My dear, you're mommy's treasure. Mommy won't compete with you for your hands, so don't be angry, okay? Be good and suck on them. After a while of gentle coaxing, Yaya proudly placed her hands in her mouth. However, this time when she was eating her hands, she couldn't help but stretch her arms out in front of her chest. Her smiling face and the position she kept gave Zhang Peishi an uncontrollable urge to say, Yaya, you want to suck your hand, don't you? How sensible our baby is. Mommy was just teasing you, let's let our baby suck it. Yaya is so sensible, mommy is so happy. With a trembling heart and hands, Zhang Peishi put her hand back to Yaya's mouth, indicating that she should suck it herself. But Yaya is a very temperamental child. She raised her arm again in front of her mother, as if to say, If you don't do it, I won't take my hands back. Seeing Yaya's insistence, Zhang Peishi pretended to do it happily, and then said to Yaya with a smile, Okay, baby, I've done it. It smells so good. Thank you, baby. Haha. After hearing this, Yaya's little face also revealed a happy smile. Yaya may have discovered something more interesting than turning over during this period of time, and that is sucking her hands. She hugged her little hands and placed them on her chest. Yaya was sucking one hand while the other hand was supporting the one she was sucking. Zhang Peishi saw the little one's hand-sucking posture and couldn't help laughing. Hey, Yaya, how come you are so amazing? No other little ones are like you. Yaya is even different from other babies when it comes to sucking her hands. Ouch, Yaya, slow down. At this moment, Yaya had already put all 3 of her fingers in her mouth. Ooh ooh ooh. However, as she sucked her fingers, Yaya suddenly started to retch, so that her eyes were instantly filled with tears. Seeing this, Zhang Peishi was really angry and wanted to laugh at the same time. She said, My dear, you're so sick of sucking your hand, let's take it out, okay? You're like this, and you still don't want to take your hand out. How can you like it so much? While she was talking, she took Yaya's little hand out, in case the baby got sick of sucking again. The little guy just eased up for a moment, and then put his little hand back in his mouth. As she coaxed her little hand, Yaya's mouth was full of drool, and it even dripped. Zhang Peishi could only take a bib and wipe Yaya's mouth from time to time. Soon, Li Yang had prepared a table full of delicious food, and he called out with a smile, Dinner is ready, dinner is ready. Coming. Hearing that it was time to eat, Zhang Peishi hurriedly brought Yi and Yaya to the table. She put the 2 babies in their high chairs and couldn't wait to take a chicken leg and put it in her mouth. Honey, this chicken leg you made really smells good. It's delicious, so you should eat more of it, said Li Yang, petting Zhang Peishi's head fondly. While sitting and eating, He looked at Yaya and was surprised to discover, "Honey, why is Yaya's mouth so red? I can see that there are a lot of small red rashes all around." "Really?" At first, Zhang Peishi didn't pay any attention to it, but after hearing what her husband said, she quickly took a closer look at the edges of Yaya's mouth and found that it was indeed as her husband had said. She frowned and said, "Strange, just now Yaya's mouth was fine. When did these small rashes appear? It can't be an allergy." Zhang Peishi knew that allergies caused small red rashes that itched. Li Yang shook his head in affirmation after hearing this. It can't be an allergy. Yaya hasn't eaten anything, and she hasn't added any complementary foods, so she shouldn't be allergic. Did Yaya do anything unusual this morning? Zhang Peishi watched the two babies in the morning, so he asked his wife. Zhang Peishi heard this and said, "Is it unusual for a baby to put 3 fingers in his mouth at once?" Yaya even gagged while eating. Other than that, nothing else. Chapter 237, Raising a baby is really not easy. What? Our daughter put 3 fingers in her mouth? That's really annoying. Li Yan couldn't help but smile when he heard Zhang Peishi's words. He had long known that his daughter loved to suck her fingers, but he didn't expect her to keep finding new ways to do it. However, he felt that the focus was a bit off, so he pondered, the rash around Yaya's mouth should be a drooling rash. From what you say, it seems that the main reason is the erosion of saliva, which causes the baby's skin to break down. Huh? There's such a thing as a drooling rash? Zhang Peishi looked at Li Yang in confusion when he mentioned the term drooling rash. She had never heard of it before. Of course, especially when a baby reaches the oral stage, they tend to drool a lot and their mouths are always red. Li Yang nodded and then began to explain to Zhang Peishi. We need to protect ourselves, he added seriously. Okay, so what do we do about the drooling rash? Zhang Peishi was still most concerned about how to get rid of the rash faster and better, otherwise her baby's face would be red, which would also affect the cute side of our baby. It's simple, just apply more skin cream, and wipe the drool off in time. When wiping the drool, you can't use a wipe, you have to use a drool wipe to dry it, otherwise it will also easily cause damage to your baby's skin. Li Yang said seriously, and Zhang Peishi remembered it very carefully. As a little girl, her baby's little face is the most important thing. She will do everything she can to help Yaya get better quickly, and she will also be a hardworking and diligent mother. After eating, Yi played with Yaya for a while before taking a nap. Every time her babies fall asleep, Zhang Peishi feels that this time of rest really belongs to her. Although she wants to rest for a while or close her eyes and take a nap, she can't help but take out her phone and watch a short video. While she is watching, she suddenly comes across an advertisement that deals with the problem of baby drooling. The advertisement is for a lip cream that can effectively reduce the irritation of baby drool on the skin. The reviews and introduction are good, so Zhang Peishi decides to place an order. As long as it is something good for her baby, she is willing to buy it and try it. In the morning, Yaya kept drooling, but Yi didn't. However, since the evening, Yi has also been playing, spitting bubbles out all the time. With all the bubbles, the drool will flow down the corners of the mouth. Fortunately, Zhang Peishi always keeps a bib handy, and from time to time, she wipes Yi and Yaya's mouths. Sometimes, a piece of paper is quickly soaked and saturated with the little one's drool. Fortunately, with her careful care, Yaya's lips have improved, they are less red, and the small red rashes have gone down a lot. However, at this stage of the baby's oral stage, Zhang Peishi still can't let her guard down, for fear that if she is not careful, her baby will get pimples around her mouth again. As she watches her little one's endless drool, she asks Li Yang, her husband, when will the baby's drool control themselves? When the babies have the ability to swallow, they drool less, but they don't know that they need to wipe it off, so parents need to pay more attention. Okay. Zhang Peishi nodded, already determined in her heart to prepare for a long battle with her baby's drool. 2 days later, on this day, Li Yang was in the living room playing with Yi and Yaya, when there was a sudden sound of the doorbell at the door. Zhang Peishi hurried out of the bedroom after hearing this, and said to her husband, I'll go answer the door, you stay with Yi and Yaya. Li Yang nodded, and seeing his wife's excited expression, he couldn't help but wonder who was at the door. After a while, when he heard the sound of the door closing, Zhang Peishi came over holding a cardboard box. Li Yang smiled and said, Oh, it's the delivery guy. He should have expected it. His wife is most enthusiastic when it comes to picking up packages. Seeing his wife's happy face, he knew that this was something Zhang Peishi had been longing for, so he asked, Wife, what did you buy? Guess? She gave Li Yang a smile. It wasn't that Li Yang was overthinking things, it was just that Zhang Peixi's behavior made him think a lot, so he said excitedly, "A JK little skirt? What little skirt? This is something serious." Hearing her husband say JK, Zhang Peixi's face flushed with a blush, and she couldn't help but think of the skirt that had been torn to shreds before. Afraid that her husband might say something inappropriate in front of their children, she quickly showed Li Yang the contents of the box. "This is the lip cream I saw in a short video a couple of days ago, for use during the baby's drooling stage. The promotional video looked quite good, but I don't know how effective it is." To be honest, Zhang Peishi really hopes that this lip cream works, so that she doesn't have to wipe the baby's saliva off all the time. The lip cream will help to isolate the irritation of the saliva. She opened the packaging and squeezed out a little, then put it on her wrist and sniffed it. It didn't smell unpleasant, so she was quite satisfied. Li Yang didn't know that there was such a thing as lip cream. When he heard the name, he thought it was lip balm, but then he realized that the two are not the same thing at all. One is applied to the lips, the other to the lips and surrounding area. After receiving the product, Zhang Peishi quickly applied it around the mouths of Yi and Yaya. It was too soon to see any obvious changes. After a while, in less than 5 minutes, Yi's face, which had been slightly red, now looked even redder. Zhang Peishi saw this and wondered, "Honey, come look at Yi. His mouth is still so red. It seems that this lip cream isn't as good as they advertise." Hearing his wife's words, Li Yang looked at Yi doubtfully and said, "No, something's not right. Is Yi allergic to this lip cream you bought?" "What? Allergic?" Hearing this, Zhang Peishi couldn't help but look at Yi again, and then unbuttoned his shirt to see if there were any bumps on his body. When the buttons were undone, a large red patch appeared on the little boy's chest, and his face turned even redder. Even Yi's little face had raised an uneven rash. Perhaps it was because he was itching. Yi was very restless in Li Yang's arms, and his chubby little hands wanted to scratch his face. Afraid that the little one would scratch his face, Li Yang had to hold Yaya's arms to keep him from moving around. Zhang Peishi saw this thrilling scene with the little one and couldn't help but blame herself. "Oh dear, it's all my fault, I've made Yi allergic." Allergies can be a very dangerous thing, she quickly said to Li Yang. "Honey, what should we do now? Do we need to take Yi to the hospital for a checkup?" "Yes." Li Yang nodded, then quickly packed up Yi and Yaya. Allergies are never a small problem and require extra attention. He wouldn't dare to joke with the health of his babies. So in less than 10 minutes, the family was out the door, and they called on Angie. Li Yang was driving, while Angel and Zhang Peishi kept an eye on Yi's hands, for fear that he might scratch himself. It was clear that the allergy was causing Yi a lot of discomfort, as he kept whimpering and trying to scratch himself. Zhang Peishi felt even more guilty. Li Yang, who had seen this through the rear-view mirror, hurriedly tried to reassure her. "Don't worry, silly. We didn't know that lip balm would cause an allergic reaction either. All you need to do now is keep an eye on Yi's hands and make sure he doesn't scratch himself." With Yang's reassurance, Zhang Peishi really did calm down, and the thought kept echoing in her mind, "I can't let my son scratch his face." So Zhang Peishi focused almost all of her attention on Yi. They finally arrived at the maternal and child health hospital safely. By the time Li Yang stopped the car, there were already a lot of red, scary-looking bumps on Yi's body. Just looking at them made people feel heartbroken. Zhang Peishi didn't have time to blame herself, and she quickly got out of the car after wrapping Yi up. Li Yang went to register, which was convenient and quick, and with the help of a nurse, they went directly to the pediatrics clinic. It was really lucky. They were the first patients there and went straight in with their number. The doctor was a middle-aged woman and gave an accurate diagnosis after seeing the red bumps on Yi's body. It was an allergy, and it was quite serious. "Have you eaten anything? Have you used anything?" Zhang Peishi quickly took out the lip cream she had bought online and the doctor examined it. "You shouldn't use this anymore." "No, I dare not use it again." Zhang Peishi nodded repeatedly, even her voice had a hint of a sob in it. This softened the doctor's heart, and her voice softened a little as well. New parents are like this, raising a child, who can guarantee that they won't get sick? "It's okay, don't worry, it's not a big deal. In a while I'll prescribe some medicine, go home and feed it to your baby, and it will heal quickly. And it won't leave a scar, just rest assured. I still say the same thing, babies are very fragile and will inevitably get sick. You parents just need to pay more attention, but don't panic. If you panic, what will happen to the baby?" I have to say, the doctor is a very gentle doctor, who soothed them with a soft voice while writing the prescription. Although Anqi and Li Yang had also said these things to Zhang Peishi, it was still different when the doctor said it. At the very least, Zhang Peishi knew that raising a child is not easy, and she also understood that she should not panic in the face of problems. After thanking them, the couple took the list and their babies out of the office. Li Yang went to pick up the medicine, while Anqi and Zhang Peishi waited with Yi and Yaya not far away. It was gratifying to say that when Li Yang returned, Anqi and Zhang Peishi were full of joy. "What's wrong? Hubby, look. The red marks on Yi have faded." Li Yang looked closely and sure enough, they had. Compared to the red marks that had covered his whole body when he got off the bus, there were now only a few left. In other words, they had healed? Not only had the allergy gone, but it also seemed as if Yi was much better. The little one wasn't crying or tossing around anymore, and he didn't want to scratch himself with his little hands. Instead, he was quietly nestled in his mother's arms, blinking his big eyes and curiously surveying his surroundings. Even when he saw his father holding the payment slip in his hand, the little guy opened his hands wide in delight, wanting to. "Want to? Here, take it." Li Yang smiled and handed over the payment slip. Even though Yi's hands were still not very useful, he still tried his best to use his fingers to grab the paper. When he got the paper in his hands, Yi actually grinned and smiled. This cute scene really moved Zhang Peishi, and coupled with the fear she had just felt, she couldn't hold back her tears. "Oh." Zhang Peishi choked back her tears, while gently patting her son in her arms. Yi seemed to sense his mother's emotions, and let go of the paper with his small hands, then grabbed a strand of Zhang Peishi's hair with his other hand. If this were any other time, Zhang Peishi would be worried because Yi's little hand would grab her hair and pull hard, which would hurt. Li Ligua knew this very well because his beard had been pulled until it was bent. But at the moment, Zhang Peishi was just worried, and besides, she wouldn't say anything if her son pulled her hair, let alone let him pull it. But if she knew how to worry about her son, how would her son not worry about her? Yi also doesn't want to make his mother feel bad or hurt her. So after grasping his mother's hair, the little guy actually took his hand away of his own accord and instead gently pressed his little face against her, rubbing it, very affectionately. Baby, son Zhang Peishi's beautiful eyes were filled with tears as she pressed herself against her son. Anqi was also full of emotion when she saw this scene. Indeed, women, after becoming mothers, become tender and sentimental. But that's good, after all, children are a mother's everything. The group returned the same way. The mood was much more relaxed on the way back, unlike the tension and rush on the way there. Zhang Peishi and Anqi also teased Yi and Yaya respectively, and the two little ones kept looking out the window, their chubby little faces full of wonder. They soon returned home. The first thing to do was to feed Yi her medicine. Although the red marks of the allergy on the little one's body had disappeared since they left the hospital, the couple still didn't dare to let their guard down, and felt that it was still necessary to give the medicine. So, following the doctor's advice, they planned to give Yi a dose of medicine, and then stop giving it after confirming that there was no recurrence. They thought that giving Yi medicine would be a very difficult thing to do. The couple and Angel also prepared for it, in case there was crying, trouble, or non-cooperation. However, when Li Yang poured the medicine into a silicone spoon, handed it to Zhang Peishi, and she in turn brought it to Yi's mouth, the little one actually opened his mouth on his own initiative. First he grinned, then his mouth opened wide. Was this such a good cooperation? Chapter 238. I really envy my children, because they were born into top wealth. Not only was Yi very cooperative, but after taking a sip of the medicine, she actually took the initiative to lift her little hand to grab the spoon. The look on her face made it seem like the little one wasn't satisfied and wanted another sip. Medicine is toxic in small doses, and you should also follow the doctor's advice, so even if Yi grabbed it several times, it was not allowed. Seeing the look of disappointment on Yi's face, Zhang Peishi couldn't help but feel emotional. Honey, when Yi and Iya grow up, we have to hide all the medicine in the house, at least not keep it out in the open. Oh? Why? Are you afraid they'll steal it? Li Yang laughed. Zhang Peishi nodded, then told him something she knew. Yes, honey, children don't know what medicine is. There was an incident in my hometown. It was medicine that the adults bought for the family dog. The child saw the red pills and thought they were delicious, so when the adults weren't looking, he took the pills out and put them in his mouth. Fortunately, the child just licked the sugar coating off the pills and threw them away, otherwise, it could have been a big deal. As Zhang Peishi finished speaking, Li Yang also took it to heart. After all, raising a child is a matter of taking great care and caution. It seemed that the medicine had taken effect, as Yi quickly fell asleep, sleeping soundly and deeply. Even when his mother accidentally dropped her phone and made a loud noise, it did not wake him up. During this time, Zhang Peishi was also worried, and from time to time she would flip open Yi's clothes to check on him. Her beautiful face was a picture of mixed emotions, guilt, worry, and impatience. It continued like this until the evening, and Zhang Peishi's worried heart was never completely at ease. At night, Li Yang and Zhang Peishi watched over Yi and Iya until the early morning, and they were not relieved until they confirmed that there were no more red marks on the little one's body. In the end, Zhang Peishi really couldn't stand it anymore, and she fell asleep with her head tilted. Li Yang, however, wasn't sleepy, and leaning against the bed, he watched his wife and children daydreaming. It can be said that there was a bit too much going on during this period of time, but it was undeniably wonderful. His wife was beautiful and charming, and his sons and daughters were smart and well-behaved. What else could a man want? Speaking of himself, Li Yang just wants to work harder to accumulate enough capital for his wife and children, so that they can have a good living environment. In this way, while planning for his future development, the sleepiness also dissipated. He really couldn't sleep, so he got up and went to the window, and he stood there all night. Yi and Iya didn't drink night milk and slept soundly. It wasn't until the sky began to lighten that Li Yang came back to his senses, and he realized how long it had been. But as he looked at the red sun slowly rising in the sky, a surge of pride welled up in his heart. Yes, the reason men work so hard is to love those who love them and those they love. Whether it's his parents at home or his wife and children, they all hold a great deal of weight in Li Yang's heart. In the future, even if he encounters difficulties or suffers setbacks, as long as he thinks of his family, he will feel an endless source of strength gathering in his chest. Until he grows up to be a real big shot, a giant. Sometimes Li Yang will joke. I really envy my children, because they were born into wealth, top wealth. Well, this sounds a bit boastful. But anyway, Li Yang's future experiences are still very exciting, even legendary.